Hello and a very, very warm welcome to the Australian Esports National Cycling Championships. A really, really significant day because they're happening for the very first time in real life. My name's Joel Spreadborough. I'm joined by Olympian, Commonwealth Games champion, world champion cyclist Catherine Bates. Can you feel it? You got the tingles or what?
I can. I'm so excited. Esports has been, racing in the virtual world, a really growing sport in Australia alongside the other cycling disciplines. But we've never had everybody together in one room for the finals. So tonight we will see Australia's best 10 men and women battle it out for the championship to be the Australian National champions. Now, we brought a jersey, and this is the actual jersey and some of the actual medals that they'll win. I better get them back down to them from presentations.
You do mean actual medals.
I mean actual medals. And I can confirm that they won't get this trophy.
Okay.
But it looks good.
It's a good prop.
It's a good
prop for the set, and that's really important to say because it's all about creating this virtual world, having fun within it, competing within it. We're going to go into some information about what is actually making up the course, how these riders are going to get through the challenges ahead of them. But before that, I just want to look at the actual facility they'll be competing in. It's called the Cube. Now, Catherine, we have a couple of what I'm going to call Cube Troopers in the space
Troopers?
today.
We're going with Cube Troopers?
Well, I was thinking either like Roving Legends, Cube Troopers, I don't know, something. What do you think?
It sounds like Super Trooper.
Troopers.
We'll go with Cube Troopers.
Okay.
They are down in the Cube, and this beautiful space at the Garden Point campus here at the QUT, it's one of the world's largest digital interactive spaces for students to learn. It's so incredible. I reckon the atmosphere down there is going to just build and build throughout the afternoon. We might go down to our Cube Troopers.
Yeah.
And
we have Samil Dowji and Ash Watson. They're on the ground. They can give us a bit of an insight into how it's building, how it's feeling down there, because it is going to be something else. Before that, very quickly, I do want to acknowledge the First Nations owners of the lands on which we gather today, the Turrbal and Yagara people. Pay the respects to elders, laws, customs and creation spirits in this community. It is an absolute privilege to be here. Let's go to the Cube and see how the Atmos is building.
To our Cube Troopers. Down to you guys.
Hi, my name's Ash Watson and we're here live at the AusCycling Esports National Championships down here at the Cube. Now, it's a little bit of a feeling everyone's getting here. The athletes are just starting to arrive. Everyone is starting to line up to start getting prepared for these races. And the vibe here is just so incredible. You can see all these athletes walking through the door and everyone is just preparing themselves and getting ready. I'm so glad that everyone here is able to help with all of this, and we're so glad that we are able to help as journalism students. Thank you very much.
What a legend she is. Both Ash and Samil are students here at QUT, and so they are helping us out today. I reckon she's right. I reckon that the atmosphere is just going to build and build down there.
Electric. I'm telling you, absolutely. So 8 riders have qualified, and what I love about it is there's 2 wild cards as well. We're going to hear more about the riders, how they got here, and their prospects as well, Kate, as we get through it. But firstly, an event like this can't take place, obviously, without the help of a lot of sponsors and contributors. So I'm just going to give a quick shout out to a few of those. The Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland, and of course the It's Live Queensland calendar. Get hold of that if you want something cool to do while you're in the Sunshine State. Trust me.
Get on it. We are right in the middle of the Brisbane Cycling Festival. It kicked off with the Australian Track Cycling National Championships. That is definitely IRL in real life. You can't do that virtually. And we were able to witness some incredible qualifying events ahead of the Paris Olympics. That was really cool. At the back end of the cycling festival is the Tour de Brisbane, and so we're going to see a lot of families on bike. We're going to get you on a bike?
I was born for it. Cannot wait. Cannot wait,
well,
Kate.
Luke and I will be taking the kids out, so that'll be very cool. But we also want to acknowledge Queensland University of Technology, who have us on their campus today, the Cube, of course, here at the Garden University campus. It is so fantastic. The other people I'd like to acknowledge is we've got El Presidente in the house today,
right,
Joel.
We absolutely do. Mr. David Lepatian. Now, we're not talking about a local president or the president of a local bike club. We are actually talking about the president of the International Cycling Union.
He's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, look, he's got a little bit to do with bike racing all over the world. It's a massive thrill to have him here. Mr. Ian Chesterman's here as well, taking time out from an exceedingly busy schedule as the president of the AOC, the Australian Olympic Committee. Hello, Ian. Thanks for coming along.
Yes, and this is our first pitch to get the Esports, the virtual racing in the Olympics. Thank you very much.
Honestly,
we're
Ian,
subtle, aren't we?
Where else would you have it? Seriously, come on.
Come on now.
Mr. Tony Mitchell, the president of the Oceania Cycling Confederation, is here as well. Marnie Feckner, CEO of AusCycling, is in the house. Shout outs to Marnie.
Yes, and to the Department of Tourism, Innovation and Sport and the Brisbane City Council. We are excited. Joel, there is so much to talk about. We literally have so much paperwork.
Can I just give you a quick peek behind the curtain here? Because I'm talking about like reams and reams of paper, which, we're going to need to get through all of this because it is such an extraordinary event. Being here for real with people racing in the same room. It hasn't happened before like it is tonight, right here in Brisbane, Gardens Point campus QUT. It is all about tech, Kate. This virtual racing cannot happen without some extraordinary technology. So let's just do a quick deep dive into virtual cycling esports in Australia in the overview. And I'm going to go to you because you've done a little bit, including a recent comeback, which we'll get to soon as well. Stay tuned for that.
I knew you'd mention that one, Joel.
It's coming out, don't you worry. Virtual cycling platform, what's it all about?
So Zwift is a platform where you jump on your bike, and here is me looking less than comfortable. Yesterday I raced one of the women's finalists, Emma Pratt, over only a kilometre. You wouldn't believe it was only a kilometre based on how much I was sweating afterwards. But as you can see, the rider has then an avatar, and on the screen, that avatar then travels through the virtual racing world. Today, they'll be going through Glasgow, which is just sensational. But you can see that the bikes, all of the riders will be on the same bikes, Joel, and they are on the Wahoo Kicker bikes. All of the technology is exactly the same, so it's a level playing field. And in the integrity stakes, they ensure that they're all calibrated properly to ensure that all of the riders are getting the same experience. Look, I'm labouring a bit here, Joel.
I think all right. You did really well.
I think I'm staying out of it, in retirement.
Well, I don't know. I thought you looked pretty good. And you stole these medals. We're going to have to keep one of them. Which one are you claiming, the gold, silver or bronze after that effort?
Well, I lost. I was quite unceremoniously trumped.
Sorry, guys. Do you mind if we steal the bronze medal from Kate Bates? Yeah, approved. It's yours. Congratulations.
It is. So it is quite cool. And all of the bikes, they do have gears. You can shift, big chainring, little chainring, and 11-speed at the back. So it's not too different from a normal experience on a normal bike out on the road. But each bike, there is no technological advantage or disadvantage. It's all completely the same, and the trainers calibrate so that when you're going up a hill, the resistance increases, so you don't even necessarily have to change the gear. And that's where, and we'll dive into this a bit more when we get into the racing, but that's where watts per kilogram really come into it. So the riders have to put in their height and their weight. We have some pictures of the weigh-in that happened earlier with that we'll talk about in a little bit more detail around the sport integrity. But here we have the riders preparing. They're just making sure that they've got the correct kit. So some of them race for professional World Tour teams, some of them for club teams. A lot of them race for Aero, which is the Australian Esports Racing Organisation. And they were started honestly just to build this sport. And that's led by a legend by the name of Tully Lister, who is probably the man responsible for really building esports here in Australia. It's just remarkable what he's done. And you can see a lot of the athletes are ready to go pretty early. The men's semifinals will be up first and the women's will be up second, but they do need to be ready to go. So first, Joel, they weigh in. And the reason they weigh in is because in-game, their avatars are given weights that then attributes the factors, the algorithms for how their avatar will travel up a hill or whatnot. So they don't trust the athletes to just put their weight in. Today I'm feeling like I'm about 52 kilos. No, they make them get on the scales. They then make sure that is entered into the algorithm in-game, and that's all done by our commissaire, Tony Tor. He won't have a lot else to do today. Normally, he's, making sure people aren't throwing headbutts or something like that. Yeah, there's kind of none of that today that they need to worry about.
Today he's on Avatar Watch.
It is. It's on Avatar Watch. But the integrity side of the sport is very, very important. So they get on the scales, and then they make sure the sport integrity team then enter that into the game and keep all of the riders honest. So it's a really interesting process, and it is important, I think, because a lot of people, when they're talking about esports, integrity and esports doping, they call it.
Yeah, yep.
Making sure that everything is across the board. Do you know the bonus of having in real life?
Well, everyone is in the same place, so there's no advantages that you can bring into it. If
Exactly.
you're in your garage at home, there's nothing sneaky. Nothing sneaky can get past the commissaires when you're here in real life.
That is exactly right. So it is all monitored in that way, and it makes it a lot easier than when you have people all over the country. Normally what they do for a World Championships, for example, Joel, is the athletes are getting up at ridiculous o'clock to get on the scales. They have to video themselves getting on the scales to verify their weight. So this is a much, much cleaner way to go about things.
Beautifully, beautifully summed up. This is the inaugural, the debut, the first ever, the in-person AusCycling Esports National Championships. Joel Spreber and Catherine Bates with you. 8 riders qualifying, 2 as wildcards. Let's talk a little bit about the format that we're racing in today, because what I love about this is that it mixes up, doesn't it? There are so many variables to this discipline. It is out of control. Now, firstly, what are we racing today, Kate? We've got 2 courses. We've got a semi-final course and a final course. Both of them are in Scotland, which is fantastic. It excites me very much. Let's start with the Glasgow QUT circuit. That's the semi-final circuit, Kate. Punchy, rampy, gradient-laden. It's just a fun house.
Well, kind of. It's 9.28 kilometres, so 3 laps of the Glasgow Criterium course. They zoom around. This one is a bit more for the flatlanders. I'll put my hand up as one of those. Where Powered Away
I'm going to put both hands
will
up there.
really come into it. Now, the format has 2 semi-finals for the women, 2 semi-finals for the men. There are 5 riders in each of those. The top 3 will then progress through to the final, and then in the final race, we'll see them racing over the Glasgow Highlands, Rolling Highlands. The name, as it suggests, rolling, it's got a bit more elevation, and the flatlanders are going to be less impressed.
I love the description.
Course.
So the Zwift description of this is rarely flat, but always scenic.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, is that an enticing description if you're an athlete, or is that terrifying?
Well, look, some of the athletes, they love to climb. And we've delved into their Zwift power a little bit. And some of these athletes have literally climbed to Mount Everest 33 times in elevation-wise in their training. So some will be pleased with that. But it's a very different format. It's 23 kilometres, 2 laps of the course there. So quite different to the 9-kilometre semi-final. But first over the line wins. Like, it's that simple. It's that clean.
First past the post, which is fantastic.
Of
course, multiple disciplines do exist in esports, but tonight it is just a race to the finish, and we're really looking forward to seeing how it plays. But getting here, now a couple of rounds of qualifying happening on a different course, no less. So the Macquarie Islands course making up the qualifying process here. I want to ask you, because these courses, even going from the Glasgow QUTs to the Highlands, we're looking at very different courses, but Macquarie's different as well. The challenge for a rider to adapt to these different courses between events, what does that look like?
I mean, the wonderful thing is, unlike in real life, you can go and recon a course whenever you so wish. So you can jump into game and you can find these worlds and you can give them a crack, and you can really make sure that you're adaptable across the board. But we do have a real slew of different background athletes. Let's take a look at the men first, who will be heading out for the semi-finals first. I think probably the biggest name there is Josh Harris in semi-final 1. Now, he won his qualifying event to get here. He's also a member of the Australian Esports team that raced at the World Championships. So it comes from a running background, big reputation, very strong athlete. He's joined by Josh Wilson, Andrew Downey, massive power numbers on him, Mitchell Stewart and Kyle Marwood, who interestingly comes in as a wild card, Joel, but he rode in the Australian team at the World Championships last year. He is an absolute watt monster. So he will be loving the QUT. He won't be loving the Highlands, but I think his passage to the finals will be a bit easier than some of the others. In the second semi-final, headlined by the winner of the qualifying event, Nick Spratt, who is none other than the younger brother of Australian cycling legend, World Tour legend Amanda Spratt. Spratty Blue Shoes.
Spratty Blue Shoes. We call her that because
wears
she's
the lucky blue shoes.
You know, like us, she does her best work in blue. A road to the final for Nick Spratt, but Trent Stevenson is there as well. Cameron Winfield, Mark Gates, and Gilbert Gutowski. Now that is your wild card, Kate. Who's poking their nose out to you at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Mark Gates is a really interesting rider in semi-final 2. He's a chippy. Comes from carpentry background, why not?
Fantastic.
And he just loves it. And this is really his only pathway into elite sport, because he's gone different directions in life. I love that.
He's really hammered out a pathway, hasn't he?
He really has. And so I think they will be probably the most interesting in semi-final too. I think the women's is a little bit more open, Joel.
Oh, okay. Who are we looking at? So semi-final. Now, what I love about the women's semi-final is we have massive differences as far as pathways to getting here and how they actually prepare, how they go about their business. There are so many different stories. We're going to share a few of them with you over the course of the evening, but let's just have a look at the lineup first. Jessica Bemrose, Queenslander, Gold Coast girl at 37 years old, lining up in semi-final 1. Peter Antonello, Brianna Samuel, Emma Pratt, Trudy Stevenson, Kate.
Well, I can tell you from yesterday, Emma Pratt's a better sprinter than she thought she was. Jess Bemrose has done more kilometres on Zwift than any rider in today's final, men or women, around 118,000.
Okay, hang on. So 118,000 total kilometres. How can we real world this? So what is that like?
It's the circumference of the world about 3 times.
Oh, right. So all you have to do to get to the Esports National Championship finals is to ride around the world literally 3 times.
Yeah, roughly.
You got any other metrics for us on that? What else? What, like a grand tour?
It's about 33 Tour de France's.
There you go.
But if you wanted to ride 30k a day to try and achieve it, it would take you 10 years to get there. So it's solid. Look, she has got a really good background and she's been working really hard on her esports game. That's a name that really shines in that first semi-final. If we look at the women's second semi-final, Caitlin Nicholson, Vicky Whitelaw, Tilly Field, Kate Tridden, and Abby McLean.
Tridden, my mistake.
Vicky Whitelaw is a really interesting one. Incredibly experienced in the esports world. She's ridden professionally in esports, done a number of world championships, and every time she's done the world championships, she's played a real leadership role because she knows the game inside and out. She's also won a stage of a Grand Tour, the Giro d'Italia, in real life. Before she had kids and retired from that side of racing, she was an incredible athlete on that, and she is a real danger wherever she is. But Tilly Field is the other one to really watch. She's riding professionally in esports for Movistar Esports Racing, and she's really brought her game up and coming, really learning how to race in that space. And I think we should keep a good eye on her.
Okay, well, plenty to watch out for. Now, Catherine, I have to ask you, we know that this is a massively significant event, just being here, happening for the first time. But let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at the jersey that they're racing for, what it means to wear a jersey like this. You've worn a few of these yourself in your career. I haven't worn any, so I'd love to ask you, what does it mean to an athlete being named Australian champion, doors unlocked, pathways that just appear to you, but also just your own confidence moving forward in your career? What's at stake here tonight?
Yeah, it's an incredible honour, and a wonderful thing that we do in cycling is we have jerseys. So when you are the national champion, you don't just get presented with the jersey, you get to wear that every time you race until the next championship is held. So for a year in most cases. And it really is such an honour. On the road and on the track, it's really revered as that moment where you then get to race internationally and be quite proud and wear it and really represent the Aussie colours and as the best of your nation. And that's what we're talking about here today. So esports is a whole lot of fun, and virtual racing, I think, has taken some time to build. But we are in a position now where it is so revered, and we are producing athletes through this pathway that are going on to be the very best at the Tour de France. Jay Vine is a really good example of an Aussie esports athlete who has done that. This is just an incredible honour. And
those pathways are continuing to expand.
Oh, they are.
Well.
I'm so excited. This is just such a cool event for all of the athletes to be part of, and such wonderful facilities here.
Now, our Cube troopers have been out and about. They've been busy leading up to the event as well. They managed to catch up with a couple of the riders. We're going to hear their thoughts and perspectives ahead, because we've given you a bit of a run, but nothing better than hearing it from the riders themselves. So we'll bring that to you very, very soon.
Yeah, that's right. So the athletes dropped into the warm-up studio yesterday to check the facilities and see what was going on. And we had them chat to Josh Harris, who is one of the outright favourites in the men. So let's hear what he had to say.
Yeah, it's been a big season. Just coming up was with Games, which finished on the weekend, which was my main focus for the year. So this is kind of a last hurrah for the season, and I led the Zwift Games into the final race up the Alpe Zwift on Sunday, and I unfortunately couldn't hang on for the main prizes, but an Australian, Freddie Obet, came out on top in the end. So it was nice to see an Australian win by QUT. It ended up 4th overall, which I'm still very happy with. To be honest, the Zwift Games taking the leaders jersey into the final race was quite a bit of pressure. So as soon as that finished, I felt relieved. So I'm more excited for this. It's just a good opportunity to have a bit of fun and meet some people that I ride with all the time. And yeah, my girlfriend's going to be here racing in the women's. Some of my really good mates from Tasmania that got me into cycling are here as well. It's super exciting that we're both able to qualify. When AusCycling announced I was going to be in nationals this year, we both put it on our list of things that we wanted to do. So we were both pretty satisfied when we qualified. I mean, between us, we're just supportive of each other, obviously because we don't have to race each other, but I'll be proud of her regardless just from being here. I'd like to be in a state of mind where I've had a good race, either won the title or possibly one of the other Tassie guys have done so, and then hopefully I can instantly switch into following Kate in hopefully the final as well and supporting her to try and go well herself.
Okay, there you go. I love that. Josh Harris. Now, he's a Tassie boy. He rides for Aero Launceston City Cycling Club. Now, Josh was injured after surgery following a World Championship appearance in athletics. So pivoted to I love this. There's so many stories in cycling about finding the bike from another sport because you were doing some rehab and some recovery and then being like, hold on a sec. I reckon this is
I'm really
this
good
is
at
me.
this.
This is me. His favourite course is the Muckle Yin, and he just wants to do it. He wants to be one of the Tassie boys to get up for the win because he knows what it will mean to the Apple Isle.
Well, do you know one of my favourite fun facts about Josh Harris?
Go
Apart from the fact that his girlfriend Kate Tridden is in the final, and I believe that she kind of got strong-armed into getting into Zwift. Turns out she's very good, and he did say she's a little bit snappier in the sprint than he is. But, you know, good luck tonight, Josh. Now, Josh was a former world record holder in the beer mile. Do you know what the beer mile is?
I feel like I want to know what the beer mile is.
It's 400 metres, scull of beer, 400 metres, scull of beer, rinse and repeat until you get to the mile. Former world record holder. Look at that.
Now,
multi-talented.
That's something else entirely. But we mentioned earlier, riders, they come from everywhere, all ages as well. Now, I want to just the next group we're going to hear from, Kate. This is a really cool story. The Stevensons. Now, not your everyday sort of, you know, they don't come across as like these are the guys you'll see on the start line in Paris this year. They've had very different roads to the Esports National Championship.
They have, and I absolutely love this, that there are different pathways for esports athletes. And let's hear from the Stevensons, the husband and wife couple in the finals taking on the championships.
And it's actually feels quite honouring. And she could be here and represent Victoria. I think there's got a lot of Tasmanian competitors coming up, and but yeah, it's a bit of an honour to be cycling and doing what we like doing and getting used to cycling Australian for e-sport in general and that and promote all this.
My training, I do probably out for some weeks 25 plus hours a week. Quite aerobic, like training sessions on Zwift, and I do train with a lot of other athletes for their racing.
And for me, it's probably I'm not quite an was true. I've probably eat around that 15, 16 hours a week. For me, having this about it is actually about promoting it to other females and getting more females involved in this sport and feeding them, that security doesn't be this sort of how old you are. Like I said, like I'm 53, a lot of these ladies that are coming are significantly younger than me, but it's just you can do it. It's about having both. The pacemaker is that it does have a bit of an element for me. These guys get their heart rate up. My heart rate will go up. This won't drop like theirs. It has a program that it holds it up, so it takes the stagnant across. So I don't get the recovery that the guys would get. Now we can grow this, that we can get more younger ladies, older ladies, when there's involved, and maybe take this further and just going into what we do on the road where we have elite championships and masters of that, so that there's things that us older ladies are on the end to come together, like-minded people, and some big have fun.
I had a bit of a break pre-COVID off racing outside, an injury, 12 months off racing, and then during COVID I sort of got mixed up with Zwift to different clubs in the UK.
It was part of the condition of marriage, that I'd become a cyclist, being that Trent's a fourth generation cyclist, so I think was in the agreement.
The tactics are a little bit different on Zwift than what they are in the real world, because you don't have the wind and bunches fighting for the position. But the concept is still the same. I think due to the training, you could train on Zwift and then still be able to race well outside.
If you hadn't Zwifted until you do, you kind of go, you do get a draft, so you actually had that real, you're going to white feel about it. You've still got to go up the hills and it's still got to come down it. The same in real life feeling to it.
And Trent and Trudy Stevenson chatting to our Cube troopers, Samil Dowji and Ash Watson. Now, we've got another chat to throw to, Kate, and I love this one. Mark Gates in the men's semi-final. Now, he was a keen BMXer as a kid. And then one of those classic Australian, I saw it in the Trading Post stories, one day in 2021, a smart trainer popped up for sale for about $100, and he thought, you know what? That looks like me. And here he is now in the esports in the national championships.
Well, let's see what he has to say. I think we can lead in by saying he, at the end of the day, is going to be Australia's favourite chippy. Let's hear from him.
So my journey leading up to this competition was a bit hit and miss, but I started off doing the first race of the Zwift Games, and that was on Sunday morning at 3 o'clock in the morning that I had to wake up, and then Sunday night just qualify for this race. So that was a little bit, not how I wanted it to go, but the Zwift races, they were 3 weekends, but I only did the first one, so just those early starts were just too much for me, so after that first one, the focus was just qualifying for this. I've actually done a lot of racing on Zwift. I pretty much only do racing. I don't do sessions or anything, so I have to do like us being really good prep for this. First thing that's going to be go through my head tomorrow, competition would be just trying to get my head around these kicker bikes, because I've never actually used one before. So I usually ride on a kicker, which means I attach iBikes to it, so I take my buggy wheel off, and I use my bike. I don't have to set it up or anything. I pick to put my back wheel on and go for a ride again, but these ones you actually have to adjust everything on, so for me also just focusing on making a lot of sense throughout the race for the start. So.
Okay, Mark Gates, the chippy, getting ready to hammer it out tonight, and I'm looking forward to what he has to do. You know what? I'm looking forward to his performance, because he said, talking about the Glasgow crit, which I saw and it absolutely terrified me, he said, you know what? I find that extremely entertaining, that course. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of the mindset. But what I love about esports, Kate, is it's not just a straight-out bike ride. It's so much like a video game. That's why I bought my old Sega Mega Drive controller, because it's not just a straight-out thing. You get what are called power-ups. Talk me through it. What does this mean?
You do. Well, you can't get one on your Sega Mega Drive thingamabob over there. I know, but what power-ups are, so on all of the bikes, they have some controls and buttons. On the front of the bike, Joel, you can change gears as per a normal bike, but there's also these wonderful go buttons. Now, every time they go through an arch in-game, and there's 2 per lap in the criterium, there's also 2 per lap in the rolling highlands and 1 on the lead-in, and you can get 1 of 3. There's a reasonably equal chance you'll get all of them. One of them is called a draft, one of them is called an aero, and a feather. Now, the feather reduces your body weight by 9.5 kilos for 15 seconds. So it's really great over a hill, for example. You can use it to really increase your power to weight, so that's really helpful. The aero power-up makes you kind of more slippery in the air, more aerodynamic. That also lasts for 15 seconds. That's represented by a helmet icon. The feather, can you guess what that's represented by?
Is it an anvil?
It's a feather, Joel.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah.
And the draft power-up, that is where the game simulates that you are getting more of a draft, and so it's really helpful. It increases the draft you get by 50% for 30 seconds. So something like that, Joel, is really helpful if you're going to go on an attack. You would normally be copying all the wind draft yourself, but that gives you kind of 30 seconds of leeway around that. So strategically, depending on which one you get, you really need to choose how to use them. Now, the kicker here, though, is if you do not use them before you go under the next arch, you don't get another one. So you can't just bank the power-ups. So you have to use them, and you have to be smart about how you do that.
The kicker here is also, of course, the Clyde
bike.
kicker. Well, the Clyde kicker on the Glasgow Crits, a literal kicker. So let's look at these power-ups. I think we're describing, Punchy, we're describing a little bit of elevation, but we're not going through the Pyrenees by any stretch.
No, we're not.
What are you preferencing with your power-ups?
Well, I think if we take a look at the course maps. We'll go to the Criterium course first. This is the semi-final that they'll be racing over. It's only 9 kilometres. They're doing 3 laps of that. You can see a lot of corners, a lot of technical, but that's not really such an issue when they're in the virtual world, right? They don't need to worry too much about bombing into a corner or wiping out the other side. But you can see from the elevation down the bottom, there's really not too much to worry about. The Clyde kicker, I mean, as a sprinter, I can say I wouldn't be too concerned about that. But it is 3 laps of this course, and even the tiniest amount of elevation, there's about 100 metres total elevation in this race. Even the smallest amount can make a difference in terms of especially dropping the power-ups. But again, the power-ups are random. So you don't know, you don't get to choose which one you'll get. You just need to figure out how to utilise it. And then if we take a look at what the final will be, that is over the Rolling Highlands. And you'll notice, Joel, that this is a bit lumpier.
Just a touch, yeah,
right?
absolutely. Now, you've ridden all over the world. This experience, this course here, how does it compare? How does it stack up? Noticing this blue dot, because I know this was you. Just if you can see the blue dot, this was actually Kate.
Yeah, that's how
testing
fast
out
I
the
was.
course. Yeah,
they haven't sped it up at all, Joel.
Not at all.
No, that was me. Yeah, this is a really great course because it is one that the climbers have their real opportunities to attack, and you can see that in the elevation. It's 183 metres of elevation, so double what it is in the Criterium. But more than that, it also gives an opportunity for the more flat landers, I like to call them, sprinters, rollers, where they can take an opportunity to get some recovery on the downhills, because what goes up must come down, especially when it's a lap like this is. And it's also quite a dynamic course for people who have a really good power range within around, the 2 to 5 minute power range. This is really one for them.
Okay, so we're looking at live pictures in the cube right now. The men's first semi-final, not too far away from starting. The riders just having those final warm-ups and looking pretty composed, looking pretty measured, looking ready to go, hitting that Glasgow Crit circuit.
It's exciting. We've got 4 minutes approximately until the race starts. And I've got to say, they're all looking pretty relaxed, understanding that. Now, what an incredible setup this is, Joel. Each of the riders has 3 screens to themselves. So they're set up in this wonderful facility that allows them to just have this fantastic digital space. And it gives them enough distance between each other that they're also not going to be distracted by the rider next to them's screen or their power output. And what they will see on screen is the view from them on the bike. So if you can imagine, it's a first-person view. They'll see themselves in the bunch. They won't see their avatars. They will just see what their avatar is seeing. And so if they don't see anything in front of them, they're at the front.
They're winning.
Or they're so far off the back that they've lost the race. But we don't expect it to be, honestly, that diverse.
Well, the racing itself,
we're in the finals. Right?
Blink and you miss it sort of stuff.
Exactly. These aren't the qualifying. These are the finals. So they're just tweaking equipment a little bit, making sure that their setups are perfect.
Yep.
And the wonderful thing about the kicker bikes is that you just put in your measurements. You put your seat to the height, you move the handlebars forward, you do it up. You can tilt the bike up slightly if that's your preference, or down. So pretty soon we're going to go down into the pen, and that is where they start. Now, the riders do have a lead-in, but once they're on the course, we're going to see 3 laps, 9.28 kilometres, a minute 20 to go until they hit that. Joel, this is going to be fast and furious. We're expecting about 13 minutes for the 9 kilometres.
I've got all sorts of tingles happening here. So men's
You got
first
all the feels.
Oh, it's amazing. We got the men's first semi-final. So once again, Josh Harris, as you say, that experience behind him going in as the first qualifier here. Josh Wilson, Andrew Downey, Mitchell Stewart, and the wild card, as I like to say, the ace in the hall.
The ace in the hall.
Kyle Marwood.
All right, let's go through to game now. So what we are seeing in screen now is what the riders see in game. And this is the Zwift platform. the esports racing platform. And this is called the Pen. They have the countdown, and just like in any race, when it gets to 0, game on, and you have to go. You don't just start moving unless you start pedaling, and that's one of the really cool things. There are no controllers here. They're not just battling it out like maybe a car race or something like that. They've got to put the pedal to the metal.
So they're pedaling right now. They need to stop and then start again before we hit go here?
No.
Warming up? You just go. It's a rolling start.
Well, no, because, they are held back until that, and it is controlled in game so that they won't start moving at all. So it doesn't matter if they're pedaling or not. It won't start moving. And at any rate, so they're underway. Here we go. Our first in real life eSport championships, semi-final number 1 for the men.
All right, starting up in a pretty tight bunch. Kyle Marwood, it looks like we're looking from Kyle Marwood's perspective so far, keeping some early pace. Nothing too strenuous too early from what I'm seeing here, Catherine. And
we will be able to see different views. So we're able to toggle through and see the race from different perspectives. We've got Josh Harris, Josh Wilson, Andrew Downey, Mitchell Stewart and Kyle Marwood are the 5 riders out on course. Jay Harris, 2 metres. That means that from the view we are seeing, he is 2 metres to the back of the course. We will see the leaderboard. This is now the start of the race in earnest, and we will see some stats come up as they are racing. But pretty conservative so far.
Yeah.
It's 9 kilometres. There's nothing to gain. There is no award for going out too hard too early.
Having said that, looking in the cube, we've got at least 4 riders up out of the saddle really, really early on, punching out the Ks here, Kate. So getting that intensity early is obviously crucial, getting that rhythm and then picking your moments, knowing when those power-ups, whatever they may be, are going to come into play. Look at Josh Wilson and Harris there up toward the front.
And those blue vans, that is a draft power-up. So we're seeing them drop them pretty early because they're a pretty safe one to drop, and they are probably thinking later on in the race they're not necessarily the ones they want. If they get a power-up that they want to hold on to, they just won't use it until they've got a spot in the race in their mind that they're going to do that. But we do have 2 distinct riders sitting very much at the front there. But look at this, 4 in the aero kit. They're essentially teammates, but they're not today. It's a national championship, but if it was not a national championships, they'd actually be racing together as a team, and poor Andrew Downey would be feeling a little bit outnumbered right about now.
He would be feeling hunted, wouldn't he? Absolutely, as they come around the corner here. And I'm interested in some of the headwear I'm seeing as well. Not your traditional helmets by any stretch. Is that a yeah, it is. That's a UK flag.
It's a bucket hat.
Bucket hat, okay.
Yeah. Well, so these bikes are called the Tron bikes. They're the fastest bikes in game. Here is that little moment of elevation, and it's Josh Harris who has decided, I'm not waiting around for anybody. I'm a good climber. He's a fantastic climber, and he's just going to make them hurt. I think he's playing with them a bit here,
You've said to me before that one of the least favourite things of your career were riders who attacked on any kind of climb, any kind of climb whatsoever. And Josh Harris says, hey, Kate, that's what I like to do.
It was climbs and anybody who dared to attack on them. But for a rider like Josh Harris, he's quite opposite in physiology to a rider like Kyle Marwood. So Kyle Marwood smashes out massive watts when it comes to sprints. Josh Harris doesn't want to come to the final with him and just wait and see what happens. He wants to make sure Kyle Marwood is worn out by the time he gets there. And so that's some of the tactics that we're looking into. Andrew Downey was on the top of the list. You might just notice that he's given himself a nickname, Bird.
The Bird. Okay.
We'll call him the Bird. But
the
Josh
bird
Harris.
is flying.
So we can see watts per kg. And now what that means is the number of watts that they're putting out through the bike divided by the number of kilograms they weighed at that weigh-in at the beginning of the race. And that gives us watts per kg. If you're talking about a flat course, it doesn't mean that much, to be honest, because it's more about absolute power. But the minute it ticks up, like a Josh Harris, the watts per kg will really notch up.
Josh Harris has just touched 11. He's hovering around that 10 mark at the moment in the watts per kg. he's not holding back.
Well, I mean, so for comparison, Josh Harris, we've seen him already throw the first real aggressive move out there. He races at around 62 kilos. Kyle Marwood, who I said is the really big, powerful sprinter, he races at about 90 kilos. So you can tell just from that base number that their powers are going to be a little bit different. If we look around the 15-second watts per 15-second effort, which is what it'll come to if it comes down to a sprint, Kyle Marwood, he puts out massive numbers, 991 watts for 15 seconds. Mitchell Stewart, 1,089 watts.
Now you have a comparison here. You have one of the great riders to compare the average watts per kilo to, the great Freddie Ovett. Now, what we're seeing at the moment isn't too far shy.
No, so Freddie Ovett is one of the world's best medalists at the World Esports Championships, an Aussie rider. Now, for 15 seconds, his absolute power is 1,055. So that's actually lower than Mitchell Stewart. So we are looking at world-class, not just nation best, but world-class riders out on course. And the riders who do prefer the climbs, and I'm talking especially about Josh Harris here, again, he needs to wear them out. He needs to make sure that they've got a bit of fatigue, because the final will suit him, but this will be a bigger test for him than the final will be.
How important is it, like, if you know you're in that position, if Josh Harris is in that position, he's looking good, when does he start thinking ahead to a potential final berth and potentially conserving some energy, that, holding back?
Well, I think, Josh Harris has so much endurance that he won't be looking to conserve here at all. It will be very important for him to make the final. The top three will go through to the final, and the rest of them will say, amazing to make the finals of the Esports Championships, but you're out for now. So we're seeing a core group of 4 here. We're missing a rider.
Yeah, we are. Someone's
We're
dropped
missing
off the
a rider.
back
So
here.
let's see if we can get a view on who that is.
Is it Andrew Downey that's it's dropped off the back there?
It looks like it looks like Josh Wilson, maybe off the front. Joel.
Oh, okay, he's gone the other
done
way.
A reverse-aroo.
Oh, Wilson.
Josh Wilson, who has some exceptional power numbers, I might say. He has ridden only 12,000 kilometres in Zwift. So you think that might be a lot, but he's only ridden 66 races. And that's in comparison to Josh Harris, who's ridden 806.
Here's a move coming
races.
up, and we can see that icon floating above the head as well. Look at that beautiful aerial view. I love the atmosphere we're creating here. We heard the bagpipes earlier. The crowd's going absolutely wild. Look at that. We've got a feather power up in there, and looking at the very front there. What's that one? That's the helmet power up.
Well, yeah, so that is an aero power up. So that is making them more slippery through the air. But Josh Wilson, he's got a nearly 12-second advantage. And at the moment, he's riding away from them. This is very dangerous for the likes of Josh Harris, who now is racing for only one of 2 spots to make that final if Wilson can maintain this gap.
That gap has been pretty consistently up around 10 seconds for quite some time now.
It's audacious.
He is showing some real power.
I like it. And doesn't his avatar look comfortable? I mean, that is the funny thing when you're watching an avatar versus in real life. They always look pretty comfortable, no matter what.
They look completely chilled out. They're just at home playing a video game, quite literally. But no, they're not. They're actually exerting themselves to a rather extreme degree, as we see Josh Wilson's power hitting around that 6.3 mark, the gap just under 11 seconds at the moment. He has pulled well and truly clear here, Kate.
Yeah, so this is really interesting race tactics. Someone like Kyle Marwood, his best bet is to just sit in and wait for the sprint. Not waste any energy, see if he can conserve as much as possible. We are seeing a few little gaps open up. Andrew Downey is making sure that he doesn't get to the finish with super fresh legs, because both Mitchell Stewart and Kyle Marwood are big dangers in a sprint. And Kyle has said to me before this race, he hasn't been doing as much esport racing this year as he has in the past. He's not as fit, but if they bring him to the sprint and he's got any kind of freshness left in his legs, he's just got so much sheer power that it will be an easier path to the final for him
Here-
than the others. Josh Wilson now out at around 13 seconds,
His
Joel.
to lose now, yeah, getting up around 13, 14 seconds. That's a quite extraordinary effort to start this first men's semi-final. And look at the cool customer. The hair hanging down, the avatar looking completely relaxed. I guarantee you the effort unfolding in the cube does not mirror the look of that avatar by any stretch. That gap is screaming up now, Kate, 16 and a half seconds.
Whew, this is quite an interesting ride from the rider from the Cradle Coast Cycling Club. A lot of Tasmanian representation, I've got to say here. What are they doing down there? Now, his favourite Zwift course, though, is Alpe du Zwift. So he likes to climb. And with that in mind, that may be why he thought, hey, look, I'm really not comfortable. I don't back myself to hang around for the finish. If I don't get out and in front of this, it's not going to be my day. He's taken it absolutely in his stride. 21 seconds that gap is now. That is enormous. In Zwift, they usually say 15 seconds and you're gone. Once you get that's like the really hard gap to get, right? It often hovers around the 10-second mark. But what we're seeing play out here is Josh Wilson has said, no, not hanging around for a sprint. I'm on the move. And the other four, they've almost given up the goat to even try and chase.
Yeah, they're just looking for a berth, aren't they? That win is sort of is getting away, and there's a good reason for that as well. There's some serious pedigree on offer with Josh Wilson. His father, ex-pro Michael Wilson, he rode in the 1980 Olympics, all the Grand Tours as well. He actually has won stages in the Giro and La Vuelta as well.
And he's done a stint in Europe in the professional scenes, but he actually developed a health condition and had a tumour on his heart and had to step away from that dream. And so he's now in the health that he can recommence his cycling goals. This is his first proper esports race. So he's done 66 on Zwift. Now, that's in the scheme of things not very experienced at all, but this is his first national championship, his first championship event. Strategically, he's put himself in an exceptionally good position.
And you mentioned that the medical timeout he basically had with those health issues. Worth dropping a name here of who inspired him to come back. None other than Tour de France podium finisher Richie Porte as well, fellow Tasmanian.
Yeah, how good is that?
If Richie's tapping you on the shoulder saying, go on, get back on the bike, you're going, yeah, righto, Richie. Okay, sure. I'll come and have a ride around your Scottsdale Loop and see how we go. And that has led him here. That gap has officially gone over 30 seconds. It's 31.3. What's in the mind at the moment, Kate, of Mark Stewart back there? He's the longest gap. Now, that bunch is still really, really tight, but he is at the back of it. Mitchell Stewart.
Yeah, well, Mitchell Stewart and Kyle Marwood, their best bet is to stay out of the wind. I say that just as Kyle gets out of his seat and accelerates. Come on, Kyle, aren't you listening?
Here it goes.
But this is because we're coming into the final stretch, and this is where they will be going for that qualification spot. Josh Wilson at this point is pretty set, but Kyle Marwood and Mitchell Stewart in particular are the sprinters to look out for. Josh Harris needs to get a good wheel. He needs to settle in behind Marwood or Stewart and just hold on for dear life, because that is the opportunity.
I'm fascinated by this battle for qualification here behind Wilson.
And so this is the final sprint. They're throwing
Here
all
we
the
go.
power-ups out. What have we got here? Who is going to cross the line in second and third and make their way through?
Oh, they're absolutely gassing it to the line here.
Josh Harris and Andrew Downey.
There you
Josh
go.
Harris in second, Andrew Downey in third. Our sprinters, Stewart and Marwood, they are out skis. So there we have it.
Mitchell Stewart, Kyle Marwood not progressing, but a big congratulations to Josh Harris, Josh Wilson, Andrew Downey.
Incredible ride.
What a ride from Wilson.
And especially because Stewart and Marwood are the two sprinters. So they've done a tremendous job of tiring them out, making it hard, and making sure that, no love. Sorry, guys.
Definitely no love lost on the Glasgow Crits.
So there we go. We have our first three finalists, and we do have our Cube reporters down there. We'll go and see if we can have a chat to Josh Wilson in a moment. To
just let him catch his breath.
You think so?
Oh, look, I
it would
need
be
to
the
catch
kind
my
thing
breath.
to do.
Yeah, gee, I tell you. Getting some pictures there. Like there's no unspent effort. All of the riders have absolutely left nothing out there. But just that massive gap. Look at that, 17.2 seconds. But that bunch really, really tight. Kyle Marwood falling away slightly at the end. They're not quite keeping pace with that sprint. But overall, Kate, let's take Wilson out, and we've got an absolute neck-and-neck battle in the first men's semi-final.
Yeah, that was quite a ding-dong. That will really set the scene for what we see in the next couple of semi-finals, because that will have empowered a few of the other athletes who are less sprint inclined to have a bit more confidence, knowing that even though it's a crit course, there's alternate ways to make your way through to the final. So I'm really impressed with that. I just hope Josh Wilson hasn't spent too many pennies on his journey there, but I think it would have inspired some confidence.
Can I just pick up two wonderful turns of phrase there? It was a wonderful ding-dong. It was an absolutely wonderful ding-dong, and spending too many pennies. So
Yes.
if that happens, let's talk about recovery quickly, because there's a little bit of time, obviously. What are you doing? What are you doing? You've rode your guts out there. You know that you need to front up for what's going to be an even bigger challenge. Talk me through it. What are your steps?
Well, look, it's a good question, because I think that, we can see from the pictures they're gently wandering off. Like, nobody's got a spring in their step,
No.
win or not. They've got a bit of time now. The finals for the men are at 6:40. So that's about an hour and a half they've got to recover. So they will be able to roll down on the warm-up bikes and make sure that the lactic acid isn't just pooling in their legs. They'll also be really hydrating and focusing on that, because that is really important. They have a lot of fans in the virtual cycling that's right in front of the riders, often positioned on the floor and blowing up into the face in order to keep them a little bit more comfortable, but they still heat up and it's a really big effort. Do you reckon they've caught their breath, you reckon?
I reckon
you can get Ash to get a mic in their face?
I reckon that'd be pretty close to it. We're going to go to the Cube. We're going to go there live to one of our Cube troopers now, Ash Watson, who I believe has managed to corral Josh Wilson. Let's see how Josh feels about that effort.
Josh Wilson, that was incredible. That was an amazing performance. What is racing through your head right now? Let me know.
Just glad to get through. It was a goal to just get through the final for me. So, yeah, I'm happy with that. And tonight's a success, whatever happens from here.
Wow, I can't imagine the training, the mental and physical discipline that's gotten to you to this point. I can't imagine how you must be feeling right now. It must feel incredible for you.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of hours on the bike in the last kind of 6 years. So it's nice to get to sort of do something at national level. I've done a bit on the road, but yeah, this probably tops it.
Amazing, incredible. So what are you going to choose to do to celebrate tonight?
I don't know. I haven't caught up with Josh Harris for a while, so we might have a couple of beers.
Incredible. Well, thank you so much. You did amazingly. That was incredible. We'll go back to Kathy. Thank you guys so much. Cheers. Thank you.
All right, good work, Ash Watson, one of the Cube troopers in the Cube, live with Josh Wilson.
Love it.
Can I just say quickly, he wasn't that puffed. If I was being interviewed, then I'd be like,
Actually,
he was doing okay.
It's a good point, because Ash seemed almost a bit out of breath because she was so excited. But that's how exciting it is in the Cube. It's just a great atmosphere. You can see that and you can feel that from the pictures. And look, it's really great to hear Josh Wilson showing the confidence, because the words, he did seem comfortable, he did seem happy, but we knew that he would take some confidence into the next round after that ride. Like, that was textbook. It was beautifully done.
Now, Catherine Bates, Olympian, Commonwealth champion, world champion. I'm going to give you a shout out here. You've tipped it. She's tipped it. You've got in early with 1 from 1 on the tips. Congratulations.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
It's what you do, isn't it?
You might notice we're just reclining here in these beautiful gaming chairs. I'd like to request for future broadcasts such comfortable. You can put the Sega Mega Drive controller down.
Yeah, this is like the picture of my childhood right here, minus the super futuristic gaming chair, which is what I love about this, because as I said, during that semi-final, we heard the bagpipes, we saw the flying pig in the air, we heard the crowd.
Oh, did you
screaming.
see the flying pig?
Oh, I did not miss it.
Apparently, there is going to be somewhere potentially rumoured to be in the Rolling Highlands course.
What, Kate?
Nessie.
Nessie.
She's been seen. She has.
Now, this is what
Not
you
on
call...
the crit course. She doesn't make her way to town.
No, look, that
but
doesn't need to go to town. There's plenty of food in the Highlands for Nessie, but that's what I love about this, is because if you love your video games, you know that one of the coolest features is what they call the old Easter egg. And Zwift, it's not without its Easter eggs. Whether it be a course imitating a real-world city, a real-world track, we see Paris, London, Tokyo, places like that, or somewhere like Wartopia, which is completely invented. There's so many cool
it's very
things
cool.
that pop up.
Yeah,
Are they distracting?
No, not really, actually. I mean, I think there's different ways to approach it. And I certainly, the first time I was on a bike in front of a giant screen, it was a bit sensory overload for me. I found myself actually putting my head down and I got a bit of a sore neck because it was so much input. And in a race, in real life, when you're surrounded in a bunch, there's a lot of inputs, but it is very different. You're concentrated a lot more on the steering, on the safety, on all that sort of aspect of it. But you don't have that in the virtual world, but instead you have all of this data. And in fact, there's a lot of athletes who turn the data off. So they prefer to race with a clean screen so that they can see their competitors, but they can't see the numbers and the output, because if there's just so many numbers, right? And if you know that you can hold 500 watts for 3 minutes and you're watching your watts sitting at 550, you know that you're a ticking time bomb.
So you're basically saying that watching can be perilous.
What watching can be perilous.
What is it about what watching?
Well, they sometimes some of the riders, they like to collect the data when they're on their bike, but they'll cover them up so that they can't see it when they're out on the road or something. But it's each to their own. Like, I've got a very analytical mind, so I was overwhelmed just with the screen and the input, but I love the numbers. And for me, it became, instead of concentrating on the fact that my legs were about to explode and my lungs were about to fly out of my nose, it felt, it's more to me, you can break it down and you can kind of think about the numbers and the mathematics of it all.
For the record, did you ever see anyone's lungs fly out their nose?
No, look, I haven't. Okay. And in fact, I had a German coach who said to me, how was the time trial effort? And I said, absolutely horrible, I'm dying. And she said, no one's ever died from doing a time trial effort. It's true. It's true.
That's good.
A little bit of the dramatic. There's another semi-final coming up. Yep. We're only a couple of minutes out from that.
Let's have a look at the guide. Now, you mentioned earlier Nick Spratt, younger brother of Australian cycling royalty Amanda Spratt, Spratty Blue Shoes herself.
Yep. We can call him, he's another Spratty, like a double Sprat.
Have we seen the colour of his shoes, though?
I think so. Well, maybe not Spratty Blue Shoes, maybe blue? Just Spratty. He's from the Penrith Cycling Club. There's two actually riders from the Penrith Cycling Club here today. It's at the base of the Blue Mountains in Sydney, and it has a pretty good pedigree. I'm from Parramatta, so they're my enemy.
The enemies of the West, absolutely.
Yeah, said with all due respect to Nick Spratt. But he's got Trent Stevenson in this semi-final with him. Cameron Winfield, who is reasonably new to the cycling world. In fact, he's an under 23 and he's come from the sport of running. So he's a very good runner, very good cross-country runner. So he's what I like to call lungs on bike. Like, he's just got the physiology to do it. And the fact that not a lot of skills are required in the virtual world gives him more of an advantage than if he was out doing it in person.
Okay, what about... sorry, please.
No, he's joined by our favourite chippy.
Yep.
Gatesy, Mark Gates.
Wanted to ask you about Gatesy. I just wanted to ask you about Gatesy. Very relaxed approach, sort of saunters in. Hold my hammer and nails. I'm just going to jump on the bike for a tick and see how I go.
Well, I hope he doesn't hammer it from the start, or he'll be nailed by the end.
And yet another Tassie rep. Hobart Wheelers and Aero.
I know.
Is it the centre of the esports universe?
No, I think it's quite simple. It's cold.
Yeah, okay, got to go indoors.
It is cold in Tasmania. Really quickly, Joel, because they are about to jump into action. But on top of the awards that they will get, the jerseys, the medals, what we've got on set here is what I like to call the Golden Bilby. The Golden Bilby Award. We'll get you a shot of this in a moment. And this is the award that I like to give to people for what I think is the best effort.
Can I just...
So not the winner, but...
Yeah, MVP. Oh, not MVP, but you're most tenacious. Can I just... It's not gold.
Well, no, it's not gold. But when I ordered it, the picture was gold.
Okay.
And I still think it should be called the Golden Bilby. But we have our beautiful little bilbies here.
What about the almost
on
golden
set.
bilby?
The almost golden bilby. I'm going to
Okay.
give the almost golden bilby to Andrew Downey because he was outnumbered by Aero, and whether or not they work together as a team, it's intimidating to see all of those jerseys on screen that are one club, and you are distracted. So in each race, we're going to hand out a golden bilby. So the
Okay.
first one to Andrew Downey.
Second men's semi-final up. Let's get ready to virtually rumble. Here we go at QUT Gardens Point in the Cube right now. Catherine Bates and Joel Spreadborough with you. We're looking forward to seeing how this one unfolds after seeing a pretty dominant first men's semi-final. We are moments away. I love this. There's literally a wall of power, like a shield, a ray shield in front of them. You're not going anywhere, like you say.
Yes, it's called a fence in the virtual world. It is a fence.
Well, I'm a Star Wars nerd, so I'm calling it a lightsaber shield.
I like that. It does look a little bit like that. So we will have our 5 riders heading out on course. Again, it is 9.38 kilometres, 3 laps of the beautiful Glasgow Crit Circuit. 5 semi-finalists, 2, 1... and they're underway.
And we are off and racing on the Glasgow Crit Circuit, the second men's semi-final. Catherine, underway now. Once again, a measured start. A measured start from our bunch.
Touch of the Richie Benno there.
Yes,
Joel.
thank you very much, Catherine. It's a pleasure to be here at the Cube this evening.
So the way that they do the broadcasting, they have a Zwift avatar racing in there as well to bring us these beautiful pictures. And that's why sometimes from the rear of field we can see all 5 riders in front. So here they are out on the course. We know, again, 3 laps. We saw what happened last time, Joel.
Yep.
The climbers, well, they kind of took the mickey, didn't they?
A
They
little
said,
bit,
hey,
a little bit.
sprinters,
Yep.
you want to win this? Now, I'm going to tell you a quick little story of my own in this one.
Oh, please, yeah.
In this scenario, I was the climber, riding a track sprint against Kerry Mears, the sister of Anna Mears, both of them absolute legends in the sport. It was a 3-lap race around the velodrome. I thought I'll never beat her, ever, in a sprint. So the minute that they let us go and blew the whistle, I took off. She caught me.
She got you. Oh!
But it was the only chance I ever had. And for 2.75 laps,
Yep.
I was winning.
Now, looking at the
I
other
didn't win in the end.
But hey, you know what? You had that moment, though.
I did.
And
I had
not
that
many
moment.
people can achieve that. But look at this. Getting into it, still very early stages. We're still less than a kilometre into it, 8.5 to go. But the wild card, getting out early with a very, very slight gap, Catherine, we've got Gilbert Gutowski. There you go.
He's a local boy. We're here at QUT Garden Point in Brisbane, beautiful Brisbane, for the Brisbane Cycling Festival. And Gilbo, I'm going to call him.
Yeah, Gilbo.
Gilbo is from Balmoral Cycling Club. Now, they are arguably one of the most integral parts of talent development in Australia. Track, road, esports, they just have such an incredible stable over there. They're doing such incredible things. And
I should say they had a day out at the Track National Championships recently as well. They truly did.
They
Balmoral.
did. He's a 43-year-old local boy. He's a bit surprised to be here. He was absolutely chuffed to get the wild card. His power numbers say that he certainly belongs to be here, but he will be feeling the gravitas of this. And I think that having seen what happened in the last race, he's probably thinking, okay, it's not like they describe it. It's not just a simple crit course criterium where normally the sprinters prevail, but this is a real opportunity for anybody to put the rest of the riders under pressure. Nick Spratt has surged ahead. We're not seeing a clear outlier like we did early with Wilson here, but we still have 7 kilometres left to go. How good is it that we've got these graphics that show us everything? Cam Winfield is the rider that we're watching at the moment. And Joel, 56 kilometres an hour he's travelling, but they go up this little kicker and you'll see the speed slowly get wiped off and the power-ups really being used. This is the draft power-up, and we mentioned that it was a real opportunity, and this is Gilbo again.
Go on, Gilbo.
To drop that draft power-up when you're off the front on your own and you're not getting any draft from any other riders. And so that's when you use that, and it gives you a little bit of an advantage when you do attack. This is a tighter race.
It's far tighter, isn't it?
Well, but of course, because they saw what happened in the last one and they realise that actually it's a safer environment for them and a safer path through to qualifying for that final if they can stay together a bit more. Safety in numbers.
Gilbo back at the front now. That wattage has gone right down. He's down around 3. He was up around 7. He's probably peaked around 8.5 at the moment. But look at that gap. There is a tenth of a second. That's about as big as it gets. Oh, there you go. It's expanded a tiny little bit there. But Nick Spratt is toying with an attack. I've got a feeling here. He's just sort of moving in and out. We've seen a couple of little bursts from him. When's the best time? We've got 6.5 Ks to go. What are we going to see? We're going to see a last couple of 100 metres here.
Look, Spratty's a pretty dynamic rider. You know, he's got a lot of power and a lot of punch, but he's also really good over that mid-distance, and he will be very difficult to beat in this kind of format racing. Like, he really is a standout physiologically. He's also been racing since he was a kid, so he really knows how to race. He was an early adopter to the virtual cycling world. He's been on the platforms since day dot. And he really knows the strategy behind it, how to conserve energy. But the one big difference that I'll see from today versus a lot of the other Zwift racing that they do is the gravitas of being in the cube, of having hundreds of people shouting and cheering for you, having all of these screens around you. It's a bit of a different environment, and sometimes that in itself can be overwhelming. It's
a massive factor when they're used to doing it remotely. Coming here with the energy of the cube, we're seeing it on full display. And I'd love to I'll just mention here Cameron Winfield, another Penrith guy, who is a very, very good friend of Nick Spratt, a good friend of Spratty, and names Amanda Spratt as one of his great inspirations as well. Now, Winfield at the back of the bunch at the moment is about just over 2.5 seconds back. But I tell you what, for the young... I know you're Parramatta, but the Penrith boys are getting out there and having a red-hot crack here, Catherine.
Oh, well, they are. And Cam Winfield is the under-19 National Cross-Country Mountain Bike Marathon champion.
National Cross-Country Mountain Bike Marathon
champion.
Say that 10 times fast.
He can go and then keep going and then keep going. And
then climbing,
he can keep going again. And, of course, he came from a cross-country running background. Like, talented, super talented. He's a lot younger than Spratty. What a mentor.
Oh, incredible.
What an incredible mentor to have.
We're seeing a bit of a gap open here. Gilbo, he's opened up 7 seconds on Trent Stevenson now. Now, look at those reps, those revs at the moment. Gilbo's just shy of 6, whereas Stevenson a little bit more effort at 8.7.
And Gilbo, he's not a sprinter. He's not a flatlander, and he will be looking at what Josh Wilson did and going, it's going to hurt, but that's what I've got to do. So 5 seconds so far. 15 seconds is the magic in virtual racing.
That's your, like, you know what, put down the glasses kind of number.
I mean, look, it's a rough cut, right?
Yep,
but
sure.
It stays true most of the time, and you often see a real yo-yo between even the 3 to 8 second mark. Once it gets to 10, you start thinking, oh, they could be in this. But he's pushing on. And one of the important parts is who's going to chase. Because if you chase, you don't have any teammates, that is spending your own pennies. And we do have Trent Stevenson who said, no, I'm not going to give it up like what we saw happen in semi-final 1. And he's tried to jump across, but that has created a big chase where with 4 kilometres left to go, more than halfway through the race, we're all back together.
We are back together. We've actually, as you spoke through that gap went from 4 seconds to a tenth of a second just like that. And they are quite literally, in a virtual sense anyway, scorching through the streets of Glasgow. The flaming tyres on the road, Kate. It's blowing my mind.
Quite literally in a virtual sense. I like that. We'll stick with that.
Trent Stevenson, look at that. We are even Stevens at the front right now. We are, look at this, Catherine, 3.7, 3.6 to go. And that gap is 0 seconds between 1 and 2. 1 and 5, we've got less than half a second between them at the moment. Look at those wattage, they're pretty much lined up. That's extraordinary. We did not see anything like this in the first men's semi-final.
No, this is a completely different race, and this will again set the scene for what will unfold in the women's semi-finals, because we're seeing 2 very different ways to progress through the final. Because
it's
Josh Wilson, as we mentioned, he would have used a lot of energy to do that. Now, he needed to have the confidence in order to progress through without it being too stressful. But Spratt, Gutowski, Gates, Winfield and Stevenson, they're all playing a little bit. There's a little bit of cat and mouse is what we're seeing going on here. If we look at just the sprinters, and what I'm going to look at, Joel, is the 15-second powers. So watts per kg, let's not worry too much about that because it's a reasonably flat sprint. We're going to look at the absolute powers. And for the 15 seconds, Mark Gates, boy, he would blow your socks off. 1,165 watts average for 15 seconds.
Now that is pretty much 600 watts against ahead of the next best, Nick Spratt with 988. That is my maths is terrible. It's 200 above. I should have bought my calculator.
That's okay,
I knew it.
Professor.
But it's still significantly
But that's really
higher.
significant. And if you do go back and look at the watts per kg, Mark Gates is also really above there because 15.53, that is massive. We're talking professional virtual racer capacity there. Really, really impressive. If they go to the finish with Mark Gates sitting comfortably, they're in a little bit of strife. But Trent Stevenson, he said, I'm not keen to hang around for a sprint.
No.
2K to go. He's the one that's now forcing off the front. 6.6 seconds. This is over to 7 now. This is really quickly going out.
2 kilometres in, Steve-O says, hold my beer, everyone. I'm going to push ahead here. Gilbo looks like he might have lost a little bit of gas here, Catherine, from his early effort. He's about 9 seconds back right now.
Well, Gilbo's got to sit and conserve at this point. He really needs to make sure that he can get to the finish with a little bit left in the tank. Stevenson over 10 seconds now.
So we're approaching that
remarkable.
magical 15. The 15, the put down the glasses, the forget about it 15 seconds.
Forget about it. And more than that, what we're also approaching is the final kilometre.
Yeah,
and
1.7 to go.
It might be for the riders to chase or try and jump across with 5 kilometres to go when they then have time to recover. But they're well and truly outside that now. Nick Spratt, he says, see you later, fellas. I'm going to try and jump across to Stevenson. And he is absolutely on the march. Nearly 10 watts per kg. He was over there trying to jump across. It hasn't really dented that gap, though.
No,
it's
the gap
still
stays.
10 seconds.
Trent Stevenson, 1.3 to go. That gap remaining comfortably above 10. But Nick Spratt and Winfield as well coming in a little bit short. And we are seeing a little bit of a second effort from Gilbo here as well. He's got inside that 10.
Well, if they all come into the finish together, these other 4 riders, Gatesy, Mark Gates, he is the one, our favourite, Australia's favourite chippy, we're going to call him.
Absolutely nailing it out there, isn't he?
From a power profile perspective, he's got this in the bag.
Well, he's got the fitness, hasn't he? You're out working as a chippy. He's got the strength.
Well,
for
he
sure.
does, but he's pretty inexperienced in esports. So can he navigate these final seconds, this final sprint? What we're seeing, he hasn't hit that magical 15, but he's hit enough with 600 metres left to trot. Trent Stevenson is going to take this away. We will be looking at the sprint for the second and third spots through to that final. Brilliant ride by Trent Stevenson.
Spratt and Gilbo locked up gap-wise. This is going to be absolutely fascinating. Who is joining Steve-O in the final with 400 metres left? Here we go, Kate.
All right, here we go. This is where the power-ups are starting to be used, and a great use by Cam Winfield of the feather, because he's not known as a sprinter, but when you drop the feather and it reduces your watts in-game by 9.5 kilos for 15 seconds, it means you can accelerate more. Because if you're accelerating your body weight minus 9.5 kilos, you will move faster. So really great use of the power up there. And I think he might hold them off.
I think he's going to do it.
No!
Oh, late push.
Over the top.
Wow.
Oh,
my goodness. That is racing right there. That is an extraordinary.
in. I tell you what, Australia's favourite chippy.
Oh, hammering it. I tell you what, talk about leaving it late.
Hold on. It looks like our favourite, Nick Spratt, he's gone.
He's out. Nick Spratt is not going to feature in the final.
Wow.
Trent Stevenson will be there. Mark Gates will be there. And Cameron Winfield. That late flourish there was absolutely something to behold. So congratulations to those 3 riders, because I tell you what, it took until that last 400 metres to really have any idea who else was going through.
I'm shook, Joel.
I'm shook up.
Totes shook.
I've never been shooker.
That was a hot semi-final, but I would have almost highlighted Nick Spratt. Highlighter straight on his name.
Oh, you had him
through
in
to the
there,
final.
didn't you?
Yeah, I wasn't worried at all.
So is that okay? I'm just keeping your tips here. So that's 1 from 2 for
yeah,
K
it's 1 from 2.
Notice I haven't put any tips forward. To
Look,
be fair,
brilliant, right? There are 3 really different profiles here of the top 3 there. Trent Stevenson probably came in as the 4th or 5th rated, needed to do something special. He did. See, it's not just about the numbers in your power profile. Brilliant ride from him. Mark Gates, favourite chippy. We knew he had the sprint, but look, he's just executed it. So it's not even about knowing he has the numbers. It's about being able to deliver them.
yeah, I think you could say he saw the opportunity. He put the hammer down and he absolutely nailed it there. Really, really
well, and
beautifully
Cam
done.
Winfield, our under-23, who is our under-19 cross-country marathon mountain bike national champion.
As you
what
do.
a talent.
I got to
right?
say, Gilbo, though, dropping away there. There was less than half a second between 2nd and 4th in that one.
Yep.
Gilbo's early effort, did it cost him at the end?
I don't... Look, I think that he was going to have... He doesn't have a lot of experience in virtual racing, and I think that he put himself in a good position, which was really great. We'll go down to the cube in a minute, but we've got Ash up here. Ash, beautiful interviews. The emotion. We were kind of laughing because we thought you were more out of breath than Josh Wilson.
Yeah, you were excited, Ash Watson.
Excited, hey, they were amazing. Oh, the vibe down there was incredible.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how amazing they were. It was so exciting.
Is the crowd really getting into it? It seems from here, the pictures.
Definitely, for sure. Everyone's like really on their toes every single time. If someone passes someone, they're like, ooh. So it's really, really exciting to see everyone really get into it and get the vibe.
That is so good.
I have to ask you, garish outfits. Is there anyone down there dressed like a video game character, wearing like a Mario hat? I just have to know.
Look, I will say I'm quite a judgy person when it comes to these things. But I will say, look, most people there have dressed quite nicely. So, people have definitely kind of really started to dress quite nicely to these things. They're handing out wine and things.
It is
As
a
you
bit
do,
about
I love it.
fashion, isn't it? Let's
All
get down to
fashion.
the cube and let's hear from Trent Stevenson. Wonder how out of breath he is.
Samil Dalji with Trent Stevenson.
Guys, we're down here at the cube where all the action is. Trent, how good was that?
That was probably my best ever ride in esports. I knew I had nothing to lose, and the guys eased a little bit, and I just took the opportunity. I had practiced that a few times because I didn't back myself in a sprint. So, I just thought, what the hell, I'll give it a go and see where I end up.
Oh, what a good sport. And, Trent is about to set up his bike, not his bike, but his wife's bike, Trudy, who's about to race now. What would it mean if both of you won the semi-finals?
Oh, it'd be amazing. But look, to be honest, Trudy's up against a pretty tough competition. If she made the final, would be fantastic. But it's a great effort for her to be here, and it's great to race here with her.
Amazing, guys. It's just amazing. The buzz here is fantastic. Back to you guys.
Okay.
Well, that was, I tell you what, Trent Stevenson, what a legend. Do you think he's inspired his wife? Because you spoke to the husband and wife team yesterday.
Yes, we did.
And she pretty much was strong-armed. It was like a condition of marriage, wasn't it?
I love that.
That
I
she
love
got
it.
into the virtual racing.
Yeah, she was saying how she said it's because she's married him, she's now being forced to condition to start cycling. But she seemed like she's like no regrets. She loves it, and she says how she's glad that she's still at her age and still able to compete like this. And I think it's incredible, and I think her story is really inspirational.
It really is, and we've talked about how wonderful the atmosphere is down in the cube. Do you think, like, it's all fun and games, this virtual sport, and we sit up here and we have a little bit of fun, and we've got our golden bilby here.
Almost golden bilby, Kate.
Almost golden bilby. But do you think that they're really feeling the nerves and the gravitas? Like, can you see it in their body language?
Definitely, especially when they're being introduced and they're walking up and they're being introduced one by one. You can tell they're like a little bit nervous, but the nervous energy is definitely what makes it better. It's definitely, everyone's so competitive and everyone's really getting into it. So that nervous energy, honestly, it's creating a really awesome vibe down there.
That is so cool.
Ash, just the space itself, just describe it to us. So we've got screens from here pretty much to the moon.
Yes, yes.
Give me a bit of an idea of the actual setup down there.
So basically, it's the riders in front of these huge screens, and behind them, everyone is kind of watching them and their screens. And there's a lot of people that are sitting down through it as well. So there's people honestly scattered all around everywhere, and it's really, really cool to see everyone really get into it so much. So,
guys, the next race starts in 6 minutes.
Okay.
It's going to be the women's semi-finals, but we've got a pretty
gotta give out a
important.
bilby.
We've
We
got
do.
to give out a bilby.
Now, I think there's 3 of us, so majority? Or
Okay, I like that. Or if we all choose somebody different, then, maybe Houdini Harry, our fantastic director, he can pipe on in and give us his opinion.
He'll have to wave his magic wand to make a decision.
What do you think? All right, Ash, you can go first. Who do you think should be up for the Golden Bilby?
look, honestly, the people, I think Josh Harris, he seemed really, really into it. And I think Gilbert Gutowski as well.
That is a really good one.
Yeah.
That is a good one because he would have been a bit nervous.
Yeah.
He's a local,
Definitely.
so I don't know.
Look, I think we might be unanimous because I like Gilbo as well, going in as a wild card, pushing out that early gap. And I think he was the guy who really set the tone. He was the one who set that pace because we're sitting here going, is someone going to... are we going to get into this? And he was the one that did that push ahead and didn't quite get there at the end. The gap extended a little bit toward the end. But once again, I've got an almost golden Bilby with his name written all over it because it was a tenacious effort.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go for the same as well. And in large part because he came in as a wild card. He's a local from the Balmoral Cycling Club. And they have these fantastic clubhouses out that's just been redeveloped by the Brisbane City Council out at Muraree. It's fantastic. It's the most amazing venue. And the club is just doing such incredible things for the sport. The fact that they've encouraged him at 42 years of age to get into the sport, I give him the kind of somewhat golden Bilby. And just to clarify, I did get enough Bilbies for them all to actually get the Bilby. Like, this isn't, just a tease.
Bilbies everywhere you look.
Yeah.
Did you get enough for us
If there
as
is
well?
an ear missing, I know who to look at. Joel Spreadborough.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Okay, we're not too far away from the women's semi-final here, semi-final one. So let's have a look at the form. I want to get out of the blocks here, Catherine, because Jessica Bemrose, now 37 years young, and I love that. Once again, evergreen at 37, but a former triathlete. A former triathlete who had an injury, and once again, it's one of those stories. You're injured, you're out, you're not swimming, you're not running, but I tell you what you can do. You can get on the bike. Got on the bike, fell in love with the bike. She's a mother of 4. She lives at the Gold Coast. She trains with her husband and her kids alongside her in the garage. And she says, I was chatting to her, I said, what's an average training week for you? And she goes, 500 Ks on a slow week.
Average.
On a slow week. I says, Jess, are you
I
sure?
would call that a very healthy coping mechanism for a mother of 4 is what I would call that.
What a healthy
Honestly.
escape.
I know, it is. But it's really good because one of the other riders, and she's in semi-final 2, but Vicky Whitelaw, she was a former professional and she got into the sport because, and you would know this, Ash, balancing study, balancing everything.
Yeah.
Physically, sometimes you don't have time to look after yourself.
Yeah.
But from a mental health perspective, it's also really tough.
Oh, definitely.
And so Vicky Whitelaw, that's what she got into it in the first place, into the esports part of it. And she's one to watch. Ash, talk us through the 5 in the first women's semi-finals.
Yeah. So, the first 5 are Jessica Bemrose, then Peter Antonello, Brianna Samuel, Emma Pratt, and Trudy Stevenson.
Well,
Okay, so the other half of the Stevenson duo firing up to
I
get in
reckon
there.
Ash has the lucky touch with Trent Stevenson,
Yeah.
like from the interview. So maybe if Trudy gets a little bit of that, then that's going to be pretty lucky. Look, Emma Pratt, I think, is a really interesting one. Her sister qualified through the Zwift Academy to get a professional contract on the road with Canyon SRAM. I'm going to note my bias here. My sister coaches, she doesn't coach Emma though, all right? But I've watched how she's developed and it's been a really great story because she also rides with a sister. Wow. It's also with Jess. It's also just been a real way for her to reconnect with her family as well, which is just fantastic.
That's amazing.
And she towed me up yesterday.
I want to mention to Peter Antonello as well. She's from the Footscray Cycling Club. Shout out and represent to Footscray down there.
Yes.
Her favourite Zwift course is TikTok, which I think I was like,
TikTok
oh, she's a
on
social
the
media guy.
clock.
But no, it's an actual Zwift course as well.
Wow.
I'm old enough that when you said TikTok, I thought of Kesha, not of the app.
I thought of Play School. I thought of the Rocket Clock.
All right,
Yeah.
that is disastrous. Ash, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having
but you've
me.
got to get moving because
I do, yes.
you've got some people to interview on the other end.
Yes, I do.
Of this. But thank you again, and make sure they stay excited down there.
Big shout out.
Pump up the volume.
Big shout out to our Cube trooper, Ash Watson, joining us here in the studio. QUT Gardens Point is the location. The Australian National Championships Esports Cycling is the occasion. Catherine Bates is the expert. My name's Joel Spreadborough. I'm making up the numbers. I'm having an absolute blast, Catherine, let me tell you. We are 20 seconds away from the first women's semi-final. Trudy Stevenson, you can tell she's already thinking, gee, if I go home without a result here, Trent and I don't know.
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? I don't know.
5 seconds, Joel.
Here we go. Let's do this. Women's semi-final 1, and we are away. And look at that, straight out of the blocks, just like that.
Oh, yeah, wasting absolutely no time. We have got Trudy Stevenson. We've got Emma Pratt, Jessica Bemrose, Peter Antonello, and Brianna Samuel.
Okay, early days, and you can hear some of that audio coming out of the cube as well, that energy. I love what
I think that's
Ash,
our energy coming out of the cube right now.
as well, yeah. The energy's going everywhere at the moment, but I love what Ash gave us some insight into that, the impact that can have on the riders coming here for real life, in real life, and doing it in front of this live audience and staying composed, conserving that energy, picking your moments, using your power-ups at the right time. Let's see how this one pans out. It's Emma Pratt up early, and once again, Kate, we're seeing pretty conservative early stage. We've still got 9 kilometres to go, a long time to go. Plenty of sights to see in Glasgow as well. But we've got Emma Pratt at the front and Brianna Samuel. They're currently having that battle. Just under 4.5 on the wattage, and the gap absolutely negligible at this point.
Yeah, there will be different tactics coming into these semi-finals than maybe they prepared for beforehand. But you don't come to the table with one plan. You come with 10 different plans and strategies because you can control how you race, but you sure can't control how the others race. And as we have seen in the men's semi-finals, it's almost, fortune favours the brave.
I was really interested in what you said earlier, how the way the first men's semi-final played out influenced the second men's semi-final in a big way. Is that now carrying over into the women's? Is that what they've seen so far on this Glasgow crit circuit? Are they sitting there going, wait a sec, I'm gonna mix it up a little bit based on what I saw earlier?
Yeah, definitely, because they know now that it's tough enough in a group of 5 that you can force a break. And if there was a bunch of 30 riders out on this course, it would be much more difficult. But you're balancing the objectives. So if you push off the front, yes, you're using a lot of energy, but there's only 4 people left to chase. Those 4 people won't be working together because, they're all in it for themselves. There's a national championship on the line. Like, we're not messing around here.
Yep.
But what that then means is there'll be some riders who are more comfortable to chase, other riders who are like, the only card I'm comfortable and confident playing is waiting for a sprint. So if they don't chase, I'm just going to take the risk that I'll get one of the remaining spots. And so that it really does, especially with timing, and that is, we really saw that especially in men's semi-final 2, where Trent Stevenson actually moved quite late in the race, but because then nobody was prepared to put in that really big effort to chase, we saw perhaps an outcome that wasn't necessarily expected. I'm still shook that Nick Spratt didn't make the final, by the way.
Shook to pieces. Absolutely shook to pieces. Brianna Samuel holding court at the moment. It's just a slight gap, only just over half a second ahead of Jessica Bemrose. Now, experience will tell here, as you say, Jessica Bemrose has compiled an extraordinary amount of kilometres. She's literally ridden around the world 3 times in a virtual sense.
In terms of time spent in-game, there is nobody that comes anywhere close to Jessica Bemrose. She's ridden 1,049 Zwift races. 118,765 kilometres, Joel. Travel around the world a couple of times.
Yeah.
And here's one for you. Her longest ride, this is how we know she's got the endurance, 333 kilometres.
That is...
With 10,500 metres of vertical gain.
vertical gain.
Yeah,
as
so
you
she
do.
went up Mount Everest.
Yeah, she basically went up Everest
'Cause
without
why
an
not?
oxygen mask.
It's-
Made it home safely, happy to say.
Now, we're seeing little gaps open up, but none of these are really meaningful enough to change the direction of the race.
We are seeing Trudy Stevenson at the back fall a little way behind at 6.5 kilometres out from the finish in this first women's semi-final. She's about 5 seconds off the pace, but it is Jessica Bemrose holding firm with Emma Pratt absolutely nipping at her virtual heels.
Look, just quietly, I feel a bit more validated if Emma Pratt wins.
Yeah, okay.
Given she towed me up over 1 kilometre yesterday.
Look, no shortage of effort from
1
both of you.
kilometre that took me, well, I was going to say 24 hours to recover from. I don't know that I am actually recovered now.
What was your time? Was it a time trial?
Oh, look,
sort
we
of
don't
setup?
need to talk
We don't
about
need to,
times.
You don't want to
Joel?
recap the time?
No, we
Okay.
don't need to revisit that.
Look,
but
Paris 32, it's still a few months away. No chance of you getting back for another
I think
campaign?
selection's been done, Joel. But she's a slight rider. We had some photos and quite a lot of people commented on how petite she is, only 152 centimetres. So she really is someone that you would think in real life would be more suited to the climbs. But what that means is she's got quite a good acceleration on her because she doesn't have a lot of weight to accelerate. And so you need to think of it in that terms too. On the flat roads, you tend to look at absolute watts and who's the more powerful rider. But when it comes to accelerating that mass, that is where some of the slighter riders can have level footing and it becomes a little bit more about timing. So we've got a group of 4 at the front. Trudy Stevenson, she has dropped off a little bit at the back, but that is simply because the pace at the front has been pushing just so ridiculously fast.
Well, they're averaging around 45 k's an hour at the moment at the front of the bunch, and Trudy's gap has gone out beyond 13 seconds at the back. She's got some work to do if she wants to see herself in the final a little bit later this evening, Kate, but just over 5 kilometres out, and that effort, like maintaining that power, as you say, on the flat, it's not a sluggish speed by any stretch.
It is absolutely not. And the dynamic is really different here too, because we've got 3 spots through to the final from 4 athletes. And so there will be most of them who are like, oh, the odds are actually pretty good. May the odds be ever in your favour. To our riders.
Yep.
Jessica Bemrose, I don't want to jinx her at all because I don't want to put the commentator's hex on her because she's who I would count as the Nick Spratt in this one. And I'm still shook.
Yeah, I know you are.
I don't know
You're
if I'll ever
absolutely
get
rattled.
over that.
Absolutely rattled. But Jessica Bemrose, those kilometres paying off at the moment. She's got a beautiful flow to what she's doing. I want to give Pete Antonello a mention here because her numbers are popping up consistently, and they're consistently high at the moment. 539 watts coming from her. She's slowed down just a tiny bit on a slight elevation here, but she's right in the mix. And that gap that Brianna Samuel has now opened up at the top is just over 2 seconds. But looking at the back of the bunch, Catherine, Trudy Stevenson has fallen 21.4 seconds behind. We've got 4.5 kilometres of racing left.
So this is where we are seeing a natural selection simply because of how hard they're racing, that they're really not wanting it to come down to a sprint. They're really banking on it not coming down to a sprint. In fact, Brianna Samuel, this is a smart move by her, really protecting her position. Antonello as well is in a great position. Bemrose would be feeling pretty confident at the moment because in a sprint, she would quite comfortably beat Antonello. And she knows now that there is a gap because they're able to see the stats that we are. They know they've got all the data, and sometimes it can be overwhelming. But in that moment, it gives you the foresight to understand exactly where you are, which is different, I might add, to in real life because you can't look over your shoulder and know the gap.
No, that'd be dangerous and also futile because you're doing it, on your own most of the time, but doing it here, you're just in a massive room, the massive queue, people everywhere, the noise, the atmosphere, the energy. I just want to talk about Jess Bemrose at the moment because she's placed herself and she's sitting sitting pretty comfortably in third, 3.3 off the pace, but her numbers are still pretty strong. Kate, she hasn't really dipped below that 40km/h mark. And
No.
the revs they're hovering around 400 watts for the most part. So she's just basically picking her moment right now.
And so she's in both Bemrose and Antonello are in a pretty safe position at this point. 3.3 kilometres left to go. This is the time where they have to consolidate. They're only 10 seconds ahead of Pratt. They don't have a huge advantage in terms of work power because there's only two of them. So it's not, we're not talking bunch versus individual. But what's more interesting is they're actually catching Samuel, and then they will have a decent advantage with 3 against 2 individuals chasing.
Got a couple of riders up out of the saddle in the cube as we get inside that 3-kilometre mark, and it is Brianna Samuel pushing out. But once again, that gap is minimal. It's negligible. It's her and Bemrose, a race of 2. Antonello a little bit further back, not too bad though, but Trudy Stevenson is suffering. She's almost 40 seconds at the back of the bunch. And I'll tell you what, Emma Pratt, she's sort of starting to slide as well, Kate. She's up around 13 seconds off the pace right now. Jessica Bemrose getting back into the front of the race. Just over 2.5 kilometres to go. Timing her run beautifully, showing the experience that has been gained by quite literally, in a virtual sense, riding around the world 3 times.
It is. So 2.5 kilometres left to go. 6.8 kilometres raced. Jessica Bemrose, comfortable.
This is what she does.
Pretty.
This is what she does.
And this is actually a really good scenario for these 3 riders because they need to keep an eye on that time gap. But if they just ride at a strong tempo, they're not going to use too much energy, and they will be able to conserve a bit for the final, which is, you can't guarantee that at all. And certainly in the men's race, there was nobody able to conserve much
Well,
by the end.
The first one, when Josh Harris just said, nice to meet you all, I'll see you at the finish line when you eventually get there, and just absolutely dashed off. But we are seeing a little bit of a change here. But Peter Antonello, I mentioned it earlier, working hard. She's been there or thereabouts, and she has currently moved to the front of the bunch, albeit very, very minimally. That first 3, there is less than, or just over half a second between the 3 of them. Trudy Stevenson has given it her all, but she's languishing back almost 50 seconds behind. And Emma Pratt, I'll tell you what, Kate, she's got some work to do as we go inside 2 kilometres.
She does. Look, this is not a course that suits her, to be honest. It is certainly the Rolling Highlands would be a much better course for her, but that's the way that they structure these semi-finals and finals. You got to get there. You got to get there. And this is quite good tactics from Bemrose, Antonello and Samuel working together, because now they can all conserve a bit of energy and ensure that, because they actually don't need Emma Pratt to be 20 seconds behind. She can be 5 seconds behind and they would still be in a pretty good position to take those 3 spots. I mean, it's the first 3 of the line. Heck, Emma Pratt could be 0.1 of a second behind it, in 4th position.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
And so it's the opportunity for them to ride with a little bit more smarts. And in fact, I'm going to point that out because with 1.4 kilometres left to go, they don't need to be increasing that gap. They can actually really take their foot off the gas and cruise on in here.
Oh, 100%. The spot is pretty much booked.
Any of them. Like Jess Bemrose could finish she could drop the wheel of these other riders of Antonello and just roll in 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. And
so
as you say,
that's like it. In a lot of races, you say the smartest way to win is by the smallest amount.
Yeah, beautifully said. And as you say, that magical 15-second it's all over barrier, well and truly behind these riders at the moment, with Emma Pratt and Trudy Stevenson out of contention, I think it's safe to say, with just under 850 metres to go. Antonello, Bemrose, Samuel racing hard. Who's going to be the brave heart that makes their way to the Scottish Highlands? And does it matter? Like you say, you finish first. There's still a little bit of a, hey, you're in the final? Oh, yeah, how'd you go in your semi? I won mine. I'll see you. I'll see you in a sec.
What it does is it gives a rider a bit of confidence, and it's also a really good warm-up and hit-out. And there are a lot of riders who, if at this point they just sat up and rolled it in, they actually wouldn't feel better for it. It's a good theory, but every rider is physiologically just a little bit different. And so we do know that they need to be there in the top 3. however suits them, however they're comfortable. If they want to try a bit, see how their legs are, have a bit of a sprint, then that will really benefit them too. But 30 seconds back to 4th place, and we've got 3 clear finalists here with less than 200 metres to go. It'll be Bemrose, your girl, Joel.
The pride of the Gold Coast.
The pride
here,
of the
Jessica
Gold
Bemrose.
Coast.
I'm sure that hubby and all 4 kids are watching on going, do it, Mum, go for it. And she is absolutely going to cross that line first. Beautifully done. It will be Jessica Bemrose, Peter Ontanello making their way through to the final a little later this evening. And Brianna Samuel, that 3, as we say, we knew pretty much a kilometre and a half out how that was going to shape up. It was all about, I guess, thinking ahead to that final and seeing some live pictures from the Cube. Once again, even though they knew they were there, they're pretty spent. They're pretty spent.
They are pretty spent. Yeah, I mean, you can see the body language, and personally, I'm not one to sit up after a massive effort. I'm more like slumped
I'm
over the handlebars.
I'm horizontal.
Yeah, it's not pretty. But they're just now taking the time because even mentally, they now have a final to prepare to.
Yeah.
It's not just any final. It's a national championship final.
And
this is a big deal.
And it's the first time it's ever happened in real life, and it's happening at QUT Gardens Point in Brisbane as part of the Brisbane Cycling Festival. It's all happening. It is a very, very, very big deal, Kate.
It is. They've got a great crowd down there as well. And we heard from Ash when she came into the studio that it's pretty electric. Like, she was really buzzing. And I'm really proud of our... what are we calling them?
The Cube Troopers in the Cube, yeah.
Oh, my God. Who's the Star Wars fan here?
That would be me. Yes,
that would
absolutely.
be you, yes. But Ash and Samil are doing such an amazing job, and we are so lucky to have these facilities here at QUT.
Yeah.
And what an incredible inclusion into the Brisbane Cycling Festival as well. I think that now every discipline is pretty much covered now in the BCF. I like a good acronym.
Yeah, well,
IRL, BCF.
Yeah, you're all over the acronyms, but you're also the ambassador, the official Madam Ambassador for the
I
Brisbane
am.
Cycling
Yes,
Festival.
you can call me Madam Ambassador.
I will, Madam. I usually call you HRH, so it's a slight sort of downgrade from that. But,
I'll take either.
No, both apply.
I mean, look, we will go down to interviews in a second, but we do have a golden bilby.
We do have a golden bilby to give out.
So I've got some highlighters out here.
I chose mine. Pretty much, probably 2/3 into the race, I landed on Antonello because I kept looking back at her numbers throughout that effort. I think even though that top 3 was sold, she was keeping that top 3 on their toes, or I should say on their pedals for those last couple of kilometres. I thought that was a pretty decent effort from here. We'll
there
go
might
down.
be a bit of divided opinion there, so we might have to get Harry Houdini to jump
the
in.
difference.
Who
did you like? Who did you like?
I really liked Brianna Samuel.
Okay.
We'll talk about that for the moment. Jess Bemrose.
Yep.
She's the one that we're going to hear from. She's down with Samil in the Cube. What have you got for us, guys?
Semi-finals. What's going through your mind, Jessica?
Actually, a lot of relief to get through to the final. That was the goal tonight.
Amazing. Just a sensational job. Now, Peter was up behind you as well, up in the second row over there. What was going through your mind, just in case, would she take you over?
Honestly, it was like relief that I had a wheel to sit on for a little while. I'd done a lot of work on the front, so I was happy to sit behind her for a little while.
Just a sensational job. Now, if you do go, now you are going through into the next final, what would it mean if you won?
Oh, I'd be thrilled. That's the goal. I'll do my best to try and get there.
Oh, just an amazing, amazing ride over here, guys. Back to you, and it's such an amazing atmosphere here.
Oh, how good is that? I reckon as well, Samil, like Ash, seemed more out of breath than our athletes.
Samil Dowdge, I got to say, he is absolute Johnny on the spot. Has been all night. The riders are they're still on the bike, and he's up there going, time to talk.
You love a
to
good
the camera.
nickname. I like that one
Johnny
too.
on the spot.
Now, Jess, that was really impressive.
It was.
She did what I thought Nick Spratt would do. Sorry, Spratty. I'm just still shook. I'm still devastated about that.
Now... I know, but we got to shake it off because you know what, Kate Bates, you know all about this.
What are we going to be like Taylor Swift?
We've got to shake it off, shake it off. I won't ever do that again.
Have we
I
hit
promise.
that point in the broadcast?
Might be getting close.
Oh,
I'm gonna have a no sing jar, and every time I sing, I put a coin.
Yeah,
into
put
it.
a coin in, but it's
Yeah, it's Bilby time.
It's Bilby
we
time.
need to be split here, so we need our director, Harry Houdini, the magic man, to wave his magic wand and split us here, because I've gone with Peter Antonello for what I thought was sort of driving those three home.
I've gone for Brianna Samuel because I just think that she really threw a cat amongst the pigeons early and showed a lot of tenacity.
Okay.
And I don't have two.
All right. Well, Harry Houdini, we're going to throw you on the spot here. Who gets our Bilby?
Ah!
Let's go with Brianna. Well done. Congratulations.
Brianna, the golden Bilby is yours.
Yeah, no, don't take it. You can't take a bite out of the Bilby.
An earless Bilby is still a Bilby.
The almost golden Bilby going
Yes.
to Brianna.
Look, they are
Samuel.
an endangered species.
They are.
And
absolutely.
every Easter, when you do see a golden Bilby in the supermarket, money goes to protect the endangered Bilby.
Beautiful.
So it's not just about having the wonderful golden Bilby, it's like
Saving the Bilby.
saving the Bilby.
Awarding the Bilby, saving the Bilby. It's all
We're
at the end
achieving
of the
great
day,
things here.
It's all about the Bilby. So it's really, really good to see. Look, incredible effort across the board. As we said, Trudy Stevenson falling behind in that one. But I got to say that the example and the experience of Jessica Bemrose, really, really difficult to argue with that.
It really is. And we have seen each race evolve a little bit more as they've watched the previous races. And no matter how many times you ride it on your own, to race on the different courses is a different experience to riding it, right? And so what we're really seeing is an evolution of strategies. And from that, the women will gain from watching the men's final. But the men, it's just all out. And I can't believe we're not too far away from the finals. It's really building the anticipation here. It's very exciting. So we're less than 5 minutes away from the women's semi-final number 2 now. They're racing quick. In fact, they're racing a bit quicker than what they had anticipated. I think they're really buoyed, Joel, by the crowd, by the atmosphere in at the Cube.
And that's why that effort in the semi, we were really curious about that earlier, because that energy is different, the vibes are different, they're literally on top of you. They're not on the bike with you. That would be something, wouldn't it? But they're right there in real life, and all of a sudden you've got up in your semi, you're like, this is okay. I can handle this. Go back. Now you have to do it again. You have to go to the Rolling Highlands. Now this is a different course in every sense, really. Now, Kate, let's go through the Rolling Highlands. Let's paint our faces half blue and get all Braveheart.
You want to do that?
I feel like they're living a thick in freedom.
Oh my
Let's
gosh.
have a look at it now. This is Kate's virtual ride around the Highlands, as you can see, matching the actual pace Kate rode around it. Not bad from you.
No, look, this is a wonderful course, actually, and this is what they will be up for in the final that we will see a little bit later on. And we've got 3 more qualifiers for the women, but we can see there's a few more lumps and bumps. It'll certainly have... It's a much longer race too, 23.8 kilometres versus the 9.38 around the crit course. So more than double the distance. I don't expect we'll see the same moves that we have seen in the semi-finals in terms of going early like we saw with Josh Wilson, because that would be a pretty lonely journey. And also, you know, by way of the fact that we've gone from semis to finals, you also have a more dense field in there.
Yep, absolutely.
And so that's something that will really play into it as well. The women's semi-final number 2 is a pretty stacked field, I have to say, because when you have Vicky Whitelaw in there, when you have Tilly Field in there, you've got some really big names.
Now, Vicky Whitelaw, I love this because she's a trailblazer in every sense. She's been riding for 11 years in this particular side of things. She was riding when esports was still beta. I don't know what that means, but it sounds really impressive.
It is really impressive. I mean, she was an early adopter. You know, she was keen to get in, and it means that she knows the game inside out in every iteration, which gives her a really big advantage, I might say. Samil has come in from the Cube into the studio, and this is how you know it's live, Joel.
It's live, it's loud.
When
it's
right in the
now.
moment, I'm going to get him to come on in and join in our number 3 gaming chair. I'm just going to say again, this is the most comfortable chair you will ever find.
Oh, it is fantastic.
I'm
I'm so glad I bought my Mega Drive controller because I can just visualise a bit of Sonic the Hedgehog.
But here he comes. And Samil, he can give us a bit of feedback about what it's like in the Cube. What are they? Cube Troopers.
Cube Troopers.
I keep forgetting because I'm not the Star Wars person.
Samil Dowji's been doing beautiful work down in the Cube. You're almost as fast as the riders, the way you're lining up these interviews, sir. What's your take on it so far?
Oh, just sensational. Like, the amount of effort those people put in is just amazing. Like, one of the players I just saw, the faces, the game faces that they have on was even more so than the guys I saw, just absolutely determined to get that place.
Well, and that's what's actually really special about this kind of event is when you're just calling virtual cycling off the avatars, you think that, you know, they're going to be working pretty hard, but you don't see it at all, you know. And in fact, their avatars look like they're just cruising along.
Oh, absolutely. Like our winner, Jessica, you know, glow in the dark bike, the only one. It's literally like you're playing a game.
Yeah.
You know, like and then you hear the crowd and you're like, wow, this is actually the real deal. You know, it's not just any game, it's the real deal, and it's the AusCycling Esports Championship.
Oh, it's so cool. And there is a real gravitas about it. We said that to Ash, Samil, that we have lots of fun and games here. We've been handing out golden bilbies. We've got a trophy up the front that nobody's going to win, but they will win these jersey and these medals. Reminder, somebody
we'll need you to run them back for us because we actually stole them from the...
Yes.
We're going to have an empty set.
That's all right.
That's all right.
We'll make
we could make Katie wear them. Right? She's an Olympian.
Oh, yeah, I could do that.
She's won her fair share of medals over the years, that's for sure.
These are fancy ones. But it is important business,
Absolutely,
right? So all jokes aside, they must be feeling the gravitas of that in there.
Oh, absolutely, they are. And it's just like even Trudy, right? She's doing it because it's such a great way for her to spread the message that you don't have to be the absolute youngest person in the game. You know, she admitted she is the oldest person in the game and she's proud of it. And you know what? She inspired me so much so that at the end of the race, I went up to her, I was like, Trudy, I'd love to do a story about you because I'm a journalism student, and she's just got a story to tell.
That is fantastic.
That is fantastic.
That's good on you, Samil. That's awesome.
Now, the bikes, the tech is really cool. We were talking about the Wahoo Kickers. They're here courtesy of the team at FE Sports, which has been amazing to use such technology. What's it like inside the Cube where you've got this incredible screen, you know, one of the biggest spaces in the world for students, interactive spaces, paired with this incredible sports technology? What a beautiful intersection.
Oh, such a beautiful way to integrate university life with sports life, because often when people think of university, it's just, you know, academic, scholarly work. But no, university is so much more than that. Having the big screen up there, having the crowd above, hearing roaring, it's not something that you'd get in a normal road cycling event. It's so much more of an intimate little place because you can hear the people cheering on the players. When you're on a normal like road cycling event, you know, the crowd's only at certain places of the event. But over here, they're here with you the whole time, and I think that's really special for our players.
Can I ask about Jessica Bemrose? So we spoke a lot about her experience and obviously the incredible numbers she's put across. Won that one. She just looked tactically like she knew where she was. She knew what she needed to do the whole time. Composure level when she came and chatted to you. The simple question is, was she gassed? Or was she like,
you know what?
Good to go.
You know what? Before we went on air, I said, you don't even look puffed.
Yeah. That's what it looked like from here.
I know. Imagine the fitness levels, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, she's ridden over 118,000 kilometres. So I keep saying it, but that is incredible. Pretty much 3 circumferences of the world. And that takes a fair bit of fitness.
Takes a bit of ticker and done it in her garage. I'm going to say it again because I just admire it so much. Hubby, kids, all there. And I spoke to her and I said, how do you get all this training in? She says, look, a lot of my best work happens when the kids are in bed or really, really early in the morning. I'm up on the bike at 3 a.m. doing everything I can, and I think that's where you see the tenacity, you see that energy come from, because sometimes she has to squeeze the Ks in as quickly as she can before it's time to get up and do the routine.
That's bringing strong mum vibes in right there. Like, go for it. We're about 3 minutes out from the semi-final number 2 for the women. Samil, can you take us through the start list? We've got some pretty big names on here.
Oh, some huge names over here. We're really, I don't know who's going to win. It's going to be a close one. We've got Caitlin Nicholson, Vicky Whitelaw, Tilly Field, Kate Tridon, Abby McLean. What a great lineup.
It is. Now, Abby McLean is our wild card. She doesn't have a lot of experience in e-sport. I reckon it's going to be tough for her just simply the roar of the crowd.
Yeah.
But that could really lift her.
Oh, it really could. Who doesn't love a bit of, cheer and here and there,
It's exhausting afterwards, right? Like in the moment, you're like, yeah, I'm all about this. And then at the end, you like crumple like a piece of
But
paper.
that's why she's a wild card. That's why, as the Joker would say, she's the ace in the hole. She can pull something out of absolutely nothing here. But we speak about experience. We speak about Vicky Whitelaw being that rider that has been around for so long. But we speak Tilly Field. Tilly Field, I've got a Bilby prediction in me here.
Do you?
I
well,
just feel...
So her and Vicky Whitelaw are the two that have raced professionally in the Esports League. So they've both got the different experience there, that slightly higher level experience. Vicky Whitelaw, Grand Tour stage winner in real life in the Women's Giro d'Italia, so she's got a huge pedigree. But Tilly Field races for Movistar professionally in esports. Huge team, world's biggest esports team.
Crazy.
That goes a really long way, just into handling the pressure around this. Are you noticing in the body language before they even start some nerves?
Oh, 100%. The nerves, but I think they're so professional that they know how to compose the nerves. You can see, in the telltale signs the way they're trying to release the energy. When they're warming up, they're getting on the wheels, getting the pedals going on. But when they're about to start the race, you can see the seriousness. You can see that, all right, it's game face.
Game on.
Game's on.
Yeah,
I want to
the
give
focus
a really
in
quick
their
mention
eyes.
to Caitlin Nicholson as well, pride of Port Adelaide, a background in rowing, Kate. Once again, we're seeing that crossover, ending up on the bike, and who knows what can happen from here. Just over a minute until we get into the second semi-final. I just want to give a quick shout out to QUT. That's where we are tonight. It is Queensland University of Technology, a major university with a truly global outlook, and I think you can see that on offer tonight in the Cube, outside the Cube. The work of Samir, the work of Ash, it has been beautiful. Samir, hat tip to you, sir. You're doing a beautiful job.
Thank you, Joel.
Yes, thank you very much. You're going to have to head back in because you've got some more work to do in there and some more excitement, yes, to garner for us. We've only got 30 seconds left.
Before you go, quick Bilby tip. Quick Bilby tip. Who's going to take the Bilby? One of those names.
Oh, yeah. Give us...
Okay. I'm just going to go out there and say Vicky Whitelaw.
Vicky, okay.
Vicky.
I think he just pulled a Bilby out of a hat.
He sure did. I'm writing it down here, so we're holding it to you.
Yep.
Very, very good
Well,
work,
you can
Samir
present
Dalji.
the Bilby if, in fact, she...
Wonderful. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very
Awesome.
much.
All right, Kate, here we go.
How
5,
good is it?
4, 3, 2, 1. And we are away in the second women's semi-final.
Here we
Catherine.
go.
Here we go.
All right,
Who
you
was a
definitely,
Mario Kart fan?
Yeah, you definitely get the golden Bilby for your Mario Kart over me. Unreal to see. Now, this second semi-final, 3 will go through to the final, which we will see shortly. 9.3 kilometres of racing, 3 laps around the Criterium Circuit in Glasgow City.
Now, we were talking about Tilly Field. I just want to quickly mention a bit of a quote from Tilly. I've never crashed in a road race. I've never broken a bone mountain biking or needed to go to hospital. But when I let my little brother try my mountain bike last Christmas, he lost his balance, fell over, snapped his arm clean in half. And I thought to myself, maybe I should quit while I'm ahead and stick to esports. Let's see if that decision, that logic, pays off. And if Tilly will go back to her little brother and saying, look, I know you hurt yourself, but thanks for that. You've done Big Sis a favour there. So having a look early, Kate, out of the blocks, and it is Caitlin Nicholson setting the early pace.
Caitlin Nicholson is certainly a favoured rider if it does come down to a powerful sprint finish. But we have seen in every race so far that nobody is really content to just let it be and to let the race just play out and come down to that 5 riders at the finish. Instead, they're kind of putting their mark a little bit earlier in the race. They also know, all of them know, the experience that Vicky Whitelaw has. They know the experience that Tilly Field is gaining, more and more so because she is able to ride at that top level. And you can see from their kits, so in-game what they are wearing, it is their club kits or their professional kits they've got on. And so you'll be able to see very easily Tilly Field, she's in that Movistar kit. Now, this is a bit different to what we were seeing in the early fellas races where it was arrow.
Absolute arrow fest, wasn't it?
Arrow.
Yeah. More arrows than the quiver of Robin Hood, I tell you what. Now, Katie Nicholson's still leading out early here. It's really, really early days, still over 8 kilometres to go. Now, this is for those final few berths in the women's final coming up a little bit later. This is basically your ticket to the Highlands if you can achieve it. Now, Vicky Whitelaw, we've spoken about her experience, 11 years in the format. At the moment, she's just a little bit over, but I'll tell you what, you could throw a tissue over the bunch at the moment, Kate. There's nothing in it.
Well, Kate Tridden, and she's in the TT, the pink kit, so even without their names, she's pretty easy to spot. She is the partner of Josh Harris.
Okay.
And they both give each other a lot of credit for how far their esports racing, their virtual racing, has been able to accelerate.
Well, you know what Kate Tridden says her favourite Zwift course is?
Tell me, Joel.
The Rolling Highlands.
Da, 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 da.
Da, da, da. So if she gets there, she's in her wheelhouse.
Well, she's got a pretty... I see what you did
See what I did there?
She's got a pretty good kick on her too, a pretty good sprint acceleration. And in fact, Josh said he's pretty jealous of her natural sprint. You know, you can train it, but that really natural sprint is very hard to train in if you don't have it off the bat. So we know that she's got a bit of a jump. She doesn't have as much experience in racing in Zwift that some of the other riders have.
Okay.
But she's certainly got the physiology to be able to do it. And I think what Mark Gates showed us in the earlier racing was that experience is a wonderful thing, and it certainly gives you a card to play, but sheer power, sheer watts, if you can just churn out the big bangers when it counts, that'll get you across the line first.
That'll get you there.
I mean, racing really strategically will get you a golden bilby.
Yeah, look, and I'm sure Samir has gone back and told all the riders that not only is a berth in the final at stake, but also a chocolate bilby could be coming your way if you put the effort in today. So that's absolutely going to play a factor. Just on Kate Tridden for a moment, she's spoken about her target. So she's looking at hovering around 5 in that watts per kilo. She's like, that'd be good for me. I'd be really happy with that. But I think you might need to look at finding at least a couple of patches where you're getting well beyond that to see yourself making the trip to the Highlands.
Well, we can see in the course, you can see when it's going downhill slightly or see when it's going uphill slightly. But if you just monitor their watts per kg, you can tell when they're lightly pedaling, when they're not having to put a lot of power down to maintain that speed, because the average speed across all of the races has been pretty remarkable. I must say, there has been no strategy of roll, 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 sprint at the finish by any means. We're about a third of the way into the race now, and this has been, so far, the most cat and mouse watch each other.
100%. Look at that. That's the first time today we just saw a full board of 0 second gap. Zero gap right there. That's the first time we've seen it. That's awesome.
It is, and they're riding in quite a tight bunch, and you can get quite close in this virtual world in Zwift, right up to the back wheel, maintain that draft, but not overtake. And so the more that time you spend in game, the more able you are to do that. And they do come with costs, real cost savings in terms of exertion and power. We've spoken before about the recovery that the riders need in between, and that'll certainly really come to the fore before the finals. But these riders will have less recovery for the final than the semi-final number one.
Yeah, I'm curious about that, because at the moment, this is it's still early days, still 6 kilometres to go, but this is probably the most conservative start we've seen today. Looking at that average speed hovering around the mid-30s, is that what is influencing that? Is that thinking the time that we've got between now and a potential final is a lot narrower, so we need to just get it right at the right time and not bust our guts early?
Absolutely. It really goes into race strategy, because if they're not just looking to go through to the final, they're looking to perform in a final, and it really is the dual ambitions that will form the strategy behind the race. A lot of the riders will be a little bit hesitant when you've got riders like Vicky Whitelaw in the field to use too much energy unnecessarily, knowing that they are just waiting for others to get a bit excited. And you can get that. Like when you have really good legs and you feel great and you're out there and you're quite comfortable, it's easy enough to exert a little bit more, try a little bit harder, go a little bit, because you feel good. You've got adrenaline. You've literally got a cube full of hundreds of people chanting at you and yelling at you. Normally, you're doing your racing in the comfort of your garage or your lounge room
Yep.
or wherever it may be. And actually, there's not a lot of stimulation there in terms of screens, noise, all that sort of stuff. You can
Yep.
really insulate yourself from that. So this is a really different moment. Don't speak too soon, though. Kate
No,
Nicholson
I was
on
going
the
to
march.
say, at the moment we're seeing an attack, out, attack. Now, Kate Nicholson, it has been tighter than 2 coats of paint so far, but we're coming inside that 5 kilometre mark now, and we've seen the first sort of real move of this race thus far. And it is indeed Nicholson, but once again, a little push and then back as we go to a slight gradient here. And there's a couple of feathers popping up. Kate, are you holding on to them or are you push and go?
No, this is a great time for the feathers. Firstly, because they're coming up to an arch, so they'll get a new power up. But secondly, because as they go over that little climb, if they drop 9.5 kilos off their avatar weight, that allows them to maintain the same power as if they're not going up a hill. So the same amount of exertion, and they'll just travel a lot more comfortably up. So that was a big saving from our 2 riders who did use that feather power up. But they are allocated randomly. And so if you're lucky to get a feather, fantastic.
Yep.
You use it. But they won't all have feathers each time. And so you can't bank on it. You use them when you get them. They're a bonus. But your strategy cannot be, I will get a feather and
Yep.
I will use it this way.
You're not banking on a feather.
You
It wasn't
can't.
like the Mario Kart days when you'd bank on the shell. It's not that. You know you're going to get something or other, but you need to plan your race basically as though you're not going to get that, because your race has to unfold one way or another without the power up. And the power up coming at the right time. You can't guarantee that that's going to happen. I love that. I love that about this esports. It's fantastic.
It
Kate
is.
Tridden, look at this. We're seeing a little bit of a push here.
Well, Kate Tridden's got the experience of Josh Harris insofar as he's a really good operator. He knows these worlds in particular in Zwift better than any other rider, men or women, that is in these finals today. And he really exploded onto the scene last year, rode an incredible race at the World Championships and with a really good attitude too. Now he's been able to really feed his experience back to Kate. So while she's got an incredible engine, she's now also got the superpower of Josh really mentoring her through it. And as I said earlier, he credits her with a lot of his improvement as well. So what a wonderful team they make.
They live bike, they breathe bike, they eat bike.
Well,
They
now
don't-
that he's not winning beer miles and
Yeah.
and living quite a different
Exactly.
life.
Yeah, probably share the marital bed with the bike as well. It's all about the bike. Now we've got Nicholson still sort of maintaining that edge at the top, but look at this gap once again. This is probably the narrowest we've seen, all the way back to Tilly Field, currently at the back. 0.2 of a second. This is like the Olympic 50-metre final.
Yeah, throw a tissue. Is that what you said?
You could
before?
throw a tissue over the bunch right now, Catherine.
You could. How decorative too.
Yeah.
What a beautiful visual.
Look, maybe a pillowcase. Okay,
Yeah.
there's a bit more space on the roads of Glasgow, the crit circuit right now. This is the final semi-final we're seeing tonight in the first ever in real life esports Australian National Championships. A spot in the final, 3 spots in the final at stake. We've got just under 3 kilometres to go, Kate. I tell you what, as far as Bilbies go, I'm going to make an early call on Nicholson.
Ooh.
Regardless of the result, has been absolutely setting the tone throughout. But I'm just interested in this slightly more conservative approach and what we were saying about looking ahead to that final, because even looking at the live pictures we're seeing out of the cube, we're all in the saddle, and we're all just sort of, I won't say coasting because the effort's definitely there, but they're hovering in those mid-30s
Yeah,
speed-wise.
they are. They're really getting through this in quite an efficient way. I'm really impressed with Abby McLean. She hasn't done a lot of esport racing. She's pretty new to it. She's got a twin sister, Maddie. I'm just quietly hoping that Maddie can maybe get in on it too.
Abby and Maddie.
Abby and Maddie McLean.
The Abby
just
Maddie
be really
show.
good. Yeah, she's also a local girl. She's from Balmoral Cycling Club, so a really good representation again
Once
from them.
again, we hear that name, Balmoral.
I know. Well, James Moriarty, the professor, such impressive riding on the track.
Oh, his effort at the track, Nats, one of the ultimate comebacks in the points race there. But I got to say, the McLean sisters doing it. You remember the 90s and some of the advertising we saw around a certain toothpaste? Are your McLeans showing? Can you imagine hearing
Ding,
that
ding.
before a big bike race? That'd be awesome.
Oh, yes. Is Abby McLean showing?
Perfect.
Well, look, Abby McLean is showing
He's
great
showing,
form.
absolutely.
This is really good experience for her, and she would be quite nervous coming in knowing that who she's racing up against. But she's been putting on just a really solid ride. Kate Nicholson is a really, really strong frame. She has just some incredible powers over 1 minute, 2 minute. And if she goes early, it will be very hard to get past her. And I think that's a bit of what we're seeing play out now, is that she's really starting to exert that dominance and that power because she knows she has it. She may as well use it, aided by a feather power up. So that helped her up that little kicker there. Through the arch there, all of them will have received their final power up. And this is where the finish can be a little bit influenced by what power up they got. We don't know.
Yep.
We'll only know when they throw it on out there.
But that random element aside, you still have to put yourself there, don't you? And I think we've seen a lift in the wattage in the last sort of 500 metres or so as we come just about to the final kilometre of this second semi-final. And Vicky Whitelaw, all of that experience, she's been hanging back somewhat, but we're seeing her make a little bit of a push as well. But it's Tilly Field currently out front, pretty much neck and neck with Nicholson. And we're seeing some live pictures here. Look at the effort. Look at Vicky Whitelaw's face. Absolute picture of focus as we come into the final K.
Well, Kate Tridden is the one on paper that is best suited to a sprint finish over 15 seconds. She is the most powerful at 12.08 watts per kg, 684 watts over that 15 second. Next is Vicky Whitelaw. Both of those riders would be feeling reasonably comfortable right now. I think Tilly Field might be a little bit nervous because the Rolling Highlands is a really good course for her and she's got great experience, but this is not playing out in a way that necessarily suits her strengths. If you had to pick it early, and we've only got 500 metres left to go, who's going to make the first acceleration, Joel? Because Kate Nicholson, she's the one forcing the pace. Tilly Field, she's in a great position. Abby McLean is making sure she's not in too much trouble. But where's Vicky Whitelaw? Where's Kate Tridden?
400 metres to go. Nicholson just holding them out at the top. But look at the effort from Whitelaw. Whitelaw and Tridden both upping the ante as we come into the final. What have we got? 300, 270, 250. It's flying by now, Kate. They're absolutely moving.
They're in the final throws, and Tilly Field, what an incredible acceleration from her.
Look at that.
Least rated in a sprint. I take it back, Joel Spreadborough. What a great ride from her. Perfect drop of an aero power up. She will go straight through to the final. Kate Tridden, hot on her heels. Vicky Whitelaw in third. Kate Nicholson, she'll be a little bit bamboozled with what happened in that sprint there because she would have come in thinking, I've got this, I can do this.
Yeah.
But the tenacity, the timing, the strategy shown by Tilly Field, I mentioned that she might be feeling a bit nervous because this isn't, I mean, the Rolling Highlands is unreal for Tilly. This was not her favoured format, but the timing of the power-up drop, so she dropped that aero and more slippery
I love
in the
that.
air.
Yeah, you're a bit more slippery through the air.
A little bit more slippery through the air. It was timing.
Was that the move of the night?
Yes.
I think it probably was.
I mean, I don't think we can give a winner out of Bilby, can we? I don't know. But that was brilliant riding from her. And we've just seen where experience takes you. Because
Absolutely.
From a physiology point of view, she shouldn't have won that race in that kind of sprint finish. But because she's got the smarts, wasn't too much of a challenge in the end.
But as you say, once again, we saw a little bit less intensity throughout the total time coming just over 15 minutes for that semi-final across the board. But Tilly Field, that move, she absolutely disappeared, took that lead at the best possible time, booked herself a spot. But I just want to, I have to say, Tridden, Whitelaw, they played it beautifully. They played it like a violin, Kate.
They really did. That was very well raced, a lot of energy saved. They will be going into the final feeling a little bit more comfortable perhaps than the semi-finalists before, but they do have less recovery time. So it's a much tighter turnaround for the athletes going into the final. That's where recovery will play a really, really important part. In fact, one of the athletes yesterday, I think it was Emma Pratt.
Yep.
They were talking to her about what do you eat when you race? Bananas. She was like, you
Okay.
don't stomach much more than bananas. I think it's golden bilby time.
Bilby time, almost golden
Yeah.
bilby time.
Let's find this golden bilby.
We'll head down to the Cube Troopers very soon to catch up with Tilly Field. But
what do
Bilby,
you think?
Well, look, I had Nicholson. I had Nicholson in the early parts of the race, but I'm gonna do a pirouette and a twist and a spin because the veteran status. I'm not going to give it to the winner, even though that was the move of the day. I'm going to give it to Vicky Whitelaw. I'm going to give it to the experience, the courage, and the fact that she was. I've never seen someone as focused.
You know, I want to give it to Kate Tridden.
Yeah.
Because she's pretty new, and I think that she just showed a lot of patience.
Okay.
When she could have wasted a bit of energy, but I will say I'm going to agree on the Vicky Whitelaw.
Going to go back to Vicky
because she was capable of riding off in that scenario in that kind of race, but she just chilled. Hung back.
She knows she
didn't waste any energy.
She knows the format. She knows the technology.
Yep.
She's been doing it for a long time. And
Bilby
I think we
for
saw
Whitelaw.
It
There
Whitelaw,
you go.
You've won yourself a Bilby. Let's see if you can add a gold medal to it a little bit later on. But for now, let's head to the Cube because I believe our Cube trooper Ash Watson has got Tilly Field.
Tilly Field, that was incredible performance by you. What is going through your mind right now?
Mostly just pure relief because I didn't know if I was making the qualifier. I was in hospital all day today and came straight here. Yeah, I fainted on my flight over, which I got up for at 3 a.m. So I was like, I'm not going to get through, which I tried not to focus on. And I just pumped myself up. I said, you can do this. You're strong. So yeah, super relieved.
Wow, what an amazing triumph. That's incredible. So I can't imagine all the hours, all the physical, the mental discipline that has gone into this moment here for you.
Yeah, well, I feel very lucky. Honestly, I've kind of scaled back my cycling, if anything, joining Movistar and just focusing on the training indoors so I can do, go to work and do the things in life. So yeah, it's really, really nice to sort of prove to myself that I do have a kick. And I did think, do I sit up a little and save some of this energy for the final? But I remember before the race, I said, if you're in the lead in the sprint, don't sit up, because if anyone comes over and you don't make that qualifier, you'll never forgive yourself. So I just went hard and went to the line, and yeah.
Perfect, beautiful. And I could see at the end there, it was head on head with everybody. What was going through your mind then? I can't imagine.
I thought everybody went a little too early, to be honest, for the sprint. And because it was such an easy race, I was thinking perfect. If I could pick my dream race, it would be this, because I can time my sprint. I know I've got a good kick, and I had that aero power up, so that was my secret weapon, and I knew when to hit it, and I knew that everyone had gone too early to give me a bit of draft, so yeah.
Perfect, beautiful. It looks like it worked amazingly for you. Do you have any plans celebrating later?
Yeah, after the next one, I'll start my celebrations. I've got my 2 sisters live in Queensland, so yeah, I'll head out with them, and yeah, I'm sure they'll help me celebrate.
Beautiful, perfect. Well, congratulations. That was incredible. Back to you guys.
All right, Ash Watson, love your work down in the Cube. Tilly Field, that was awesome. What about the glee? The sheer glee. I know I just made the best move of the night. I know it.
For once, we saw a red face and a little bit of sweat. Thank you, Tilly, for validating us. But what I loved is she said, it wasn't a fast race, and I knew that I was vulnerable, and so I thought they went a bit early. Experience. Had the secret weapon of the Powerup. She had it tucked in the pocket.
Oh, beautifully used.
Experience. So impressive.
You spoke about it's a variable. Obviously, it's random. It's all of that, but it's still incredibly strategic. And we saw it deployed beautifully. Yeah. But I loved how she said, "I've actually scaled back a little bit. I've actually, I'm just chilling. I'm just cruising through life at the moment, and now I'm in the final."
Sounds like she's going to paint the town red tonight.
Oh, I reckon her and her sisters are going to have an absolute blinder of a night, and they deserve it.
Brisbane.
Oh, look out, Brizzy!
The fields are on their way.
Absolutely. But as she said also, it's good to know I still have a kick. And I tell you what, you're going to need the kick heading into the Highlands, because that's where we're going now. We have our finalist, Catherine, and look at that. Look at that. Goosies. Genuine goosies.
Goosies.
Oh, I can't wait.
Well, we've got 6 finalists for the men, 6 finalists for the women. We'll take a look at the course again, because it is a little bit different, this final. It is 23.8 kilometres versus the short criterium we just saw. So they go over Breakaway Bray. What do you think happens there, Joel?
Oh, look, I reckon it might be a chance to launch. It might be a chance to get yourself up in front and break.
And look, Lock Loop, that is our next little point on there. What do you think's going to happen there, Joel?
Now, this is where the gamification, I love where this side of it comes up because I just love the name of Lock Loop. And I'm just going to go off racing for just a sec, because is that where we might see one of the great Easter eggs, not just in esport, but in video game history? I refer, of course, to Nessie.
Nessie. I hope so. And look, apparently there's also, has been seen, a combi van.
Oh, this is a famous combi van, isn't it?
I mean, the riders, that'll be interesting too, but I want to see the combi van. Let's take a look next at the finalists, because we have seen two incredibly hard race semi-finals. 6 men will have gone through, 6 women have gone through. So we've got Harris.
Josh Harris. Now, we saw probably the most dominant performance of the evening so
that's
far.
Josh Wilson.
Josh Wilson, but
The
Josh Harris
Joshes.
the two Joshes were really good. Josh Wilson, of course, leading out in that first one,
Yep.
the biggest victory margin we've seen. Harris was also pretty impressive.
Textbook from him. He went through so smoothly. Andrew Downey. Now, he really impressed because they had two very impressive sprinters in Stewart and Marwood that were cut out of the finals by the prowess of those three. In the next race, in the second semi-final, we had Trent Stevenson. He said, bugger this, I'm not waiting around.
Yeah, no.
He rode off the front.
I got stuff to do, said Trent Stevenson. I got places to be, namely the final.
The
so
final.
Up
And
I
then
go.
we had Cam Winfield, who he came from cross-country running. He last year was the under-19 cross-country mountain bike marathon champion. How's that for a mouthful? Clearly talented though, right?
Yeah.
From the Penrith Cycling Club. His inclusion in the final came at the direct cost of his mentor and club teammate Nick Spratt, also from Penrith. So I think Spratty will be really rallying behind Cam, offering a lot of experience himself to try and get him over the line.
And of course.
And then Australia's favourite chippy.
Mr. Mark Gates himself, and probably the coolest
The
cat.
seagulls will be circling.
Yeah, the coolest cat in the cube right now, Mark Gates, and absolutely coasting into the final. Look, I'm not going to ever say that it's effortless, but it's not. But that guy somehow has a knack of making it look effortless. I don't know how.
Yeah, he looks pretty cool and collected. A lot of the times in the avatars, and you pointed out like the English flag, the Union Jack bucket hat.
Yeah, the bucket hat. Yeah, love
like
that.
they can dress their avatars up however they like.
Yeah.
But in real life, he looks like an avatar. He's got a big mo. He's got a nice locks of hair.
All right, sure. I don't disagree. He does.
This is a
Long,
beautiful
flowing
moment
locks.
in live broadcasting where you manage to catch your co-commentator
Yeah,
unaware.
you've broken me. You've broken me. But, you're absolutely right. Absolutely looks like his avatar. Beautiful, long, flowing locks. And what about that? What about those cheekbones, Kate? Look, they're outstanding to see. The men's final coming up. This is a big deal. This is a huge deal. We've got just over 2.5 minutes. We've seen the course. We've seen Glasgow Crits lived up to pretty much what you said it would do. Really quickly, Highlands. How are we gonna separate this bunch? Who's gonna take to the Highlands like Mel Gibson did in Braveheart?
Hopefully none of them.
Okay, good.
Hopefully none of them. This is a really good course, objectively, for Josh Harris. And I know that he will have well and truly circled it. You might actually notice on set, our medals have gone.
Yeah, look, we had, unfortunately, a warrant was issued for our arrest.
They've taken away the medals, and that's because these guys are about to win them. Josh Harris, he will have had a highlighter over this event for quite a long time. I'm really impressed with what I've seen from our favourite chippy, from Mark Gates, because he's a bit of an unknown. He doesn't have a lot of race experience, but sometimes that's a good thing because you're less inhibited.
Yep.
You're almost not like, you don't have that post-traumatic memory of that time where you went too early on the Highlands and exploded and it went really badly. I mean, hopefully that doesn't happen for any of our athletes tonight. But also Cam Winfield, I think, could be really interesting. His background in mountain bike and cross-country shows that, firstly, he has a lot of endurance. So you don't even need to look at his power data to understand that. The fact that he's done a lot of mountain biking and cross-country as well, often those athletes are quite dynamic. Like, they have the ability to repeat efforts again and again. And that puts him in quite a good position if there are a lot of attacks, because it's, they're all on their own out here.
Yeah.
There's no teams. Well, and in saying that, we are going to see a few of the same jerseys in aero, but there's no ifs and buts about it.
Yeah, look, we're just
Solo
over
racing.
45 seconds left. I can't go past Wilson on the early tip here, but I tell you what, Kate, this is a good field. These they've all earned their spot here. I think we're going to see a very, very different race play out. Of course we are. Who's going to emerge on the other side? It feels like, I feel like channeling a bit of video game, quotation here, a bit of Duke Nukem.
Where are you going with this?
Time to kick ass and chew bubble gum. Oh, dang, I'm all out of gum. There you go. That's what we're about to see right now.
I really hope nobody has bubble gum.
Oh,
it's a real choking hazard. Guys, if you've got gum,
Spit
get
it
rid
out.
of it.
Spit it out. All right, here we go, Kate. Counting down. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Houston, we have liftoff.
We have liftoff. We are here to crown the Australian National Esports Champion. We've got 6 riders in the field. We're used to seeing only 5 in the semi-finals. Slightly different dynamic there, but 6 absolutely exceptional riders. This is not going to be as fast out of the gates.
Significantly longer distance. Significantly.
It is. It's more than double. So 9.3 kilometres we had around the Criterium circuit in Glasgow City. We're now looking at 23.8 kilometres of racing around the Highlands here. We'll show you a shot from inside the cube because it gives you a bit of an understanding of how the athletes are looking. Like, are they comfortable? What's their body language like? Because that's really interesting to see, to understand that their avatars look pretty smooth. We're looking at their numbers. We think, wow, that's a pretty big effort.
Yeah.
But when you actually get to see them on the bike, and that is the really immersive experience that's happening for all of the spectators that are down in the cube. And there it is. What a great shot. Isn't that a beautiful space?
It's awesome. It's
so
incredible.
They're up and out of their seats. They're sitting down. They are starting to really put some effort in here quite quickly.
This is a pacey start. I'm actually a little bit surprised by the pace of this. I'm curious as to whether the energy and the excitement of being in the final has sort of jumped up on these guys. Having said that, in that first men's semi, we did see Wilson go pretty early and stay, but he only had to stay, as you say, over half this distance. So I'm really interested about that as we see really early on. It is Downey out in front, but he's opened up a 4-second gap, Kate.
This is a really tenacious ride, and he's a rider who is more comfortable over the 20-minute efforts, right?
Yep.
And he doesn't love the hills, though. So what he does here, what a beautiful deer on the side of the road.
Of the Highlands.
No, sorry.
Wow.
Little scenery check
Where's
there.
Christopher Lambert, the Highlander? Everyone.
As long as we don't see Mel Gibson, I'm comfortable. But this gives him the opportunity to set his own pace over some of the early rollers that might hurt his legs a bit.
I'm telling you what, I'm glad they're not wearing kilts. That'd be awkward, wouldn't it?
What, their avatars or in real life?
Both, to be honest, especially when they're up out of the saddle. Anyway, moving on. Downey, once again, okay, so is this a more pace than you expected to see this early?
It is. Actually, yeah. I was going to say it is and it isn't, but who wants a fence sitter?
No.
Nobody wants a fence sitter. I'm not going to be one. Mr. Bird Downey, we can see on his name.
I love that, yeah.
He's given himself, tickled the legs a little bit.
A little bit.
Like he's just kind of a lung opener.
All
Let's
seriousness,
see how we feel.
You raced, thousands and thousands of times. Do you do this as a leg tickler? So I'm just going to give a little early burst just to sort of let myself know that I'm here, I'm present, my legs are good, everything's working, then settle into your mode? Or are you like, uh-oh, I'm gone, I need to keep going?
There's 2 completely diametrically opposed reasons you do it. You either feel really good or you feel like hell and you think this is, ugh. Like, I've just got to see if maybe they'll let me get away and then maybe I'll hang on.
I've got to suffer either way, so let's just do it.
It will emerge pretty quickly which one of it is. But I do like the tenacity because also the other reason to give it a bit of a dig early is they'll chase you, they won't leave you out there. But it means that the whole bunch is a little bit more on notice. Mm-hmm. And some of the riders will prefer a slower race. That will allow them to get to the finish in better shape. But some of the other riders will prefer a faster race.
Yep.
And for Downey, he prefers a bit of a higher pace because he's really good over that 20-minute period. But he won't love the climbs quite as much as Harris or Wilson, but if they're not as fresh as they can be, they won't have that same advantage on the climbs.
And as you say, like, so slight gradient being tackled now, but the pace early, it seems sharp. We've seen them hovering up around the mid-50s in the early parts. We've still got 20 kilometres to go as we go under a beautiful bridge. Look at this, just look at this landscape. I cannot get over the detail. How is it not distracting? I would be honestly sitting there going, oh my goodness, look at that, what was that over there? Looking this way and that. It's incredible.
Well, apparently when I first started racing, Joel, so I'm told by my parents.
Yeah.
I used to be quite talented if I got to the finish with the bunch. But very often I would be seen dagging off the back, literally looking at the scenery. And I'd come back and they'd say, how was that? And I'd be like, oh, did you see that amazing oak tree on the side about 300 metres before the finish? And they were like, okay, Kate. Look, suffice it to say, I got more competitive as I got older.
Yeah, and chalked up, I think, more laps of Parramatta Park than any cyclist in history, I believe.
Look, I had a few club mates that would be right up there, but I'd definitely be on the leaderboard. If they had a leaderboard, I would be on it. The pace has dropped off a little bit. If we're looking at our average speeds, they're not on an incline. In fact, they're on a slight decline, and they're in the mid-40s. What we saw in the crit was when they were on slight declines, they were over 60 kilometres an hour.
Yeah,
so there was a lot more urgency about their racing. Potentially, there's an advantage for the aero guys, and we've got 5 of the 6, right? So they're a pretty strong cohort, and that is exactly why Downey got the Golden Bilby in that first semi-final, because he was so vastly outnumbered, and we thought he did a ripper job.
He was like a kookaburra and a bunch of butcher birds. You know how they circle them, they follow, they hunt them down, but he kept a cool head.
He did, he really did. But the aero guys know each other's riding styles really well, and so that is a slight advantage.
Well, here we go.
And for Andrew Downey, I mean, he is the first to react when Josh Wilson attacks. I mean, he learnt the lesson last time, right?
That's exactly right.
He becomes one of those riders that you say you never let them leave the island.
Yep.
They move, you move.
Yep.
And then there's other riders, they move, you look around and wait for somebody else to move.
Even if when they move, you're sitting there going, oh, for really with this? Okay, sure, I'll go with you. But Mark Gates, at the moment, we're seeing just getting over that 5.1 watts per kilo, which is not indecent, put it that way. But I'll tell you what, it's all eyes on Wilson after his performance in the semi. But at the moment, Kate, he's taking it, sitting pretty in 6th place. He's not panicking. He's like, you know what, I've got 18 kilometres to sort myself out here. I've had plenty of time to cool my legs, as you say. I'm going to time my run. I'm going to time it.
It is a long race. Like, for an esports event, for a virtual event, 18 kilometres left to go. That's 23 minutes odd, you know, upwards of that, 23 to 30, depending on how aggressively they race. That's very different from some of the riders who work pretty hard for 10 seconds at a time.
Well, yeah,
like,
absolutely.
It's a really, really different style of racing for them, of course. But the Powerups will come into play very heavily in the final.
Is this where a drafting Powerup's going to have a bit more influence than we saw in Glasgow?
I think that Andrew Downey's probably using the drafting Powerup right now, the van, that's what that little symbol is, to get it out of the way so that when they come under this next arch that's coming up, he can get a new one. It is of advantage when he is on the front like that, but because the pace isn't massively on, you know, it's not of huge consequence, to be honest. But sometimes if nothing else, it can allow you just a moment to breathe, even if it's 2 seconds, because those little moments of recovery all add up. And the moments of intensity without even a second to breathe or a second to back off the power of the pedals, that also really adds up. And often when it has been a really intense race from the beginning, even if you think, yeah, I'm feeling all right, you then go to accelerate and you've just got nothing left in the tank.
Nothing left, yeah, absolutely. As our riders, and there we go, the scorching tyres. I love that, absolutely love that. Trent Stevenson at the moment poking his nose in front, absolutely a negligible gap back to Downey, Harris behind them. But I'll tell you what, they're jostling, they're swapping, they're changing. We're seeing a little bit of a move here, Catherine. What do we make of that? We've seen a little bit of a push there.
I mean, I think Josh Wilson, we know his style, and we saw it already in a criterium, is to be quite aggressive and to push quite hard. And that indicates that he's pretty comfortable with his FTP, which is functional threshold power. And that is the average power that you can hold for 20 minutes, there or thereabouts. And it's a fairly good measure of your lung capacity, of your overall capacity in longer style races. It's less helpful as a metric for shorter races, but this is the sort of event that really comes into play. And if we look through the field at their comparative FTPs, they're pretty similar with the exception of Andrew Downey, who stands above, but Andrew Downey's also a heavier athlete, and so that's really great for him on the flat, but he's races at around 89 kilos. For comparison, Josh Harris races at 62 kilos.
Well, yeah, the next weight is Mark Gates, at what, 77-ish? So it's a significant difference.
It is, and that 27 kilos, that's massively to Downey's favour on the flat roads or on the descents. But the minute the road ticks up, if the other riders put more pressure on him, he'll suffer. And that's why we're seeing Downey take the front every time it goes up a tiny incline. So at the moment, this is about 3%, slightly uphill. Not too bad. We're not talking up to Ez, but it's certainly not flat. But so long as Downey's on the front and he's controlling the pace, he's also controlling his effort. And that's really smart riding from him, because that is absolutely taking away the advantage that the slider riders have. If he was just to sit at the back and let them pace up the hill, then, you know, he's absolutely just waiting for them to destroy him if they want to, but he's not doing that.
Andrew Downey, it's a remarkable story. It's an emotional story as well for Andrew Downey. He has had some battles on and off the track, virtually, and of course in real life. He's gone through a cancer battle in the last few years as well. He didn't do any racing pretty much for most of 2019, I believe. He's had a number of major procedures done as a result of that. But the good news is getting through that testicular cancer battle, 2023, cardiologist said, you know what? And his doctors all around said, mate, I think you're okay. I think you've gone through the other side. You're cured. You're okay to get back on the bike.
It is absolute goosebump to hear his story. To be honest, I think that, you know, cycling is such an incredibly powerful platform to raise awareness and money, and we see things like Tour de Cure and Smile for Smitty. The Marta Foundation in Queensland does an amazing job of raising awareness and funds for research for cures. But to come through that battle, to then have some heart troubles, to be on anticoagulants, so not able to ride outside because it would be too dangerous if he was to fall off, for that to lead him to the finals of a national championship battle for a gold medal is nothing short of remarkable. He's a strapping rider, 183 centimetres. He towers above Josh Harris at 178 centimetres. These riders are much slighter. He's a big, strong frame, and absolute kudos to him for turning what is absolutely a life-defining moment into his strength. So, well, that's like a double golden bilby for me.
It's a double golden bilby. Cancer
Downing
diagnosis into chronic arrhythmia, getting the all clear, as we say, now appearing in this final, setting that pace, doing it beautifully. I got to say, that is an enormous hat tip. It really is. But we're seeing him, we are seeing that gap. There's nothing in it. It is Winfield at the back at the moment in sixth, but again, he's less than a second behind. He's a second and a half. There's nothing much doing at this stage, Kate. It's early days, 17 kilometres left. They've travelled 6. Anyone's race.
Well, yeah, a second and a half is pretty much Cam Winfield scratching his nose or thinking, you know, I've got a fair bit to go. I just need to take a drink or
what did you say earlier?
He's
not exactly coughing a lung through his nose just yet, is he?
No, that was for me after racing 1 kilometre against a climber. So
that was for me.
Back to retirement for the Bates.
Looking at these bikes, to be honest. But these guys, they're phenomenal athletes, and some of the stories you hear, They are genuinely inspirational. They really are.
I think I just saw some knights in the castle.
Hey, that would make sense in the Scottish Highlands. Absolutely.
I mean, let's just pause for a moment. This is a beautiful world.
Oh, it is.
Like the rolling Highlands. It truly is beautiful.
The detail, the graphics that you're seeing here, how they're not constantly distracted by them, I don't know. Because like you said earlier, I'd be the same. I'd be getting off the bike and going up trying to grab a rock or have a sword fight with one of the knights or something like that, or dive in and have a swim with Nessie. I don't know, whatever. It's awesome. It's just a beautifully, beautifully created world. And I think it's interesting to see when they get to this level, it's like they're incredible athletes, but I think a little bit of that appeal has to be the immersion, has to be being part of this world and doing it, once again, out of your garage. You're here doing it alongside these fellow competitors who are also superior athletes. It's just an incredible all-round experience. It really is.
It really is. Now, Trent Stevenson, we heard from him at the head of the show, what an inspiration it is to ride with his wife, Trudy, and how important it is for their family, for their marriage, for their life balance, for their role modelling, to be able to say to people, actually, the age cap they put on athletes is quite artificial. It's actually got nothing to do with physiology. We've seen that a lot from female athletes, female marathon runners who are quicker in their 40s than they are in their 20s or 30s.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Especially in endurance sports, that is the case. But often it's the opportunity. That's where the pathways just don't exist. This creates that for them, and it is just an incredibly powerful platform. Speaking of incredibly powerful, Josh Wilson.
Yeah.
Just saw him. He looked like he was nudging his way a little bit to the front again.
Yep.
Cam Winfield, what is he waiting for? It says it's telling us a few seconds, but when we pull back to the wide shot, you can actually see him just sitting in the background there.
Not too far, yeah.
The timing is saying 4 minutes and 14 seconds. Joel, hold the phone.
Wait a sec.
It looks like he's had a mechanical or something.
Okay,
I'm going to see if we can go down to a live camera in the cube. Harry Houdini, our genius director here, might be able to get us that in a minute.
Yeah, that's blowing out quickly. 4.5 seconds. He's actually just
he's
disappeared.
Out. He's now out. This has...
Oh, wow. Okay.
It seems like this would have been a mechanical, because things can happen, right? Like technological, there's so much technology driving all of this, from the bikes. And in shot, we're definitely only seeing 5 riders still in game. So we'll get news when we can about
what has
going
happened
on
there. We saw that gap. That it was seconds, and we're hearing Harry Houdini is telling us through the mic here, it's a bike malfunction, as you say. Out of the race by the look of it, 4.5 minutes, and then just dropped off the board altogether. That's extraordinary.
Oh.
And what a way for the campaign to come to an end.
I am really bummed about that for him. He's such an incredible young talent. Like, look, the silver lining is that he's got dozens of these in his future. He's quite literally half the age of Andrew Downey and Trent Stevenson. So let's not, make it too dramatic for the long term for him. But this is certainly disastrous for today. But we've had Australian athletes at the World Championships before. Brie Vine a couple of years ago pulled her foot in the final sprint and went from a podium position to still finishing inside the top 10.
Wow.
The sheer amount of power that was going through the pedals led to that malfunction. She needed a new cleat. These things can happen. You think that they're immune to it because we don't have the crashes or the flat tyres. But it's still... So that's a bit of a bummer for Cam Winfield.
Yeah, it sure is. But no, look, a race of 5 now by the look of it, and seeing the pictures out of the cube, you can now see that vacant bike, absolutely. Now, let's look back to our field. So Trent Stevenson's still alive. He's currently bringing up the rear, but there's nothing in it. He's less than a second off the pace, being still set by Downey. But I love the story of Trent Stevenson, because he's a bit like you, Kate. He's an absolute bike geek. Ask him anything kind of guy. He knows all the riders. He knows all the history. He knows all the stories.
Well,
He's
look,
an absolute
this
acolyte.
platform absolutely plays to bike geeks, right? I want to give a big shout out to Bear Liang, Aaron Liang, who is our venue MC. He's down in the cube keeping everybody excited. He's played a huge role in Queensland developing cycling up here. His daughter is now the Oceania Scratch Race champion, I might add.
Awesome.
So he had some wonderful proud dad moments on Facebook that he didn't want her to see, but, she's young, so she's on Facebook.
Yeah.
So she was, suitably mortified by that. But he's been doing a wonderful job and really keeping the crowd excited, which is sensational to have so many people here.
Love your work, Bear.
Celebrating yet another event in this wonderful Brisbane Cycling Festival. 9.5 kilometres left to go now. We can say we're in the business end of the race.
We sure are, and we're seeing Powerups come in. We're seeing them disperse that feather, that little speed boost happening. But Trent Stevenson, he's a stayer. I tell you what, not the youngest rider in the bunch, but he's pushing ahead just at the moment. But the pace is starting to lift a little bit here, Kate. This is where we start to see whether the Powerups play their role, but also the juice in the legs.
Well,
Who has timed it?
Steve-O's almost giving us a repeat of what he did in the semi-final. Trent Stevenson really taking the opportunity and pushing up the hill. They're dropping these draft Powerups to get rid of them so that they can get a new one under the banner there, because slightly going uphill there within the bunch, like the draft is not going to do too much for you. But you know what? You snooze, you lose.
Yeah, 100%.
Josh Wilson,
there he is.
He is on an absolute mission. He is dropping some pretty big watt bombs. When he accelerates, you can see it spike up, but then it comes back down. We can see they're going slightly downhill here. And if you don't know that from looking and being able to really tell, you just look at their watts per kg, and when they're below 3, 2, it's a training ride.
Yeah,
That's when they're taking those moments of recovery that we talked about that are so important. Because on the rolling highlands, Joel, it's just like the name says, rolling.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of flat area. And it is those small declines that they really get that opportunity to take a deep breath.
Just have that moment
refocus.
to suck in the seagulls, as they say.
Seagulls circling our favourite chippy, Mark Gates.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. It's also the dynamic has changed, because a lot of them would have been, quite concerned about what Cam Winfield can do. From 6, they're now 5. A little bit of a strategy change for them there. For Andrew Downey, it's great because he's now less outnumbered.
Well, you're immediately aware of that, because in real life, obviously, if you're racing on the road, you've got the team car saying this player's out of the race, this guy's dropped out, mechanical, whatever, and you're like, okay, great. In this one, you're literally just turning your head, just having a little look beside you and going, oh, wait.
But
Winfield's not there anymore.
You actually might not know in a race until many kilometres later. You don't see them around you, but they could be well behind you.
Yep.
Big bunch, you don't really know. But it is so live. We are really seeing what's happening. Josh Harris. Now, I'm wondering if something's happened here.
Oh, no.
Because
So he's blowing out 12 seconds,
he's 12 seconds back. And look, I'm hearing from the Cube that there's been a mechanical for Josh.
Oh, there he is,
and he's not happy, Jan.
Oh, no.
Frustrated and getting quite upset.
Yeah, you can see that. He's not happy at all.
We can see the pictures from the Cube. We'll get them to you when we can. There we go. You're seeing inside the Cube now, and there's Josh Harris walking around, hands on hips.
Yeah.
I can tell you he's been throwing his arms about. He is devastated. The favourite gone. Absolutely devastated. We are down to 4 now. Stevenson, Downey, Gates, and Wilson.
All that remain.
And so it changes again.
Doesn't it just extraordinary? 2 dropouts in the same race.
And we don't know what's happened. Look, sometimes they're belt drive machines. They're incredible pieces of technology. And sometimes it can be inconsistent pedaling. Sometimes it might be a shoe that's broken. We don't know. But we do know that this is possible. This can happen. But the frustration when you have prepared for something like this, when you're feeling good, when you know that you have the goods to come through, and certainly Josh Harris had a very big highlighter over his name, so devastating for him to be out now with Cam Winfield. Very big change again now.
Yeah, absolutely. Trent Stevenson still heading things up, but there is absolutely nothing in it. There, Wilson, Stevenson, Downey and Gates, once again, get the tissue out. Throw it over them. There's nothing between them. I'm gobsmacked here, Catherine. I can't believe this has gone down. It's heartbreaking for the riders, but as you say, changes the complexion as we head into the final 6 kilometres of this men's final. What does it change? What are you doing? What are you doing now? You're like, okay,
there would
four
have
of us.
been a lot of riders pretty scared of Josh Harris, I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
Who would have been looking over their shoulder, waiting, just waiting and thinking, the less we see him, the more scared of him we are.
We're scared of him, and we're not even racing.
When you go in with tactics, 1 to 10. But very rarely do you go in with tactics going, if this person's not there anymore.
Yeah.
You go in with, if they attack early or if they attack later, if I have good legs, if I don't have good legs. And so it will see a complete change in the dynamics of the racing, and that's what we're seeing play out. So they're meandering along a bit now, 5.9 kilometres to go. And
the pace has dropped right off here. Look at Downey. He's dropped under 20 kilometres an hour at the moment. You can still see Harris. Harris is still down there in the cube. He cannot believe it.
I don't know what's going on, Joel, but I think we might be seeing
quite
a unique situation in a race neutralisation.
Oh, it has come to a
because
stop.
we can see this is live pictures from the cube. The riders have stopped. The racing has ceased for the moment. That's Mark Gates, our chippy on the right there. You can tell from the man bun, Joel.
He hasn't even broken a sweat, has
No,
he?
Josh Harris, he is still stalking around using that frustrated energy to try and calm himself down there. We've got a few riders off the bike. So we'll feed through whatever information we have about what the updates are and what's going on.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get one of our cube troopers to give us a bit of info. But the vibes in the cube right now... we are legitimately learning as we go what is actually happening in the cube right now.
Well, our cube troopers are on the hunt.
Yeah, of course they
They are now furiously running around trying to find... Now, on the right of screen, in the blue shirt, that is Tony Tor, Anthony Tor. That is our commissaire.
Okay, so he's on the spot.
To his left... is Adam Power. Now, he administers and runs this event.
Yes.
So they are in heavy discussion. This is pretty unprecedented. And Tony is a world-class commissaire. He's done some of the world's biggest events, world championships, etc. We jinxed him. We said he's going to have an easy day.
No, he's not having an easy day.
No.
His day has taken a sharp turn.
I said to Adam Power, the gentleman that we just saw there from AusCycling, I said to him earlier, what does the commissaire do once they're underway? Because I thought, am I missing something? And he said pretty much nothing. So maybe Adam jinxed him, not us.
Pretty much nothing has become pretty much everything just in a blink of an eye. I was wondering, because I was like, Josh is hanging around here. He's not going anywhere. He was filthy, absolutely livid, but he wasn't leaving. And I'm wondering, is it some sort of, is it a protest? Is it something that's going on here going, hang on a sec, let's stop the race so we can have a bit of a think about how we can get everyone back on the bike and proceed. And there's Luke Mears walking past the camera as well. Walkley Award-winning cameraman, journalist, producer of the Wheelhouse podcast. He is aghast. Luke loves his racing. He's sitting there going, what is going on and where's my camera? I need to be filming this.
Yeah, look, he is an absolute production genius. Yes, I am biased. He's also my partner. But he's so interested in this as well, really eagerly anticipating. We have got a little bit of feedback from down there that they're just trying to sort it out. In one way, Joel, I'm happy with this outcome, being paused, being neutralised, resetting in some way, shape or form, because I think this is a pretty fair outcome given the gravitas of the situation and also given the fact that, and now look, they're having a chat. That's Jeff Corbett from AusCycling. I think that's who I'm seeing in the shadows there, having a bit of chat to them. Now, I'll also say, Joel, none of the riders want an unfair race. You don't want to win.
Yeah, absolutely.
By technicality.
You want to win fair and square, of course you do. And it looks like it is that. It's a restart in the works. As you can see, look at this. Look at the furious conversation that's happening down here now. Hey, guys, here's what we're going. But I'd like to think for the most part, the riders are like, look, sure. If we can get them back on the bike and we can race fair. But I'm curious, what happens? We just pick up where we left off. Because we saw those two riders depart at various intervals. We saw a few kilometres between both of them feeling. And I think we can go down to one of our cube troopers now. Ash Watson is in the cube where the drama is unfolding. She can give us an update. What is going on down there, Ash?
So unfortunately, AusCycling has actually decided to restart the tournament just because bikes 3 and 6 actually had a malfunction in the middle. So that was Josh and Cameron's bikes that had malfunctions. So unfortunately, we're actually going to have to start the finals. So we're actually in the process of starting to do that now. Back to you guys. Let's hope this goes well.
Wow.
Okay. Well,
A race restart.
I'm rarely speechless, but we are looking at a complete race restart.
Look, it's a fair outcome. It's a tough outcome, though, and it will change the race.
I'll tell you what.
No ifs and buts.
You were
it will
talking
change
about
the outcome.
Andrew Downey. Okay, some of the effort we were seeing from him in that weight, the race weight difference we're seeing. What is he thinking right now? I'm going back to the start?
Yeah, look, it's a good question because it depends on how he's feeling on the day. It depends on how his form is. But what I can say is that this is a more equitable way to compete at a national championships than what we saw before. It's not the most equitable because there will be riders that are disadvantaged to others. But I do think they've probably made the right call here. And this is where the commissaires... It's very, very important for their job to be able to make these decisions on the fly.
This changes everything. We saw those dropouts happen. Does Winfield, does that early dropout now become a massive advantage where you had that few extra minutes to get that juice back in the legs? There is so much drama unfolding here at the Esports AusCycling National Championships, Kate. I think we need to just take a breath, pause it up, probably have a drink of water, have a long, hard think about what's going on.
We've got some Powerade and bananas here. Stick with us. We're going to take a little break while everybody recalibrates, but don't go away because we will be back soon. We've still got the men's final to rerun. We'll know exactly all the details about how they're rerunning it. And then the women.
Yeah.
And the women... Well, they get a little bit more recovery
now
too.
Bit more everything has been tossed up in the air. This is an extraordinary night of racing, and it is so good to be bringing it to you. We don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. We're going to find out very, very soon, though. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with you shortly. Welcome back to the 2024 AusCycling Esports National Championships, where high drama is unfolding here at the QUT Gardens Point in Brisbane. Now, the men's final disrupted abruptly. We saw 2 dropouts. We saw Winfield drop out. We saw another dropout shortly after. Then we saw the race completely come to a halt. Now, I think before anything else, Kate Bates, it's important to note that this sort of stuff happens. This is the sort of stuff that happens in real-world cycling as well. There are dramas that knock riders out of races, that restart races, and what we've seen here is the racing officials come together, have a lengthy discussion, and make the call that they are going to restart the men's final, get the field back to that start line.
The men's final will be 1 lap. The women's final will now be 1 lap as well. They're going to run the women before the men to make it a bit more equitable across the board. Emotions are high, Joel. We saw both Cam Winfield and Josh Harris, the incredible disappointment. And it's similar scenes as what you see in a road race when a rider crashes out. When Jay Vine crashed out of the Vuelta a few years ago while wearing the KOM jersey, it was actually a really similar reaction to what we saw from Josh Harris.
Absolutely.
Just overwhelmed with emotion because these athletes have prepared extensively for this. They've worked incredibly hard. But we're seeing pictures of the tech team working really hard to get it all back on board. And so what they're doing is they're doing hard resets and hard wiring of all the devices to ensure that there aren't any dropouts, that we don't have any more issues. And that's what's taking a little bit of time.
Well, at this stage, it looks like we're 11 or 12 minutes away from that women's final starting. And as we say, forget about what you read. If you read the race program, if you've been looking forward to this event and looking at exactly how the format, how it's all going to work, that has now gone out the window. We are looking at an entirely different complexion for this men's and women's final. As you say, starting with the fact that we're changing positions. The women's final is going to come up first. But I'll tell you what, let's just focus quickly on what we've just seen and looking at the riders. As you saw, we saw some genuine emotion down in the cube. How do you go about shaking it off, literally getting back on the bike and recontesting a final? Not from scratch, as you say, it's 1 lap now, it's a different race, but you still have to get on there, you still have to compete. What goes through your head? Yeah,
and that's a real balance. It's a great question, Joel, because I think this goes to where rider resilience is so very important and rider refocus. And when you have put together the evening in steps, and a lot of these athletes, bearing in mind, are quite data focused, and that's why they're drawn into the esports world. When you've put that in place and you're mentally ready for that, to be able to pivot and be agile is quite a skill. But I'm pretty confident that a lot of these athletes have that skill. And in part because a lot of them are more mature athletes who have gone through a whole heap of stuff in life, and they just know that this is the moment for them to take a few deep breaths, to calm down, to take a bit of recovery, and to just refocus and start again. For the women, it'll add a layer of nerves to their race because even though they will be able to feel quite confident when the technology is back up and running, it will just be a reminder that whether it's in real life, whether it's esports, there's variables.
Yeah.
Things can happen, and it's a really stark reminder of that.
We have seen some of the world's best riders. Some of the world's best riders in Grand Tours, names like Remco Evenepoel come to mind. You mentioned, of course, Jay Vine, names like that coming up. And these things can happen. You have to adapt to survive. You have to move on. You have to just clear your head and get on with it. And if you are one of the female finalists getting ready to line up for your tilt at being the first in real life winner of these national championships, you have to deal with a very, very different framework as well. The script has literally been thrown out the window.
It has. I mean, I've got a lot of paperwork in here, Joel, and I can tell you I am ripping it up.
You know what? Bleh, it's all gone. Forget about
it in the bin.
Yep.
But it's an interesting element that a lot of people discount in this kind of format. But I've been pretty impressed, actually, seeing the emotion from Josh Harris. I'll make a couple of comments about that. Firstly, I want to say that full credit to him, that so disappointed, so upset, so many emotions, matching with adrenaline, I might add, mid-race.
Yep.
He calmed himself really quickly. and he didn't disturb too many other riders. You know, they were still racing and he was staying away from them, and I think that shows a great maturity. But also, what's really difficult, can we just think for a moment about the parents, carers, friends, partners who are just ripping their hair out with nerves before anything even happens, and remembering that Josh Harris's partner, Kate, is in the final next.
Absolutely.
So for her, she's had this incredible surge of adrenaline, and neurochemically, her brain is going bananas right now. So she'll be working to really calm that down, to harness it, to make sure that that becomes a strength for her.
A couple of deep breaths, a bit of a meditation, maybe have a lie down on a Shakti mat for a few minutes.
I know. Do you think we can get an impromptu yoga session going in there? Perhaps.
You could lead it. You do. Bit of
I do. Yeah, I do a bit of
llama
yoga.
Was it?
Goat yoga.
Goat yoga, that's it.
Actually, it was goat yoga. It was with chicks who ride bikes, and exactly as it sounds, Joel, before we went bike riding, they brought in mini goats. We did yoga, and the mini goats clamoured all over us.
Yeah.
It was very therapeutic and relaxing.
Nothing like a goat clamouring all over you to calm you down. So you put that. That's not a good experience. That's not necessarily a bad experience either, is it? It's something you can do. But in all seriousness, that is what needs to happen now. And I'll talk about Trent Stevenson as well. He's of course in that men's final. Trudy's here as well. Trudy Stevenson raced early, didn't make it through, of course, but riding Trent all the way and riding his fortunes and seeing all of a sudden, oh, holy heck, it's all over. If she has a chance to chat to him, what's she going to say? Trent, it's all good. Take a breath. You're back on the bike soon. I think this is one of those occasions where having a nearest and dearest in close proximity can be a really good thing. But we have the Cube. We have been going into the Cube all night with our Cube troopers, QUT students. Samil Dowji and Ash Watson have been doing a wonderful job bringing us all the action. And this is probably the biggest cross of Samil's career so far. We're going to go to him now and find out the latest from the Cube. Samil Dowji, what on earth is going on down there?
Guys, just as you said, extraordinary scenes. Nothing like we've ever seen before. We've got our riders out of here. Our tech team also have done a bit of their job around here, and they have walked out. You can see that the screens are actually back on. These players are nowhere to be seen at the moment. We're going to try and see if we can have a chat with them downstairs, because they were absolutely frustrated. You saw Joshua absolutely frustrated and, just unprecedented, as you mentioned. So, guys, everything over here unfolding is just shocking. We don't know what's going to be happening next, but we do know that the women's final race is going to happen now. And then after the women's race, we'll get back into the men's race after their legs have cooled down for a bit. So, guys, back to you. But, yeah, just shocking.
Well, the legs and the hearts have settled down a little bit, I reckon. Thank you so much to Samil down there. What an excellent job our QUT students have been doing, and what an opportunity for them to get involved. Go the Cube Troopers. And we can see the tech's back, the screens are back on, everything has been reset, and that does allow a bit of confidence for the riders.
I love talking about other sport from time to time, and
You do?
played a bit of footy in my day, and there was a thing that, no matter what happened, you'd say 0-all. You'd say, start again, forget what's happened, put it all behind you. You might be 38-0 down at half-time, but it's 0-all. And I think that mentality of putting all this behind and saying, you know what, this is the race now. This is the first race. It's all good. The women's final literally going to be staged freshly, but the scheduling has been thrown out entirely. When the men's final comes around, it has to just be 0-all. It has to just be, we're back on the bike. This is the first time we've done it. We're all calm. We're composed. I've got a bit of extra time to do that, which is an incredible benefit for them. But I tell you what, extraordinary scenes. This technology is absolutely out of this world. And the fact that they've been able to turn this around so quickly, and this delay, let's be honest, it hasn't been an extremely lengthy delay by any stretch. I want to give a shout out to everyone in the Cube working behind the scenes as well to get this happening once again. And that also goes to the 11 volunteers who are here tonight helping make this coverage happen, running between here, the Cube, the tech here at QUT Gardens Point. I'm going to run them off quickly because I think that Ali, Annalane, Danielle, Matt, Kayla, Vivina, Sanchez, Anjali, Dia, and Nick Hugh are doing an extraordinary job.
Thank you, team. I'm very impressed. We made them some goodie bags, Joel, so that, they were feeling the love. And I got to say, I'm pretty happy that one of them left theirs behind with some Ovaltinis. So
yeah, look, this one's a little bit lighter than it was at the start of the broadcast.
All the better for us.
I'll save you the caramello koala, I promise.
I won't. The women are about to be announced back in, so the athletes were able, and that's what's so amazing about this space here at QUT, is they have a holding warm-up area, and they also have essentially, we'd call it a green screen in our industry, but an area where they've been able to chill out, have a drink, get out of the eyes of the public so that all the emotions can be synthesized and processed. And they'll be racing in 10 minutes, but we're hearing that the ladies, they're ready to go. They're going to be announced soon. And so there's quite a lot of gravitas. There they are.
You can see Jess Bemrose there.
So what they do,
pretty calm.
They've got a nice little bucket of all of their stuff, and they are announced one at a time and introduced to the crowd, which is quite cool.
That's awesome.
And they bring their bucket of stuff in. They set up the bike. The bikes are cleaned beautifully between each race, so that they know they're sanitised and they're all good. I tell you what, if I sweated all over one of those bikes, you'd want a whole bucket of bikey wipes
if I'd done it, you'd want a whole new bike. I promise you. Tilly Field and joining the field there. And what we saw in that women's semi earlier, let's just recap quickly. Both of those women's semis were excellent, but we loved the performances we saw. Obviously, Jessica Bemrose, with that experience, with those kilometres, an extraordinary number of kilometres ridden in the lead up to this event and indeed across her career. Peter Antonello, of course, she took out the Bilby. Well, I gave her the Bilby. I think I got voted out, but she earned it. Brianna Samuel as well was extraordinary. We saw Vicky Whitelaw. We saw that veteran. We saw that 11 years of experience paying off for her. We saw Tilly Field, who basically said, gee whiz, I didn't know I still had that big of a kick to offer.
Well, there's just so many delightful puns with her name, like Field of Dreams. What a great field that Tilly's leading. It's all of them.
Yep, stealing from the Tilly. There
yeah.
you go. Waltzing Matilly.
If you build it, they will come. Field of Dreams, right there.
Excellent.
She did a sensational job in her heat, and I think she surprised herself a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm very, very impressed by that racing. And we have to remember, we are like smack in the middle of the Brisbane Cycling Festival. Still to come is the Tour de Brisbane, which is just sensational.
That'll be the next stage of your comeback, right?
I will be riding. I will not be racing. I'll be doing the family ride with the mob. Luke and I will have 4 kids.
Lovely.
To shepherd around. So 3 of them will be riding.
No, look, I did
more kilometres than their age, and then the 12-year-old, she'll do a great job over the 10
Can
kilometres.
I just say, I did it with you guys last year. I'll do it with you again this year. They were absolutely racing.
Well,
they were absolutely racing.
Yes. The boy, he thought he was Peter Sagan,
Yeah.
and he took off like a rocket. He'll probably do that again. But it's a 3-day expo over at the Brisbane Showgrounds, and it's just sensational. Get down there. We'll be down there, Joel. We'll be
absolutely.
hanging around a fair bit, making sure we get out and amongst the community. And before that, they've got the Asia Pacific Cycling Conference, and they're bringing together some of the world's best experts around transport infrastructure, cycling. We're not talking elite cycling. We're talking about how to make cities better for cycling, because that participation, that community, that leads all the way up to the elite ranks. And when we look at cycling, sometimes we're talking about the sport of cycling. Sometimes we're talking about participation cycling. There is such an incredible in-between from one end to the other. And I think that, the Brisbane Cycling Festival is one of those really wonderful opportunities to mesh that all together. This weekend we also have the Oceania Mountain Bike Championships.
That I'm looking forward to.
That are going on. We've got some BMX. In fact, it kicked unofficially. The BMX World Cup kicked off the festival. It was look, details. It was a week before the festival.
Doesn't matter. It was extraordinary down at Chandler. So Chandler at Sleeman Sporting Complex in Brisbane, a renowned sporting complex. It's a lot of major swimming events there over the years and other disciplines as well. But what they rolled out for the BMX, I should also mention, of course, the Anna Meares Velodrome. That's probably one of the more regal locations on that site. But
it is.
That BMX track was something else.
It is. We're going to go down to Semille in the Cube in a minute, but just before that, we have been brought the most delicious plate of goodies by Merksy from the Wheelhouse team. And
G'day, Merksy.
So, look, Houdini, could we just get a shot of this amazing food?
Oh, wow.
Look at this.
We got mushy. We got sliders.
That half is yours, that half is mine. And this was brought to us by Marnie Fechner, the CEO of AusCycling. So thanks, Marnie.
That's amazing. Good on you, Marnie.
That's teamwork, right?
Yeah, no job beneath Marnie. That's fantastic.
Bringing us the sustenance.
Sorry, Marnie, before you go, can you
Absolutely
bring me
love
some
it.
mustard?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a bit of mustard. Yeah, good.
Little bit of tomato sauce. Thank you very much. Let's go down. We've got to get back into serious business, Joel. Let's go down to the Cube. What have you got for us, Semille? What's going on?
Yeah, guys, so I've just got new information from the authorities here that if up to 3 bikes can go down, so if there's a malfunction as we saw in the men's race, that's okay. But if up to 4 bikes go down, 4 and over, then they will have to then go back to the semi-final results, and they will be the podium and the final results for the national championship. So some new information I found out. As we can see, we got our women lining up for their final race of the day, and hopefully that it doesn't go through any malfunctions here today, so that it can be a smooth one. But we'll see how it all unfolds, guys. Back to you. All
right, well, thank you, Semille.
That's awkward. That's awkward timing.
Mid-slider here. But when the boss of AusCycling brings you a slider...
What do? You
got to eat the slider.
Now, this is interesting because 3 bikes down, keep going, 4 bikes down, back to the semi-finals. Results, how do they choose the podium off 2 semi-finals?
I don't get it. Yeah.
Maybe finish time in the race.
I
don't know.
Time, wouldn't it? Yeah.
This is kind of working on the fly because in any kind of new technology, new event... you don't even know the potential for what could go wrong until it goes wrong.
Oh, the humanity.
And then if you even think about the history of the Tour de France and you think about the helmet rules.
Yeah.
Fabio Casatelli passed away at the Tour de France in the early 2000s or late 90s where they didn't have to wear helmets. And so then they said, these descents, these are crazy.
Yep.
You have to wear helmets now. But first, they said, you don't have to wear a helmet if it finishes on a climb, because the only hazard is going downhill.
It's going down, and don't understate hazard there. It's extremely, extremely.
Well, and then they realised that actually you need to wear your helmet the whole time. So it is an evolution of sorts, and that is what we're seeing here. But it is good. They've handled it really well in terms of informing the athletes, making sure they're the first to know. Mm-hmm. And we can tell you they're the first to know because we're furiously texting, and lucky we've got our amazing Cube troopers to keep us informed because they've been sensational. And we've had some people running back and forth to us here in the studio to make sure we also know what's going on.
Well, your phone bill's probably tripled in the last half hour because you have been furiously texting,
unlimited minutes, Joel. You've got to get on.
You needed them. You really needed them for this. It's been extraordinary. It really has. But I just want to give a shout out to everyone involved. The commissar down there, extraordinary job. They've turned this round pretty quickly, and I will confess confusion up here in the booth for the most part. This, as you said, utterly unprecedented. But they've got it back. We're going to have a result one way or another. And that's the important thing at the end of the day. These riders have worked so hard to be here, going through those 2 rounds of qualification, fronting up tonight, getting through those semi-finals. The time now is to compose yourself, get back behind that lightsaber force field, as I like to call it, and race again.
So they're about to head into the pen, which is, the holding pen before they start racing. So we are within a couple of minutes of race time. It'll be a minute when we go down to that. The riders are looking pretty relaxed.
Yeah, they are. Absolutely.
Kate Tridden there.
Maybe they had one of Marnie's sliders just to slide into the race.
Oh, heavens. I really hope not, because then it won't be their lungs coming out their nose. It may well be a slider.
That created an alarming visual. But yeah, no, like absolutely, you're absolutely right. This is an impressive field. We're going to get to see them all in action now. As we've been through what we saw in the semis, it was pretty good across the board. Quick tip, Kate. Quick tip. Got to get one off you.
Ooh, I'm going to go for Kate Tridden.
Okay, you're going Tridden?
Yep.
I am all about Jessica Bemrose. I have been all night showing favouritism. I've just, the way she rode her semi, just throughout, she was just in control.
But you know,
it's hers to lose.
Vicky Whitelaw has such a pedigree, and she's such a fighter. It's very, very hard to ever make a pick without knowing that she's the absolute wild card.
T-minus.
I mean, she's not even really a wild card. She's like up there, the wild card. Here we go,
right.
Joel. The finals, the women now. We've had a bit of a change in format. One lap.
One lap only.
One lap.
14, just over 14 kilometres to decide the national champion, the women's national champion here at the Esports National Championships at Gardens Point campus here in Brisbane, QUT. Tell you what, everyone here on their toes. Not so much as the riders, though. As we come
we're
out
not.
of the
We're
blocks.
in beautiful gaming chairs.
I'm sitting here with my controller, just ready to game. I tell you what, though, the stakes have changed. The approach, the mentality needs to stay the same. There's a gold medal at stake here. There's that precious green and gold jersey. Kate, you've spoken about the glory, the dignity of wearing that jersey, of earning it. It's time now to put everything behind you and just focus on the race.
It is. And this is where I think we will see some of the maturity and the experience really shining, because they will have had calamity before them. They would have had disaster before. And so for them, they will feel comfortable knowing that they're on top of it.
Yeah, beautifully said.
But it's also a different race distance. And so all of them have to deal with that. All of them have to recalibrate and come back in a race that they expected to be literally twice the length. It's a completely different strategy. So you have to be agile.
Absolutely. We were watching the early stages of that men's final before the calamity struck, and we saw a fairly conservative sort of entry across the board there. We saw 20-plus Ks. We saw the guys going, all right, just pump the brakes. Not literally, of course, but let's just take it easy. I don't think we're going to see that here, and already there's indications. Look at the pace we're seeing from Antonello. Antonello, who I will say was robbed of the almost golden bilby in her semi-final. I got outvoted thanks to the input of Harry Houdini, our wonderful director, who I got to say has done an extraordinary job staying across this
Houdini
tonight.
Because he's eating sliders back there, not on screen.
Yeah, he's escaped from the box with the straitjacket on. He's done it a number of times over tonight. He's doing a beautiful job. But Jessie Bemrose leading the way in the early stages, Kate. Already, just like that, blink, we're a kilometre into the race. We got just under 13 to go. It's on like Donkey Kong, Catherine.
Here we go.
Here we go.
How did I do? I don't quite have the in my voice.
Well, it's the Mario Kart
to
thing.
do that.
So you got to practice with when the cart spins off the track and you go, oh, whoa, 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 which is kind of what happened in the men's final earlier. But anyway, here we go. We're underway. Brianna Samuel moving up early. Vicky Whitelaw in the mix, as you'd expect. But this field, and I talk, of course, of Tilly Field, who's currently in fourth, is a strong one across the board. They wouldn't be here if they hadn't performed. But once again, we've gone out of the Glasgow Crits. We've gone into the Highlands. We're looking for Mel Gibson and Christopher Lambert. We're also looking for that green and gold jersey, Catherine.
And it's a pretty tight field in terms of their power output and their power profiles. If you were just to look on paper and say, this is the kind of course that is really, you could indicate from their functional threshold power, their FTP, roughly what they can maintain for about 20 minutes, which is going to be about race distance. Jess Bemrose, she has the highest functional threshold power. She's at 253, but there's not a lot of variable. 219 to Brianna Samuel, but they're all pretty close. And so then it will definitely be more about how it's raced. Who's going to be the first to attack? Who's going to bide their time? I think Tilly Field surprised some other riders because she surprised herself.
Yeah, she did.
You know, and so that can also give some of the other competitors a bit of confidence, knowing that they can change up what they think they know about their racing style and come in with something completely different.
Kate Tridden is the rider who nominated the Rolling Highlands as her personal favourite course. Don't ask me how you arrive at loving a course that's as punishing, but she absolutely did. And early on, she's sitting at the back of the pack. But that bunch, once again, tighter than 2 coats of paint early, but they do have to get their skates on already, Kate. We're already 3 kilometres into this race, and you are seeing more output, very much so, as you'd expect, than we were seeing in the early stages of that men's final. And I think some of the stories, once again, I love some of the stories. Vicky Whitelaw, you spoke about the power of cycling in general to keep you positive, keep you confident, keep you feeling good about yourself. She's spoken openly about some of the battles she's experienced in her life, physically, mentally, as a result of injuries, and coming through those, finding the bike, finding esports, and getting back to being on top of the world and feeling like she's part of something very special, which she is.
So we were talking about powers earlier. I want to kind of highlight some of the features of the athletes that will shine on this kind of course. And I mentioned FTP in the context of, it's about 20 minutes. If they were to go solo around here,
yep,
who would prevail? But that's not what we're looking at at all.
Not anymore.
No, it's not what we're looking at all. And so while it's a nice metric to set it up and to compare the athletes, we can look more in this style of racing, which, to be honest, is really mirroring what we saw in the second semi-final, which Tilly Field, after winning, described as pretty easy.
Pretty easy.
She said it was a pretty easy race.
After executing an excellent late attack to get into this final. And then she goes, that's what I do.
Well, so already 10 kilometres to go, we know that we're going to be looking for those small accelerations. We'll be looking for a rider who says, I'm going to try and take the bull by the horns and go for a flyer. See if I can get a gap. Use a little rise to really capitalise on that. Powerups will not come into it nearly in the same... Did we? I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I think we just saw Nessie.
We just saw Nessie. Breaking news here at the Esports.
We're going to have the world's media descend on us in a moment.
Oh, look at that. Nessie herself materialising to egg the riders on and say, you can do it, girls. Welcome to the Highlands. Welcome to the beautiful Highlands. But this is where the wonderful, rich worlds of esports cycling, I think, come into play as well, because these changing conditions, changing circumstances, literally cutting your race in half. The fact that these guys have ridden so many courses, so many distances, so many circumstances, this is where that can become a massive, massive benefit. Earlier today, we were talking about, maybe a lack of familiarity, or maybe this, maybe that, because they're used to that. Not anymore.
Rip those notes up.
They're gone. Here we go. Done. It's in the bin.
For anybody who likes to write down, throw it out.
Toss it out.
Toss it out.
Get rid of it.
But there's a lot of variability in esports racing from race to race and different formats. A lot of them are points formats, and so it'll be you can gain points in the intermediates, at the archers, at the sprinters, at the sprints, at the KOMs. A lot of the esports riders with a lot of experience are used to that format a little bit more. There's not a lot that are just straight out races, especially in the racing series. Which, there's with community leagues and that sort of stuff is where a lot of the athletes kind of cut their teeth and learn how to race, because it goes down to D grade. So there's a place for everyone. So when you're first starting, that's where you can really learn how to race. And then when your fitness and your strength catches up, often they come in then with a huge amount of experience to it. But this is a fairly civilised, let's just say it, controlled race, absolutely. And so much so, Jessie Bemrose at the top of the race at the moment, her watts have stayed the same for probably the last kilometre. She is just holding a pace at the moment, and the rest of the field's pretty happy to just slip in behind that. And this is the kind of course that really does suit someone who has the ability to maintain a pretty high power output relative to their body weight over those little climbs. Like, that's a pretty crucial attribute to be able to succeed on this kind of course, but more so when it's raced hard and in a bigger bunch. When there's only 6 riders, it does change the dynamics, because nobody's necessarily prepared to be the first to move. And tactically, if you back yourself in a sprint, why would you waste energy early? You just wouldn't.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
That is putting the ride and the race and the victory into somebody else's hands.
It sure is, and a little bit of a reprieve for the riders now. 8 kilometres out. Take a breath, guys. Take a breath, because this 8 kilometres is going to be massive. Here we go. Just a slight little dip down the highlands. We'll have a quick look. Is there any Nessie in sight there? No Nessie. No distractions from Nessie so far, but it's still Jessie Bemrose holding firm at the top. And I once again, I'm like a broken record, harping on about her consistency. It's so good to see. Brianna Samuel bringing up. Antonello, as I said, incredible performance in the semi. Still holding firm in third at the moment. We've got 7.5, just over 7.5 kilometres to go. But what we saw in the semi at the moment further down the field is Tilly Field. What we saw was an incredibly audacious late move. Having a bit more energy in the legs over half the distance, we could just see something like that materialise again, Kate.
Well, Tritton is sitting right at the back, pretty, really biding her time, which is interesting. I've noticed that Jess Bemrose has spent a lot of time on the front, but it's the same way we saw in the first iteration of the men's final from Andrew Downey. But we've got to move here.
Here we go.
So it's all on now. Vicky Whitelaw is on her way as well. Tilly Field hot on her heels.
Dropping the hammer.
Making sure you don't let Vicky Whitelaw leave the island. So
you said that earlier. Yeah, absolutely.
So
I hope they were listening.
Brianna Samuel, who made that first move. That was our first move in earnest that we've seen out there. Bemrose, Samuel, Antonello, Whitelaw, Field and Tritton. Field, that was smart.
Yep,
Again,
absolutely.
she knew when to move. She was really reactive, very important. Bemrose has spent a lot of time on the front. She's now at the back. She's the bookend.
She knows what she's doing.
Which end she's doing. She does know what she's doing. She is comfortable riding from the front and dictating the pace a bit. She's done more kilometres in Zwift than any of the finalists, men or women. She's done more climbing. Her longest ride in here is over 330 kilometres.
Wow.
So she knows. She's got a comfort in Zwift where she knows exactly what she's capable of and can find that. And that does bring a lot of self-assurance when you're out there. Tilly, she'd be feeling a little bit different to how she normally does in races, given she surprised herself in the earlier race. So she might dare to do something that perhaps before the semi-final she thought, I don't back myself to do that.
Yeah.
Now, why not? Nothing to lose. So that's exciting for her. It's a really exciting position to be in. I
think it's a stark possibility because she did prove it to herself, and we heard her when she was talking to Samil at the end of that race saying that she, I've still got a real kick in me. This is awesome. So if ever there was the belief to be able to pull that off when the stakes are at their highest, this is it. As we come into the final 6 kilometres now, and it's Peter Antonello edging out in front. But Kate, look at those gaps. Absolutely nothing to speak of at the moment.
Tissue? Throw a tissue over them?
Yeah, maybe even maybe a hand towel for this one.
A hand towel.
Just a hand towel.
Throw the hand towel over them.
Throw a hand towel.
This is real jockeying. I mean, this is playing out very similarly to the semi-final. Nobody's really wanting to take too much responsibility. Kate Tritton dropping a feather power up. Why not? It's helping her a little bit because they're on a 3% climb. But not doing that to use it.
Yep.
Not doing it to gain any strategic advantage at this point. She's a natural sprinter, but she's a pretty solid climber over this kind of incline and distance. So she's just making herself more comfortable. And that's sometimes we think about the power-ups in terms of real high performance. And you think about it in terms of how can you use it to your advantage to win a race. But sometimes it's how can you use it just to take the edge off.
Yep.
Give yourself a little bit of a breather, get yourself to the end comfortably. The way this is playing out, short of a late attack, I don't see there's not a lot of point attacking in the next couple of kilometres.
Okay, so we're going to see another late run.
Well, when the pace has been like this, you don't want to be the first one to attack because traditionally that won't stick. And when you have a team and when you're out there in a team, that's where you send your teammates up the road because you figure, and they'll say to you in team meetings, you attack first, Kate, we don't expect it to go anywhere. And you attack second, Jess, and we don't expect that to go anywhere either. But the third one will.
We want you to make the other riders work at the time that they least want to.
But
we don't need. It's a field of
when
6.
they're all individuals out there, and a field of 6, it isn't that dynamic. So people are like, oh, I only really have one big crack in me. I'll wait until it's late enough that I can hit them hard enough, and that's it. It works or it doesn't. That's the card I'm playing.
Yeah.
And some of the riders should do that, because not all of them will be feeling confident to come into a 6-rider sprint. So there will be a couple of riders who are right now thinking, all right, let's just watch these kilometres tick over, bide my time, and then I'll whack them when they least expect it.
I'll give them a whack him with a surprise attack, as we see Antonello once again making her way to the front, but those margins, absolutely nothing in it. We've got 4.5 kilometres of racing ahead of us here, and we will know who is the AusCycling Esports National Champion for 2024, and doing it in an extraordinary night of racing, getting through those semis, the high drama we saw in that men's final, which we're still digesting here. We're digesting it alongside the sliders that Marnie brought us up, and they're really helping, because it's been an extraordinary last 45 minutes or so here. But we're back on 4 kilometres left. Jess Bemrose,
and here's the move. Here's the move we've been waiting for. Brianna Samuel is the first to go, hitting nearly 10 watts per kg to try and force the gap. But
it didn't work.
Nope, she's realised it didn't go anywhere.
She's reeled in immediately.
So she's the first. Who's the next to go? Who is the next to go? Antonello, is she going to be the next to go?
Yeah, Peter might be having a little crack.
No, coming to the front, keeping the pace high but not moving. This is the moment of opportunity. You go over the top of somebody. Jess Bemrose showing her dominance here and her experience. She's going to the front like a policewoman. No, guys, this is mine.
Yep.
Come on now. And if
cease and desist.
If she keeps the pace high enough, it'll neutralise a lot of attacks. It'll take the sting out of anybody. What I always look for on this overhead shot, it's a great view, is a rider who starts to back off slightly, because then when they hit full power and they attack, they're hitting max speed when they're hitting the front rider.
Look at Tilly.
And that's very, very hard to then react to make up that speed differential, and that can often result in a very quick gap.
Absolutely.
And just be that moment where, to a degree, you break their spirits.
Yeah. Crush their resolve.
But exactly.
I love that you're saying that, because look at Tilly Field, and again, we're going back to that attack that we saw in the semi-final. At the moment, sitting sort of pretty happily back. We're looking at the clock. We're looking at 3.2 kilometres of racing remaining in a race that was originally going to be twice this distance. She's sitting there going, you know what? I can feel a kick coming on.
I feel like I can feel a kick coming on. She timed it so perfectly last time. And if she's got a feather in her cap, a literal feather, power up, she'll probably be waiting to use it like she did the last time, because she said it was her secret weapon.
Sure was, absolutely. As we've got just over 2.5 kilometres left, and I tell you what, tissues, hand towels, tea towels,
whatever it is, you could throw it over the field.
You can throw them all over the field at the moment. There is 0 in it. There's less than half a second between 1 and 6 at the moment. Tridden really just biding her time at the back. Antonello has worked so hard all day. I wonder if she has that petrol left.
Let's look at their 15-second powers as we come down to what's looking like a sprint. Top of the list, Kate Tridden.
Yep.
She's at 12 watts per kg for 15 seconds. Then we've got Vicky Whitelaw at 11.5. And then there's Daylight. Joel, there's no tissue. There is Daylight back to Peter Antonello.
What club does Daylight ride for?
Jess Bemrose, Tilly Field and Brianna Samuel, who were all quite equal, but in a second group, and that is where Samuel, she's riding brilliantly. If at this stage she's got the golden bilby, because she is showing that she realises she's probably not the favourite in a kick.
Yep.
Her 15-second power does not put her in the kind of territory of the gold medal that she wants, So she's not waiting around for it. I
Yeah.
love it. It's good.
It's all or
great.
nothing. It's all or nothing bike racing. There's 1.8 kilometres left at the moment. Kate Tridden making a move up the top. Just lifting that pace ever so slightly, Catherine.
Bemrose has gone to the front now.
Bemrose.
She's turned the screws just a little bit. Again, policewoman Bemrose.
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours, thousands and thousands and thousands of kilometres.
Literally.
This is where it comes to
For
the
once,
fore.
you're not being dramatic.
No drama involved whatsoever, Catherine. This is racing. This is extraordinary. It's the women's final, and we're going to have a result in the next few minutes. I can't stand it. The tension, the drama, the buzz, it's all happening here at the Cube.
1.4 kilometres left to go. Vicky
Whitelaw
Whitelaw is the one with the best minute. She's got
Okay.
the best minute in her, but that would mean she has to move early. And look, she's got the race experience, she's got the strategy. It's just, she'll know whether she has the legs or not.
Well, she's got a kilometre. She's got a kilometre left.
And we can
to make
see her
this
there.
decision.
That's Vicky Whitelaw in shot with the beautiful curls
Steely
cascading
focus.
down.
Yeah.
She has been there and done this. She is an
Here we go.
absolute pro.
Here we go. We've got a little push
And
here.
she's moving. Look at that.
Big
Look at the
move
body
here.
language. This is where we can really see inside the final kilometre. Brianna Samuels, she knows she needs to go early, and she's gone early,
She
Joel.
has gone. She pushed out ahead, but Vicky Whitelaw absolutely nipping at her virtual heels. Tilly Field not too far behind. You can see that lactic acid. You can see the girls are feeling it, as you would be. There's 500 metres left, Kate. This is going down to the wire.
Well, and here is a feather being dropped by Antonello. That moves her up. But Kate Tridden,
Look at Tridden.
look at her go. Look at her accelerate. She's using the draft power up.
Oh.
And she is straight past, straight over the top. 300 metres left to go. Kate Tridden is
Are they gonna
riding
catch
away
her?
from this. Antonello in second. Vicky Whitelaw in third. Where is Jess Bemrose?
Where's Bemrose?
Kate Tridden. She looks like she's got this sewn up. The rider from Tasmania, new to esports. What an incredible
100
finish
metres
from
to
her.
go.
And
Oh.
there she is.
21 minutes and 18 seconds. Kate Tridden, the pride of the Apple Isle. She played it beautifully.
What a sensational ride from her, and what a beautiful emotional reaction she is having, overwhelmed by the gravitas of what she's
I
just
think it's
achieved.
a combination of emotion and exhaustion down in the Cube
It
at the
is.
moment.
That was absolutely sensational. Getting a hug from Tilly Field. What great camaraderie. And there's Josh
There's
Harris
Josh
who runs in.
Harris.
What a turnaround. I mean, an hour
Yeah.
ago, Josh was literally pulling his hair out in frustration. And now the amazing pair from Tasmania, they're 1 from 2.
That's fantastic.
Josh wants the win too, but what an incredible ride from Kate. Look, she has only been in esports for a year, a virtual racer, and she's already proud of what she's achieved. She's already said that she can't believe how far she's managed to come, and she's very proud of herself for that. What a crowning victory.
So she should be. So she should be. We were. It was like we were playing a game of chess up here in the commentary box, trying to work out who's going to move when. And more than once, it's like, well, Tridden's working hard, and if she's going to do something here, it has to be her carpe diem moment. Has to be timed to absolute perfection.
And
Tilly, she's done it.
She's done it. Tilly Field coming in second, Vicky Whitelaw in third. So they're the familiar names. They're the experienced names. But Tridden, she just had the power.
Yeah,
Like, no
absolutely.
doubt about it. I've got to say, Tilly Field, she didn't, in both races, on paper, have the power to finish where she did. She's just so experienced and so tenacious, and her strategy is absolutely dialed. Really impressive ride from her. Vicky Whitelaw, what a trooper.
Absolutely.
Such a stalwart of the virtual racing scene here in Australia. And it's such a pleasure to see them in real life.
It sure is, yeah.
I said to you before, Joel, I feel like I know Jess Bemrose really well. I've commentated on her for a long time. No idea what she looks like.
Yeah, it's good, yeah.
Never met her before.
It's good to put a face to a name.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
good
not,
to put a,
it's not even like the, in the IRL
Yeah.
races where you see them afterwards, usually we don't even get a post-race interview.
Good to put a human to an avatar.
It
That's
is.
for sure. We'll catch up with Kate Tridden before too long. They've got. Let's just let them catch their breath. It's been an incredible series of events here, keeping the composure, getting out there, doing it. And you know what I love about this in real life? Look at the camaraderie we're seeing. As you say, we see like the riders embracing. They're able to go up. They're able to have a chat. They'll cool off and they'll be able to talk about their race. They'll be able to engage. They can engage with people who are here to watch them. They can engage with family members, friends, fans, all of it. It's extraordinary to see. And this is why this event carries so much significance. And look at that. We just saw Jessie Bemrose walking past the camera, smiling.
Love it.
Smiling? That's
And look,
great.
she was here to win a gold medal. And there'll be an element for her that she's a bit disappointed with the outcome. But she rode so well and such great feel between all of the riders. There's the beautiful... We're going to see the beautiful podium in a moment. But at the moment, we're just looking at the cube in such a wonderful space. I saw before, Joel, with Vicky Whitelaw, that we had one of the... And here's the podium. Let's go to that. What a moment. Vicky Whitelaw taking the bronze medal, the beautiful bronze medal we had
Tilly
in there.
Field having the silver draped around her neck. Look at it. Look how happy she is. It's awesome to see.
She really is like just a ray of sunshine. Kip Kaufman from AusCycling, he is presenting those jerseys and the medals. And Kate Tridden, did you see that?
I did.
Do I put it on?
Can I wear it right now?
Yeah. You can wear it to bed if you like, Kate. We encourage it.
Do I need to bring it back tomorrow, freshly washed and laundered? No. That's yours. You can have that one.
We can confirm no one in this studio has worn it. What an incredible podium. We have there 3 amazing athletes. Kate Tridden, she looks overwhelmed.
Oh, doesn't she just?
What a moment. It's just... That was such a great race.
She played it like a fiddle. She's like Mozart. What do we say? The Taylor Swift. She was swift, she was fast, she was swift. She was an absolute superstar out there.
Oh, yeah, we can go with that.
I don't know. That's the best one I can think of at the moment.
I love it. All the way from Tasmania. And I can't help but think maybe because of the weather down there, they spend a bit more of winter avoiding the cold, icy roads.
You made a really good point on that earlier. Absolutely. It is chilly, to say the least.
It really is, because they're developing such incredible talent. And I really love to see households getting into it, because there's multiple groups here who have got into it either with their partner who's also a finalist, or Emma Pratt got into it because of her sister Jess, who's not racing here, but that was her pathway into esports, virtual racing. And it's great. It really is a community kind of event. And Joel, look, we've seen a new national champion. We've seen the beautiful jersey on Kate Tridden, but the one thing that hasn't yet been awarded is the gold bilby.
Got to give out the bilby.
Gold-ish bilby that's actually pink. But
must distribute the bilby, Catherine.
Who do we think? Who are we liking for the bilby?
You know what? This is okay. I'll be honest. I had the bilby. I'd taken my bite of the ear, but I was going to give it to Tridden. I've got it written here. I've got Tridden written for the bilby.
I can confirm no ears have been nibbled off said golden bilby.
I
want to give it to Brianna Samuel.
Samuel, I was going to say, you gave it to her in the semi.
Yeah.
And I saw why in the final.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because I just think that was her only way to get on the podium, and she made it. And that was incredible. We've got our winner, Kate Tridden. I'm so excited to hear how she's going. We've got Samil down there in the cube. So let's go see how Kate Tridden is feeling as the new Australian Esports National Champion.
Oh, guys, Joel, Kate is not going to be walking away with that bilby. She's going to be walking away with this amazing gold medal. Kate, what's going through your mind?
I think I'm just kind of in shock, and yeah, I just can't really believe that I did it. I think having the course shortened probably helped me a little bit because I'm more of a sprinter. But yeah, just in shock.
Just in shock, guys. Now, you had Josh, your partner, cheering you on in the final leg of the race. What did that mean to you? He was the loudest person in the room. Kate, what did it mean to you?
I could just hear him absolutely screaming, and I thought, oh my God, I better not stuff this up, otherwise I'm going to be in trouble.
Now that you have won the 2024 Women's AusCycling Esports Championship. What's next for you?
I think take a bit of a break. It's been a pretty long season of esports. And then, just get back into base training and more racing into the summer.
Amazing, guys. Well, just an amazing atmosphere here now. We're going to be gearing up for the men's grand final. But for now, back to you.
Thank you very much, Samil Dowji. She's been doing some noble work, the Cube Troopers tonight down in the Cube. And Kate Tridden, she's pinching herself. She said at the very top of that interview, "I am in shock." Well, you shouldn't be in shock, my friend, because that was a brilliant ride. You timed it exquisitely, and now you're a national champion. So, bravo,
Yes.
bravo!
Brava, indeed. It's so wonderful when the athletes at the end, they win and they don't even know how to process the gravitas of what they've just achieved. They will over time, but not tomorrow. In fact, it might be a decade before she realises and before she's able to really say to people, I was the very best Australia had.
And the first one to do it in a room full of people in real life.
And it's been an emotional roller coaster. I think in many ways, Joel, she was running on a bit of adrenaline. After seeing Josh Harris so frustrated and so disappointed, she would have really felt that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know? And to be able to then see it turn around for Josh, where they changed the format. She mentioned that she thought a lap shorter was going to be better. For her, she felt like that slightly shorter race was a better format for her.
We were talking during it because it had to be that moment, seizing that jersey. And she did. I'm not going to say that the ducks lined up for her because she still had to ride an extraordinary race to get the job done. But those changing circumstances, that shorter race, she was able to capitalise on that. And I want to extend congratulations to the entire field there because it was a really, really good bit of bike racing. I think we saw all of the guys putting a very, very decent foot forward in challenging circumstances, and seeing Josh come up at the end and give Kate that moment, that lovely moment.
That'll lift him.
It absolutely.
And I hope that the adrenaline doesn't run out for him, because he has absolutely ridden the absolute tide of the roller coaster tonight. I mean, I think they will sleep really well.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know that they'll be painting the town red, because I think that they will be pretty overcome and overwhelmed with everything that's played out tonight. We still have the men's final, of course, a rerun. Now, it's only going to be one lap this time instead of the two.
Yep.
That does change the dynamics of the race. But everybody is a bit more on edge.
Oh, they are, but they've
And
had a bit of
it's been
time to
lot-
recover.
They have,
Yep.
which is bananas, Powerade. That's what they said they were stomaching. Now, it is really an interesting thing in virtual racing, because you are in that one spot. And we all know the feeling of riding a bike. So many people describe the freedom associated with it, with the wind running over your face and how lovely that feels and your hair flowing. And it is a good feeling. Like, it really is. It's one of the most addictive feelings, I think, to experience that. And if you've never travelled at speed, you don't know what that's like.
Absolutely.
So it is quite cool. But that's not there in virtual racing, right? But the reality of that is it also means that riders are hot. Like, they get really overwhelmed with the heat stress. And sometimes that can be to real detriment to them. So they need to come up with strategies to counteract that. Now, they do have some beautiful fans that go in, and they use that. You know, that's a way that they can cool down on the go. And actually, it's really cool, Joel. On the kickers, these fans, you can link them to your heart rate, and the higher your heart rate goes, the harder the fan blows.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, I think if I got on there, it would just be like at level 5
my
immediately.
fan would fly off its rotors and disappear into the sky.
I had my Apple Watch on yesterday when I did the race against Emma Pratt, and it started vibrating pretty solidly halfway through, and I'm pretty sure it thought I was having an arrhythmia.
Oh, no.
I'm pretty sure. But it's really cool technology. But they also sometimes use other quite quirky methods, like a bucket of ice for your hand. So in these shorter format races, not so much, but in longer rides, it's one of the quickest ways that you can cool down your body temperature is through your hands, because there's so many nerve endings. And I've tried it myself. And actually, if you're ever feeling anxious and you grab an ice cube, it immediately changes and calms. And so it is also a way for your brain to calm down, but for your body to cool and remind your body that it needs to cool and not let your temperature get too high.
Is that where the expression cool, calm and collected comes from?
Cool palm?
Or is it like
and
collect it, then become cool and palmed?
Yeah.
Cool, palm, anyway, we'll work that out.
Yeah, I don't know. We can work on that.
There is no place like Brisbane. That's where we are right now for the National Championships, Esports, AusCycling. It's been an extraordinary night, but if you want to continue your fun right here in the capital of Queensland, let Visit Brisbane be your guide. Get on the website, visit.brisbane.qld.au to plan your Brisbane adventure. And I'll tell you what, there is plenty to be had. And I want to put you on the spot here. The pride of Parramatta herself, Catherine Bates, Australian cycling royalty, is a New South Wales through and through until you're not.
I'm still wearing the blue. Come on now. I might get Harry Houdini to throw up some of these beautiful pictures of Queensland for us. I'm a newly minted Queenslander. But
you said it. There you go. You said it.
But the Brisbane Cycling Festival is really something special, and Queensland has so much to offer, from the beautiful beaches, the bike rides, the sport magic round for the NRL.
Did you see what team that was, just quickly?
Para?
It was Para.
Go Para.
There you go.
But it's live, it's Queensland. It's such an honour to be able to have these events funded and supported by the Queensland Government and the Brisbane City Council, Joel, because that is what allows us to run these events. And these are world-class events too, right? So we're talking about, a city that is multicultural, that has an incredible offering for tourism, but it also allows the community to thrive, and these incredible events that will bring the world to the shores here.
Absolutely, and it's not just Brisbane, it's the state of Queensland as well. But you can visit brisbane.qld.au. You can expand your time in Brisbane and see some of the wonderful sights across the great Sunshine State. Queensland.com/events. As far north as the Daintree, from Cape York to Coolangatta, there's not a dud trip to be had while you're here in Queensland. And it is a pleasure to be here in the heart of Brisbane right now. Let's get back to the action here, because the guy who has been at the absolute heartbeat of all of it tonight is our Cube Trooper, Samil Dowji. Mate, how are you going? Are you shaking?
Oh, honestly, it's just been an absolutely, roller coaster.
Woof.
The men's rides getting cancelled for a bit, and then the women coming over. It was just shocking. I was like, oh my God, what's happening?
Yeah. So were we.
Yeah.
We're lucky we had you, because what's going on, Samil?
It's true, though, because the roller coaster, it's not just for the athletes.
No.
It's for everybody watching on. I said to Joel before, and this is with my mother lens on, I was like, think of the parents.
Oh, yeah.
Think of the partners.
Oh, yeah.
So for Kate Tridden to win after watching her partner be so disappointed, oh, my gosh.
Oh, just absolutely. And you could see Josh on the sidelines just cheering Kate over the whole last leg of the race. You could hear him screaming. It was echoing in the cube. It was just sensational to watch. I didn't see it in any of the other races before.
There you go.
I love that you've said that. I love that you've said that, because that emotion went up to 11, didn't it? All of a sudden, the stakes that were already high intensified just like that. And for Josh to know, because Josh was, we saw it, he was upset. He was down. He was filthy. But he was hanging at the back.
If there were toys and if there was a cot, he would have been throwing them out.
Yep.
He would have been tossing them out
There's
one
your mum
by
lens coming
one.
back in.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm talking like a full on the boundary line, elbow out, throwing them into the next suburb.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
hurling it
100%.
in. Well, I just started AFL. That's a whole other story, not for
righto.
tonight. But I'm thinking like a really solid handball out.
Oh, yeah.
is what
One
I'm
from
thinking.
outside 50.
Yeah, something like that. I don't even know what that means. So clearly I've got some work to do on my AFL. You mentioned that you haven't seen that in any other races.
No.
In the men's final, we're going to have Kate Tridden to support Josh Harris. We're going to have Trudy Stevenson to support Trent.
Oh, yeah.
That's like superpowers.
It's like dream couple goals, right?
Yeah, it really
It
is.
sure
Move
is.
over Bex and
Yeah.
Victoria.
But I wonder, will Kate have the energy? Will she have the energy to cheer Josh on?
Oh, good. That's a good observation.
Yeah.
Because that bit of support we saw from him, he'd had a good 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Someone get her a Red Bull. Someone take her a Bilby.
Yeah. Sorry, Harry Houdini, can we
Bit of
organise for a Red
shocking.
Bull? 4 Red Bulls, one for each of us and one for Kate.
Yeah,
down in the-
to
thank
get
you.
on down there. But Tell us about what the atmosphere's like in there, because there must have been a change from so excited to, oh no, what's going on?
There was a lot of stress going around in the queue because no one knew what was happening. I had authorities coming and telling me that, all right, this is what's going to be happening. Like if we have people that, if up to 4 cyclists, their machines get broken down, the results and the championship will be named upon the semi-final results. And I was just thinking, well, that would be a bit unfortunate, wouldn't it? Because people in the semi-finals, I'm sure they wouldn't be putting exactly this same amount of effort they would be putting into the grand final.
You'd feel pretty ripped off, especially the women who definitely tapered their effort.
Yeah,
definitely did. And we can see the men back on the bikes warming up. That is Josh Harris in the white-blue jersey in the corner there. And easily recognisable after the toy throwing incident.
Absolutely.
Totally justified, though, just to clarify.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 100%. I want to ask about Winfield, Cameron Winfield, because he, went out pretty early in that race and thought, you know what, my gnats are gone. My gnats, it's like a balloon. I've taken a pin and just gone, pah! They're over.
Well, and a big difference. Cam's young. He's a young man. So the experience for him would be different than if it happened to Trent Stevenson, because he just doesn't have the life experience to have gone through the same amount of hardship. And we've talked about some of the riders' journeys, Joel.
Yeah.
They've overcome cancer. They've been through the absolute ringer with life, come out the other side and used it as a change for good.
Yeah.
But it is a bit more difficult. And I want to acknowledge that for young Cam, because I think he's hugely talented, but the experience of the restart will be different for him than it is for the other riders. He is so talented, though.
Just an amazing bloke. And a question for you, Katie. Now that we have been in this is the second time they're going to be running through the grand final, do you think there'll be a difference in the performance?
Definitely. And I think that most of these riders are really, really fit. They've got a lot of endurance base, and to them, the 28 kilometres, 26, anything like that, that's a shorter format for them anyway. Right. But the dynamic in a race that's only one lap is so different. And also, depending on what their regular training is like, the big gap might also do them in a little bit, because it might be a little bit different for them where they've prepared for events that are back-to-back, but they've never really prepared for an event with a 30-minute break.
No, absolutely. I mean, we saw Josh, I think he just came from an event this weekend, and now he's already into this final over here. So, they must be used to.
Tell us, when they first stopped the race, did the riders jump straight off their bikes? Was there any visible warm down that you saw, or?
Yeah, I think they did. They definitely didn't step off the bike straight away, because I think they had to cool down from that intense, speed that they were at. I saw a few of the players that they were still on the bikes. Their hands weren't on the handlebars, but they were just still moving their legs along as the authorities came over from AusCycling and telling them, all right, this is what's going to be happening, and this is the next step. I think a lot of the people, once our first player got out, we were thinking, oh, well, he's out. What's going to happen now? He's just got no chance in winning. In a way, I think by having the people that, having 3 or the 2 other, Josh also come out of the thing, I think it gives a bit of a fairer chance to the rest of the players as well to, start again. And hopefully this time none of the machines break down.
Well, as Kate said it is the fairest result moving forward. These issues out of their hands 100%. And as soon as it became an issue that was starting to affect the field, they said, you know what? Draw a line through it. This is the best way to get on with it. And it's one of those things, like, even if you weren't happy about it, you got to deal with it. You got to get back on the bike, and that's literally what's happening in just over 3 minutes. Tough toodles
get
indeed.
On it. And let's remember that this beauty here is what is on the line tonight.
Enough about me, Kate, but what about the prize that's on offer?
The honour to be the Australian Esports National Champion. And we saw what it meant to Kate Trudden.
Oh.
And we know it means the same to these riders.
100%. For sure.
And
100%.
so there will be more than, if it was a straight-out final, this incredible mix of resilience as well as physiology. All of it is really going to come together now.
All together. And Kate was actually quite shocked when I was interviewing her. I was like,
Isn't that cool?
Like the humbleness in her. Do you reckon any of the men over here will be shocked that they win?
Yes,
I think
definitely.
any of them will be because it's a really tight field.
I reckon Josh Harris won't be shocked. He'll be relieved if he wins.
Yeah.
But definitely, and you know what's so beautiful about seeing that moment from Kate Tridden? That's the only moment in her career that'll happen.
Yeah.
Like that first time you do something you didn't expect and didn't think was going to happen completely changes you as an athlete, because that is the genesis of everything to come. You remember that. I remember the first time I won a national title, and I was 12 at the time.
Wow.
But it was a moment where I went there for fun and thought, this is cool, and came away with 2 gold medals and was like, oh, actually,
I did okay.
Wow.
Did you have people up in Coles coming up to be like, can you please sign my autograph?
At 12, yeah, in the Adelaide Hills, not quite. But it really is such a pure moment for us to witness. So, and that is why I love live sport.
Yeah.
Like you can't manufacture this. You can't just look at a results sheet and go, oh, that looks interesting. Kate Tridden won. Or
You need to see it in the action.
Yeah, you have to see it in the action, and when you can be immersed, both watching the pictures and seeing them in real life is quite special.
And being able to experience it among your peers like this, the energy in the room is extraordinary. We've got a minute left. We better get you back down to the Cube, Samil, because you've got
get on
another
down there.
Walkley Award-winning interview coming up. You're doing beautiful work, my friend.
Thanks,
Samil
guys.
Dalji, our Cube trooper this evening. Catherine, final remarks. We've got about 45 seconds before this V2. Let's use the right lingo. It's V2 of the men's final getting underway.
Well, let's go through our finalists who are about to head out on course. They've got 30 seconds left before they will do that. We've got Josh Harris. We've got Josh Wilson.
Yep.
We've got Andrew Downey, Cameron Winfield, Mark Gates, and Trent Stevenson. None of them would be a shock if they won. The field is wide open. In their own minds, they'll have an idea of what they think they can achieve.
Having said that, they did just ride this race earlier, and those thoughts went out the window. So let's see. Here we go.
And here we go.
And it's underway. The men's final, the final event of the night, Kate. This is 10 kilometres thereabouts of absolute drama about to unfold. So happy to be bringing it to you here at QUT Gardens Point. It's been an extraordinary evening. It really, really has.
14.1 kilometres of racing, and we will have an Australian esports champion in the men. So a lot of aero jerseys here. Look at that lovely Union Jack bucket hat.
I love the bucket hat. I hope they can't hear my commentary too, because I just said 10 kilometres. They're like, oh, great, we just saved 4 kilometres.
They were like, oh, that's nice. No, sorry, fellas.
Someone needs a Red Bull. But anyway, here we go. So this is it. 14 kilometres to go, Kate.
We've got Chippy Gates.
Chippy Gates out of the blocks beautifully.
See what he can do. Downey.
Well, okay,
Birdman.
I'm curious about Downey because we spoke about his effort in that first version V1 of the final. He was setting the pace. He was working hard. He's carrying a little bit of extra race weight to his competitors. Is that going to come back toward the end of this race? That effort we saw, is that a blessing or a curse?
Well, you know what a bigger frame means. More absolute power.
More absolute
power. So it's just about when you use it. If he gets the opportunity to use it in the way that we saw in the women's race coming down to a sprint, he's laughing. He's rubbing his hands together going, well, ain't this my day?
He's like, just sending through my measurements for that green and gold jersey.
Yes, exactly. We do have one in studio here that would look resplendent on any of our riders. Straight away, we're seeing that the pace is lesser than what it was in that first race.
Very much so.
A more conservative start to the race, a little bit more reserved. You can certainly see from the avatars that Andrew Downey, well, he really does stand apart quite literally because he's the only one not in an aero jersey. Now, Tully Lister, your legend, he's the one behind aero, and a lot of the riders in their bios take the time to specifically point out his involvement and what he's done in the development, not only of virtual racing in Australia, but for these athletes personally. So we want to give a tip of the hat.
Yes, a
Tully
doff
Lister.
of the cap, absolutely.
Yes. And I think that Aero have the opportunity, both as teams and as an individual riders out on course, to have a really big impact on this race, not least because the riders know each other quite well and there's a lot of camaraderie amongst that community. And when you are out racing, that does change the dynamic in quite a pleasant way.
Yep.
It does present an opportunity for Downey as well, though, because he gets a chance to really race his own race, completely unencumbered by the relationships of the other 5 riders.
Yeah, sure. It's a fascinating dynamic, isn't it? It really brings so much more to the table than these guys are used to. We've been speaking about it, but it is no more evident than it is now. This situation, doing it with the other guys around you down in the Cube, an extraordinary facility, surrounded by technology, surrounded by energy, surrounded by people that are there to see great bike racing, and all of a sudden, you look both ways, you're seeing human beings. You're not seeing your garage walls.
No, not at all. I mean, this is a really cool way to race and to really mix the benefits of esports and virtual racing with the in-real-life experience. And it's something that we talk often about on our podcast, The Wheelhouse, is that the relationships between riders can mean so much.
Yeah.
And the format and the comfort and the fact that they're able to compete relatively relaxed. Now, interestingly, you would always say that esports is far less taxing emotionally and mentally than a bunch race, and in real life road race, for example. I think we've seen some examples tonight where they're not as different as people think, actually.
Yep.
There is a lot more overlaps and correlations. But what we're seeing here now, Josh Harris.
Josh Harris, here he is.
Joshy Harris. Now, this is a course that is good for climbers. There is scant amount of flat ground on this course, and anybody comfortable with those accelerations and the power profiles that allow them to have 5-10 second accelerations as they roll over these climbs without it causing too much fatigue.
Yep.
That's something that Josh Harris certainly has. Mind you, I think he'd also be relatively chuffed if they had a race that went up some pretty massive climbs, to be honest.
Absolutely loves the hills, lives for the hills. Froths for the hills. It's just nothing I like doing more than busting my guts riding bikes up inclines. It's like you put him on a dating app and he'd be like, "Hi, I like long walks along the beach and steep climbs on my bike."
Trent Stevenson is the most experienced from a race perspective. He's ridden 1,125 Zwift races.
Wow. Okay. So that's going to be telling, because I just want the emotional weight of this as well. We've seen, again, so much. That experience really comes to the fore, doesn't it? In the championship kilometres, which we'll see those last two. It really does,
because it just means that markers on the course become really familiar. So instead of saying, with 4 kilometres to go, I'll accelerate, they literally think at the second castle and then the third tree.
Yep.
and in some way it strips the emotion out of distance as well, where in your mind that can become complicated. Like, can I hold on for 500 metres? Maybe, maybe not. Can I hold on for 2 trees in a castle? Different from a brain perspective and an emotional perspective. Trent Stevenson certainly brings that experience to the fore. I think Josh Harris has the most experience at an elite level. But then when you have wildcard riders, and he's not actually a wildcard, Mark Gates, but wildcard in terms of doesn't have a lot of experience in this, doesn't have the same background. He's always been a bike rider, but, not competing at national championship level, realistically going for a gold medal here. He's a bit of an unknown in some ways.
Well,
he's familiar to the aero community, but I don't think they even yet know what he's capable of. That's what's exciting. Same with Cam Winfield, because he is young. So often the young riders, and we've seen this with the likes of Pogacar at the Tour de France and Balsamo in the women when she won her first world title when she was 20. Each week they can be 1-5% better.
Yep.
And surprise themselves.
They don't know their own ceiling at that when they're that raw, and that's so crucial.
It's cool.
Yep. And we saw it in the semis. Like, going back again, Tilly didn't get the chocolates in the final, but her move in that semi was, you know what? I'm here. I'm part of this. I'm going to have a red-hot crack. And it was probably still the best move we've seen all night. We've seen some really good racing across the evening. But I'm loving what you're saying there, because we've got the experience across the board. We've got that brazen, that brashness of youth, and not as many kilometres in the saddle, but at the same time, that can be an uninhibiting factor. It can be you know what? I got this in me. I didn't know. Before I started this race, I didn't know, but now I realise I do. And whooshka.
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 Well, certainly, if you look at what they've done in Zwift from a racing or training perspective, Josh Harris has climbed 517,000 vertical metres.
Oh, hang on. Someone give me a bucket. I need to vomit.
Right, which is double, ratio-wise, double anybody else. But Josh Wilson, he's getting up there, because for only 12,000k ridden in Zwift, he's gone 282,000 vertical metres. So good old the Joshies, Josh 1 and Josh 2.
The mountain goats.
They are the goats
the
amongst
goats.
these lot for sure. But if you look at a rider like Andrew Downey, we know from his physical, like he's a strong rider, right? He's a big frame and he puts out loads of power. But he's ridden a lot of climbing metres in game too. So he's not afraid of the climbs. And I think that goes to his character, actually, because a lot of riders, when they're not climbers, they'll just avoid the climbs. They'll just ride the flatter routes and, why not?
Yep.
But sometimes there's a real pleasure in those areas of weakness where you can just improve on your own, where you can go out into the virtual world, ride as many kilometres as you want at your own pace, and challenge yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Because the competitiveness doesn't necessarily have to be about competing with others. And that's also reflects, if you look back at how many races they've done, sometimes, it's a pretty rough indicator of experience, but it does discount all those solo miles where they've been racing themselves. Mini
play there, Steve. It's just pushing ahead Trent Stevenson, just slightly. They're just keeping them honest with a little bit of a nip ahead. But, Kate, the pace we're seeing at the moment isn't bad. And I love what you're saying there about competing with yourself. And I want to just mention Vicky Whitelaw earlier as well, because the steely focus we saw from her, again, she ended up getting that bronze. But there was a real element of, I have done this against myself so many times that I've got this steel in me that literally comes from mono, whatever the expression of that means myself versus myself is, that I'm then taking into this... Lede. And coming out now and turning it into this field of 6, the heat's on, but it's like, you know what? Give me the bit. I'm going to bite down on it.
Give me the bit. I'm going to chomp on it. Josh Wilson... Well, we saw it in the semi-final. He said, I'm not waiting around for you. I'm a climber. I like to go my own pace.
Yep.
He's trying to do it again. I used to race against an amazing athlete from Kazakhstan, Zulfiya Zabarova, and she was known not only for being the world's best time trialist, but that she only ever really liked to go in breakaways on her own. And
okay.
When I was young and audacious, I got in a 2-up breakaway with her. She worked reasonably well together, and I thought, this is it. I mean, I'm with Zabarova. We've got this. I thought, lucky ticket. She turned around to me and looked at me and she said, I'm sorry, but I like to ride alone.
Ta-ta.
And then off she went, and I, honestly, it was like a cloud of dust.
Yeah.
And I got reabsorbed into the field, and she won the race.
You blinked, and she was gone, and you just looked, and she just gone, au revoir.
And it was a real moment for me as a young athlete that I prefer to ride alone. I was like, I respect that. That's Josh Wilson.
Yeah, it is Josh Wilson. We've got 6 kilometres to go in this men's final, the final event here at the Esports Nats. And it's Trent Stevenson just giving a little bit. I like it. He's just sort of, hey, guys, just reminding you all that we are in a bike race here. Just reminding you all that we're riding for gold here.
We're seeing, and I mean, if you keep a close eye on the watts per kg, you can see the little micro accelerations. Mark Gates, he went over 9 watts per kg for a few moments there, moving up in position. So not a sustained effort. Those do wear you out over time.
Wilson hit a 10, briefly.
And so they are starting to, it doesn't look like they're going that much quicker, but their speed is now edging toward the 50k an hour. They're on flat land here. That's ticking along. They're not going downhill. Remembering that in the first iteration of this final, they were going 43k an hour down the climbs.
Yes, yep.
Down the little descents, and we were like, oh, this is very conservative compared to what we've seen. It's a bit more business now. And
it
that's
sure is.
because it's 14-kilometre final, and now, after they haven't travelled a lap yet, they're now 5k from the finish.
And
so completely different.
Yeah, and the energy reserves serving them well so far. I think we are looking at another absolute grandstand finish. Tissues, tea towels, hand towels, whatever you like. There's not much between them as we head into the final 5Ks. We're inside 5 kilometres, Catherine. We are going to have a national champion. Before you know it. And at the moment, I'm going to say it could be absolutely anyone.
It is a very wide open race at this point. When it comes down to a sprint, we think, based on the numbers, Andrew Downey should feel confident. Now, in saying that, Tilly Field achieved some pretty amazing things for a rider who's really not a sprinter. You know, she showed that strategy, the right power up drop at the right time can be a really smart way to win a race when you're not favoured to it. That being said, we do expect some late attacks, and as I say it, who is it? Joshy Wilson.
Just like that, Wilson.
I like to ride alone.
He's pulling out the old retro video game Street Fighter. He's just given him uppercut and gone, Ryugan! Just like that, out of nowhere, just outside 4 kilometres to go. And this is why you said he's the one that would be a little bit like sugar if he doesn't get the job done. This is why.
Slippery, yes. He is making sure that he's in the bike race. He doesn't want it to come down to a sprint, certainly not against some of the other riders that are out there.
Yeah.
So he's like, I've got literally nothing to lose. If he gets roped back in, you know what I reckon, Joel? He'll go whack again.
He'll go whack.
Because
100%.
he is the Brianna Samuels. I think he's going for the Bilby. That's what I reckon. I mean, just quietly, like gold medal, yes. Jersey, yes. Bilby, hello.
Look, at best, the Bilby. At worst, the gold.
Yes.
Hey, wait, did I get that mixed up? You know what I mean.
Oh, my gosh. Like, heavens if he finishes with no gold and no Bilby. But
3.5 kilometres left.
Josh Wilson being the most consistent antagonist that we've seen.
He's the Darth Vader of the track
He really
this
is.
week. Yeah.
Look, over 7 seconds now. This is not just... And hold on. It's not just edging very quickly toward the 10-second mark. Look at the power differentials. Over 6 watts per kg for Wilson. The rest of them have pulled on the handbrake.
The next best is Downey, just under 3.5.
Oh, but hold on. That's half. Like, he is rapidly pulling away. 3.2k to go. I'm going to call it. If he gets to 20 seconds, which he is marching toward, this is all over
this
Red
is extraordinary.
Rover.
He just hit 14 seconds. Now, you named 15 as the put down the glasses number.
I did. Well, put down the glasses because Joshy Wilson.
Wow.
I like to ride alone.
Yeah, I like to ride alone. We did not see this in the first iteration. We did not see this over the longer distance. We're seeing it here.
And this is carbon copy of what he did in the semi-final. And look at the vision there. Look at the body language for Wilson versus Stevenson and Harris. Harris was literally just scratching his leg. Stevenson... He looks pretty chill.
I think someone will need to tell Joshy that the race is over in 2 kilometres because he looks like he could keep riding all night.
There is nothing about Josh Wilson that looks chilled. He has absolutely got the bit between his teeth and he's powering away with this. What an incredible ride from him. Andrew Downey, he is like, I will not let this happen, and he's at the front of the chasing bunch. But they're out over 20 seconds. I said 20 seconds with 2 kilometres.
That was ages ago. He's 24 seconds.
It is early to call. This is going to be nigh on impossible to pull back. Who is going to pull him back? Look at him out of the seat, accelerating. Look at that power. 8 watts per kg. The others under 6. They are not. They've given up.
Yeah,
Joel,
they're racing
for second.
Racing for silver, racing for bronze, because Josh Wilson has done, we saw it earlier today, we're seeing it again now. He's had that time to go back, recoup, recompose, assess the shorter distance, and basically say to everyone else, hold my beer, I'm taking home a gold medal tonight. We're going to see it 1.7 Ks to go, and that gap 21 seconds, closing very, very slightly, but I don't think you're going to see it close entirely, Kate. It's a race for second, third, and at the moment, that's Downey and Gates battling it out.
Now, this is the young man whose father is a Grand Tour stage winner, Michael Wilson. He went to Europe to show his stuff, following his father's footsteps. He had a tumour on his heart. He wasn't able to do it. The doctor said, I don't think so, back you come.
Yep.
He's been given the all clear to resume activities. He's found his way into virtual racing. And by goodness, Joel Spreadborough,
Yep.
he is talented because the riders in pursuit of him are not walkovers. They are not lightweights. They are some big names. Josh Harris, one of our leading riders at the World Championships last year in virtual racing, donning the green and gold. But walking home with the green and gold tonight is going to be Josh Wilson.
He's streaking away. He's like a blip.
His avatar in game, those beautiful aero colours, aero standing for the Australian Esports Racing Organisation. But he will take home a green and gold Australian Champions jersey because with 650 metres to go, 26 seconds, what a blinder.
Can we just check for any Star Trek fans out there if Josh Wilson's bike has had a warp drive built into it, because he has absolutely punched it here.
The Tron bikes are pretty impressive
450
in
metres.
game, aren't they? Coming under the 400 metre mark now. Josh Wilson, take a bow now. Enjoy this ride in, mate, because you are about to become the Australian Esports National Champion. What an incredible show of dominance and power.
I'll tell you what's interesting, though, is the battle for silver, because at the moment you can hardly split Downey and Winfield, but it is absolutely Josh Wilson. He's up out of the saddle. He's bringing it home. He's got 150 to go. An extraordinary, extraordinary performance. He's brought the power. He's timed it beautifully. The arms go up. There you go. Kisses the air. Salutes the crowd. He's done it. 19 minutes, 25 seconds, Catherine.
And the sprint for second is on now. Who is going to prevail? Andrew Downey, where are you with your big power? He is toast. He is not going to do this.
Is it Chippy?
It looks like Chippy Gates.
Chippy Gates
for the silver. No,
Oh,
Joshy
wait.
Harris. Joshy Harris got there.
Joshy Harris pipped
Josh
him.
and Josh.
Gee,
and
look at
Chippy
that.
Gates for the bronze.
I want to see their time. Look at the gap is identical.
Resplendent man bun there.
It's a hell of a man
For
bun.
Chippy, it's a hell of a man bun for the podium to round it out. Josh and Josh, what a result. And
I
you know
tell you
what?
what.
The Joshes are teammates in aero, but they're both Tasmanians.
Again, Tassie.
Josh Harris said at the beginning of the night, I'd love to win, but I'd love a Tasmanian to win, and if I can't, I'll support them. Beautiful riding. That was sensational. Josh Wilson taking the win, 19.7 seconds ahead of the rest of the field.
I'd love to get just a quick shot of these finish times, because Harris and Gates, nothing separating them in the end.
I mean, it was Gates,
1944.
Harris.
Look at it. It's tenths of a second. They've both finished 1944.
And great camaraderie out there after what has been a taxing night, and you would think that there could be high emotions and people could be thinking, oh, it didn't need to be like this. I tell you what, it was a beautiful finishing race in the end.
I don't know who's more tired, Kate, the riders or us, because this has been I'm out of words. But I tell you what, it's draining in the best possible way.
I mean, in fairness, we've been literally talking for 5 hours, so it's, being out of words after 5 hours, I would say, is still a pretty hot record.
I still get a few words. Look, no, but really, really good to see him once again. I just want to allude to the fact that we are here in real life, and look at that camaraderie on display. You're not just getting off your bike alone at home in your garage. You're going up, you're shaking hands, you're having a cuddle with your mates, with your loved ones, and most importantly, with your rivals and your fellow competitors. It's really, really good to see. The Cube has absolutely lived up to its billing as a world-class technological facility. The Zwift racing has been out of control. We've had highs, we've had lows, we've had drama, we've had chaos.
We've had it all.
We've had calamity.
I'm going to sleep well.
We've had glory.
We've had glory. We'll see the presentation soon, and I think that we will see a lot of satisfaction and happiness on the face of Josh Wilson and Josh Harris as well. Like, he's such a sensational character that he can support his Tasmanian compatriot to win, and his partner Kate Tridden, who took home the green and gold in the women's race as well.
Beautifully said. You know what? Before we get to the presentations, Kate, We have a Bilby. We have the night's final
do.
Bilby to award.
Final Bilby.
Yep.
It can't go to Josh Wilson because he won.
He's won enough.
He's won enough. So you know what? I'm going to give it to Andrew Downey.
You're going Downey.
I am. Are you not on Downey with me?
I love Downey.
Somewhere else other than
Josh
Downey?
Andrew
Downey?
I was tossing up between Andrew Downey and Chippy Gates, because Chippy Gates, I think the man bun, I just thought, you know what, racing with a bun like that, when you're combining fashion with racing prowess.
Yes.
But I
mean,
will
the
say,
man bun on its own deserves a golden Bilby.
Can we get a man bun Bilby, please? Because, no, I do agree.
Can we put a man bun on the Bilby?
We were talking about the effort that Downey put in final V1. We saw it come back. V2, he was just as strong. So more than happy to say, throw the Bilby, see if they can catch it from the cube.
Toss it
Go
over.
on. Well done. Well done to all of the riders tonight. So there we are, our finishers: Josh Wilson, Josh Harris, Mark Gates, Trent. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. Cameron Winfield coming in fourth, then Trent Stevenson in fifth, and Downey down there in sixth. But look at that. Look, still that second and third, there is a split hair between a silver and a bronze.
Oh,
tonight.
isn't there? Look, they're all smiling. They're all in good spirits. It could have gone the other way. What good sports. Just an incredible show. Thank you so much to AusCycling for supporting the Esports National Championships here at QUT.
Yep.
As one of the shining stars in the Brisbane Cycling Festival. It is just such a pleasure to be supported by the Queensland Government, Brisbane City Council, the Department of Tourism, Innovation and Sport to have such incredible events here. And there we have our new National Esports Champion, Josh, I ride alone, Wilson.
That's it. Absolutely. Josh Lightning Wilson. He's just torn away.
Do you think he thinks the medal is a Bilby, like a chocolate Bilby with that bite?
Look, how would you not? You've got to at least take a bite to make sure something doesn't have chocolate in it, because you'll be kicking yourself for the rest of your life if you find out later that it was full of chocolate, especially with caramel inside that chocolate.
I agree. Joel, what an incredible night of racing it has been. There have been highs, there have been lows, there have been so many moments where we've just thought, this can't be happening. Yeah. Chaos, madness. The team from Zwift and Wahoo from FE Sports have done a really great job, and AusCycling and Tony Tor, our commissaire, who thought he could sit on a beanbag and relax.
Yeah, he thought he had an easy night ahead.
And didn't he learn otherwise? But
minute.
What was your highlight?
I think the fact that we not only were dealing with this happening for the first time, but then we dealt with what you said beautifully was an unprecedented race situation, and that we were able to sort of rally, and shout out to everyone in the Cube for getting that done. Shout out to the team here for telling us what the hell was going on as well. The fact that we witnessed that and we still saw two beautiful finals. I'm just going to say that the start of the men's final, V1, through to what we've just seen now, that block. Can I just claim that whole chunk as my favourite? Because it was extraordinary. I'm still sitting here going, what has just happened?
It was extraordinary. I mean, I've got two highlights. My first highlight is Kate Tridden's not only victory, but her interview afterwards. The humility and being able to have the privilege and the honour of sharing that moment with her, which will be the first and the only time that she is so genuinely shocked. And that is just a beautiful thing to witness. We've got an interview with our winner, Josh I Ride Alone Wilson. Let's get down to Ash Watson in the Cube. They've done an amazing job tonight. Ash, how's it going down there? You're with our winner.
Josh, that was an incredible performance. You were absolutely on fire tonight. What is going through your head right now?
I can't really believe it. To win a national title is something I never expected to do. So, yeah, it's a very proud moment for me.
That's amazing. I know I was on my toes, especially at the end. Everyone was going neck and neck. Everyone was furiously riding on their bikes. How did you feel in that moment when it was first and second and first and second?
Yeah, it was touch and go watching the time gap. I just knew that if everyone committed that I'd get run down, but luckily I was just banking on the fact that they wouldn't all work together, and that's what happened.
Perfect. Awesome. You did so amazingly tonight. How exhausted are you feeling?
Yeah, it's a very short format compared to what I'm used to, so I don't feel exhausted, but it definitely hurt a lot. Yeah, that last few kilometres was pretty grim. But yeah, I'd also like to just say thank you to my mates. Josh Harris, who got second tonight, has been a great mate of mine. It's helped me get into esports racing. And yeah, so I wouldn't be here without him. And yeah, I'm sure he had more to give tonight, and he didn't want to chase me down. So yeah, and he ended up second. So yeah, big thank you to Josh Harris in particular, and the Aero crew who've been great, who've taken me on board in their team.
That's so amazing. Awesome. Well, thank you to everyone. And we'll go back to you guys. You did such an amazing job.
There you go, Ash
All
Watson.
the feels.
Oh, mate,
I want to kind of give a golden bilby to Josh Harris for that. Like, what a great show of camaraderie and so much humility by Josh. I only ride alone Wilson.
Yeah, Joshy Wilson, Joshy Lightning. I only ride alone. Call him what you want. He's put an extra. I love what he said there. I don't feel exhausted, but it hurt a lot.
Yeah. It did for all of them, I promise.
It sure did. It's been an extraordinary night of racing action. I hope you have enjoyed it as much as we have, because as I say, the tension, the drama, the buzz, it has all been happening. I want to give a quick shout out to Tillyfield. That move in that semi, if I had to nominate an individual moment, until it was usurped by that incredible drama that we saw. That was extraordinary. But everyone's been great. I want to give a shout out to our volunteers tonight. Ali, Anna Lane, Danielle, Matt, Kayla, Vivina, Sanchez, Lucy, Anjali, Dia and Nick Hugh, all running around on the ground, and especially given what's happened down there. Guys, chef's kiss to all of you. Also, our Cube Troopers, our roving legends tonight, Samil Dowji, Ash Watson, they have been on the ball. They've been as quicker than Josh Wilson tonight, honestly. I mean, they're all over the place.
No, it's been a real pleasure to have the students involved, and I think credit to the whole student body for bringing this event together. So thank you very much to QUT for that. I think that Bilby and I think we're out.
Did you save me a Bilby?
Good question, Joel.
We'll unpack that off camera a little bit later. Catherine Bates, it is always a privilege to share your knowledge, your expertise, your prowess. Thank you so much for what you've brought tonight. It's been an incredible experience.
Oh, thank you. And if you have enjoyed our coverage, join us on the Wheelhouse, because we do this kind of madness every week.
The Wheelhouse Cycling Podcast. You can like, share and subscribe. And it's about cycling at all levels. And that is indeed what the Brisbane Cycling Festival is about this year. You spoke earlier about cycling infrastructure, active transport, cycling for all ages, all abilities, all skill levels. That's what it's all about. We saw the best of the best tonight, but it's never a bad idea to go out and get on a bike. So get involved, get behind BCF, and big shout out to the team at QUT Gardens Point for their incredible effort. And long live the Cube.
Live the Cube. And AusCycling, thanks to everybody for being involved. And make sure you keep an eye out on all the social media channels for the Brisbane Cycling Festival and for AusCycling, so that you know what else is coming up, so you can join in the action. And look, get yourself a Bilby. I can't recommend highly enough.
Look, a gold one. They do. You can get actual gold Bilbies, but they're still very nice. The almost gold Bilbies. Shout out, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time. If it can be even half as good as tonight, you're in for something very, very special. Kate, salute.
Salute.
Good night.